I don't know what's going on, but nothing. Hello. Hello. Did you eat something? I haven't.
Can those who are online hear me? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay, great. Thank you. We will be back in about 5 minutes.
We're starting in 5 minutes. What starting? We're starting. Next speaker. No. אחרי כל שעבר, בכלל משבר הקשה ביותר, הגיע הזמן שכל המפלגות הציוניות יקימו פרונט ציוני, שכל הקיצוניים חוזרים לשוליים, ואני יודעת הרבה שהיא קשה, היא קשה, אבל היא נכונה, יש לי משימות לאומיות גדולות לעשות חוץ מחוק הגיוס, אנחנו רואים את קריסת מערכת החינוך, כי יוקר המחיה של זה אין צורך, כי זה לא מדברים ממה שאמרת ששם. לא מסכים שהחצי של ממשלת השילוב זה לא עושה את עצמו וזה בשעה. לא רק שזה עושה את עצמו, זה יציאה, זאת בעיה היא שבאמת במפלגה מסוימת שבדרך הם לא היו חברי כנסת מדהימים שפרשו לצד השני. אמרת שלפיד היה אומן, אני רק רוצה להסביר לך איזה בג"ץ של בני גנץ בשכונת מנדטים, שאנחנו רצינו להחליט רצים ומי שכתבה ממשלת שנתנו זאת, אבל זה שהתפתח שנה, שזה רק לא צריך לומר, מלחמת האחים לא תורמת לרחשים אחד בשני, ולא תתרום לאף אחד, צריך פה ממשלה יציבה, רצינית, כמו שאמרתי שכל הצדקים חוזרים לשוליים. בני גנץ
Everybody here is ready.
אבל תופעה שהחלה שבוע שעבר, סיפור לקח של תדרים לבנים בצד מצרית.
We're going to start the next session. We're starting a little early because we're running very late. So please, grab a bite from the other room, but meanwhile, basically sit down, please. We're ready to start. We're running good and late. Professor Kimche from the University of Tulsa will be introducing our next speaker, who is Raphael Jospe from Jerusalem. Okay, please.
Pin him apparently. Wait, I think I actually pinned the two of us. Maybe we'll pin him when I'm. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is still morning, I think. Lovely to be here. My name is JJ Kimche. It is a pleasure to be here in the wonderful confines of Vanderbilt University. I'd like to thank Professor Len and Roberta for their hospitality. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, who is Professor Raphael Jospe, who spoke at many universities in Israel, including until his retirement at Ariel University and many other places as well. You have his bio and his resume sheet, so I'm not going to go over the whole thing. But he sort of added to the lineup of legends in medieval Jewish philosophy that we have at this conference today. So this is it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited about this. I'm also excited very much about the topic, esoteric writing in Maimonides and elsewhere, because this is sort of a point of great contention among Maimonides scholars, and certainly there are people in this room who've addressed it and spoken and polemicized about it. So this is going to be a wonderful presentation. And thank you, Professor Jospe, for joining us all the way from Israel. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think you need to mute Menachem Kellner's microphone. Okay.
Sure. Sorry, Professor. Professor, your microphone has been off.
Can you hear me? I'm on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sorry, Professor, we can't hear you. We're going to try.
I'm muted.
We're going to try. Yeah, I think it is on his end because you're unmuted. I think you might have switched the mic to something else.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
What happened here?
It says Dina Schoenfeld here.
Might be
That means it's on our end. Dina, can you give us thumbs up if you heard here? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have to. So that's on our side.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right. It's about to rejoin. We're working out. We'll switch this up. Yes. Right. Yeah, we're gonna get back on it. You know, the often inside, you couldn't hear either. Just a sort of a sound. They all very, yeah, but
Can you hear me?
sounds.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, yes.
Can I go?
Yeah.
I'm not hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Shalom Chavirim. Thank you very much, Len and Phil, for the invitation to participate. It's a great honor to participate in this great occasion. The perplexing problems of the literary structure of the guide and how to explain the discrepancies remain a problem. And I think that the authors, both Len and Phil, correctly take on Leo Strauss's very fanciful explanations in his two major articles, The Literary Character of the Guide and How to Begin to Study the Guide. Now, there are two problems that I'd like to address. Number one, Strauss bases his theory on a literary structure of units based on chapter numbers. And second, in his third introduction, Lieberman states that the guide was written over time and that Rambam changed his mind. However, as we all know, the guide, Rambam explicitly denies this in that he changed his mind and claims that discrepancies result from the fifth cause, pedagogic, and the seventh cause, deliberate concealment. So let's start with the chapter numbers. Avram Avulafia, Yosef ibn Kaspi, Don Yitzchak Barbanel all say that part 1, chapters 26 and 27 are one chapter, with the result that there are 177 chapters, which works out as Gan Eden. When I first saw that, I said, I wonder if they're correct. Not that I doubt that they knew arithmetic. So I went to the shelf and I saw, of course, that our versions have 178 chapters. But then it turns out that Shem Tov ibn Falakera, in his Moreh HaMoreh, a title, by the way, that Len borrowed for his own wonderful companion volume, Falakera says explicitly that Samuel ibn Tibon made these two into one chapter, then corrected them, and then later separated them. And in a letter to Rambam regarding the questions of translation, Ibn Tibon also explicitly stated that he numbered the chapters, and he did this, number one, to aid Rambam in answering questions about whatever passage he was asking, number two, to aid him in finding those places, and number three, to aid anyone who is studying the book. So the number chapters definitely, and possibly even the number division, the chapter divisions go back to Shmuel ibn Tibon and not to Rambam. Now, if you look at the text of those that one or two chapters, you can say that the flow, well, it could be two chapters or it could be one chapter in terms of the flow. It's not a clear question. And then many years ago, this is over something like over close to 40 years ago, when I came across this, you know that in the Institute of Microfilm Hebrew Manuscripts at the Jewish National Library, usually you take a manuscript and you spend hours, if not days or even longer, on one page. But all I wanted to know was, is there a break at this point? And if is the word perek or fasal integral in the text, or is it a later marginal addition? And so within a few hours, I took out 50 microfilms, which is probably a record for that kind of thing. And the bottom line was, it's not clear one way or the other. The evidence is not clear whether this should have been or should not have been one chapter or two chapters. Now, why would Rambam, a master of literary style and structure, why would he not number the chapters? It seems kind of elementary. In his Book of the Commandments and in the Mishneh Torah, you see very clearly a geometrical, structured, and numbered book. And there, in the introduction to the commentary of the Mishnah and in the introduction to the Mishneh Torah, Rambam states explicitly that a clear and logical structure facilitates limud al peh, memorizing or learning by heart. But in the guide, he explicitly stated that he wanted to restrict the study to the intelligentsia. So if a clear and logical literary structure can facilitate learning, what he said in those two other works, then by analogy, perhaps he deliberately refrained from numbering the chapters in this work because he didn't want to make it easy to study. Now we come to the second question, concealment by omission. That what's said is no less, what is not said is no less important than what is said. If you'll take, please, the pages of texts that I asked to be handed out, you'll see very clearly, first of all, in the laws of Hanukkah, if you just look at the paragraph there, the two rabbinic passages have a phrase, nasa bones, that's missing in Rambam's quotation of these passages. He quotes almost word for word the two rabbinic sources, and then he skips nasa bones. I don't think that one can suggest that that's an accident. Then, if you look at the second text, where I compare what he says about the character of Job in part 3, chapters 22 and 23, and then what he says about the perplexed student in the introduction, we see that much of it is very, very clearly parallel in the phrasing and in the meaning. I'm not going to go through this now. You have the text in front of you. But Rambam never says that he never says this. He just does it. Once again, there's a clear lesson here, at least in my understanding, but Rambam says nothing about it. If you then look at the third and final text, in this case it's not Rambam, but it's Mendelssohn as opposed to Ibn Ezra. Wherever Ibn Ezra gets into a hint of what we would call higher Bible criticism, questioning the Mosaic authorship of the Torah, wherever he does that, Mendelssohn is totally silent. Even when he's quoting Ibn Ezra on that particular verse on something technical like a grammatical point or an explanation of a word. And so once again, it is precisely the silence that is deafening. And the chart shows that very clearly. Now, of course, you don't have to wait until Mendelssohn to raise that point, because Ibn Ezra himself engaged in omission. For example, in his famous commentary on Genesis 12:6, V'haknani az ba'aretz, then the Canaanite was in the land, he points out that if then means at that time, but not now, supposedly at the time of Moses, the now meaning the time of Moses, when there were Canaanites in the land, he says it has a secret meaning and the intelligent should keep silent. Maskil yidom. And so the silence is again pretty clear. Now Spinoza had already observed in chapter 8 of the Tractatus, the Theological Political Tractatus, that Ibn Ezra did this. And he said that that's because he couldn't say it openly, and therefore he had to use only hints to show what he means. And of course, the difference is that whereas Ibn Ezra could only hint at the question of the non-Mosaic authorship, a later authorship of the Pentateuch, Spinoza could do it openly and blatantly. And now we come to the next question. All right, there are these problems, the chapter divisions, the chapter numberings, what was said, what was not said. But the question is, was Rambam aware of all these problems? And I want to give some examples of my attempt to understand what Rambam was or wasn't doing, and was he or was he not aware? It's already been mentioned that in the second part of the guide, the introduction and the first chapter, where he talks about the proofs of God's existence and his incorporeality and unity, 3 of the 4 proofs are cosmological. And then he says that ultimately creation, he says this in part 2, chapter 17, but ultimately the question of creation versus eternity cannot be demonstrated conclusively and scientifically, because no inference can be made ex post facto from a state of actuality before a system exists to its nature in a state of potentiality. Now, Falakera, in his commentary on 171, sharply criticizes Rambam on this. And he says, I say that one must question how something great like this can be explained on the basis of something dubious, let alone on something that's not true. For if the premises of a proof are not true, how can its conclusion be true? There is no doubt that our teacher was aware of this. That's my point. According to Falakera, Rambam was aware of the problem. Well, was he aware of the problem? Is this a discrepancy in his thought? Or is this a case of a pedagogic concealment by omission? We'll return to this later. In a different case, Rambam clearly came to be aware of a problem. As you know, he had not included creation in his 13 principles. Now, Falakera also explicitly states that Rambam believed in creation, which was one of the 13 principles. I don't know on what basis Falakera said that, but in Rabbi Yosef Kafich's Arabic and Hebrew edition of the commentary in the Mishnah, he brings a marginal note that Rambam later added in his own hand as to why he didn't include creation in the 13 principles. He said, know that the great foundation of the Torah is that the world is created. God made and created it after an absolute non-being. The fact that you see me dealing with the eternity of the world according to the opinion of the philosophers in order that the proof of his existence be absolute. So I expounded and explained in the guide. Now, so that may be the basis of Falakera's unequivocal statement. However, there may be a totally different explanation for at least some of these problems of discrepancies in the guide. Rambam may not have changed his mind, something that he denied, but may have come to see that what he wrote, despite all his efforts, had been misunderstood and misrepresented. So therefore, it's not that he changed his mind, but he later felt compelled to add a clarification, not because he changed his mind, but because he'd been misunderstood. Now, a controversial case in point would also be his essay on resurrection, however unconvincing that essay may be, and as Daniel Jeremy Silver put it famously in his book on the Maimonidean controversy, on the question of resurrection, Maimonides squirmed even as he affirmed. In the case of creation, however, Rambam may have correctly come to the conclusion that his treatment of the topic, not mentioning it explicitly in the 13 principles earlier, and later basing his arguments for the existence, incorporeality, and unity of God in the second part of the guide, had simply confused and misled people. In other words, there's no real discrepancy here, no change of Rambam's mind, merely a later attempt to clarify what he'd written to correct a perceived misunderstanding. But maybe there's yet another way of looking at it. Another case involving Rambam's 13 principles, in this case, is the 7th principle on prophetic visions. Rambam stated there that the Shi'ur Koma would come into these matters, a topic for which, even if I were extremely brief, 100 pages would not suffice, so I didn't deal with it. And so eminent scholars, including my teacher, Alexander Altman, Saul Lieberman, and Moshe Idel, all concluded that in his youth, Rambam believed in the Shi'ur Koma, this text that ascribes astronomical measurements to the body of God, and then later changed his mind. The problem is that later on, in one of his responsa, 117 in the Blau edition, Rambam explicitly denies that he ever believed in it. He said, Lam arakat, I never believed it. I never believed that it was written by one of the sages. The book should be erased and its memory cut off. So perhaps the problem was then not then that Rambam changed his mind, as Altman and the others suggested. He changed his mind, initially believing in the Shi'ur Koma, later denying it. But perhaps the problem was that he saw that his earlier formulation had misled people, causing grave misunderstanding. If even among contemporary great scholars could misunderstand him, then all the more so the people in his own day. And therefore he needed to make a correction. The correction, however, was not a change of mind. It was simply to clarify, I never believed that. Lam arakat. And maybe the reason he said it would require so many pages was because a popular text required a very thorough, extensive, and lengthy refutation as false. And so again, do we have here a discrepancy? Do we have here an explicit change of mind? Or rather, do we simply have him coming to understand that he had to clarify, that's not what I meant, you're wrong? And so what about esoteric writing by omission, by deliberate concealment? We started with the question in general of Rambam's esoteric writing and Goodman and Lieberman's rejection of the fanciful speculations of Leo Strauss. This led us to the question of what is not said, which is no less important than what is said. In turn, specifically on the controversial proofs of God and creation, and then Rambam's reference to Shi'ur Koma, we raised the question as to whether Rambam became aware of certain difficulties and his need not to change his mind later, a possibility he explicitly denied in the case of the guide, but later to correct misunderstandings by others to clarify his own earlier positions. So was then Rambam aware of some of these problems, as suggested by Falakera in his criticism of proving God on the basis of creation, a false premise? Was Falakera correct that Rambam was aware of these problems? So let me conclude with a question. Again, in Guide 217, Rambam argued that the nature of something in the state of potentiality is different from its nature in the state of actuality, and no inference can be made ex post facto from something in its actual state to something before it exists, in actuality, in the state of potentiality. Just as the necessary condition of life, the example that he brings, breathing, air, and so forth, are not present for a fetus in the womb. Aristotle, according to Rambam, had made the mistake of exactly such an invalid inference, and Rambam suggests, that's what Rambam suggests, that Aristotle made that kind of invalid inference. So my question then is twofold. First of all, if cosmological proofs, whether of creation or of eternity, are logically invalid, methodologically invalid, because of their mistaken inference about something in a state about a state of potentiality from a later state of actuality, ex post facto, how can one employ cosmological arguments to prove not only eternity or creation of the cosmos, but the existence of a first and unmoved mover or prime cause? If you can't deduce from the laws of nature how nature itself came to be, a kind of illegitimate metaphysical ex post facto argument, how can you make the greater jump and deduce from those laws of nature anything about the existence of God, who presumably by definition, in any event, transcends nature and its laws? In short, if you can't prove creation of the cosmos, how can you prove its transcendent creator? And second, is it too far-fetched to wonder whether Rambam was aware of this predicament in his own thought? Is, as possibly Falakera has suggested in a different context, is this, in short, yet one additional case of deliberate pedagogic or concealment discrepancy? Regardless of how we attempt to answer these questions, or whether there even is an answer to these questions, we're all grateful for the new wonderful translation and extremely instructive notes by Len Goodman and Philip Lieberman, and the thoughtful companion, The Guide to the Guide. Toda rabba.
Sure. Am I on mute? Where am I? Oh, I see. So I'm on
Videos here. So if you talk, they should be able to.
but I'm trying. How do I unmute myself on this?
It's
not.
unmuted. The audio's going.
But so why am I?
This is me.
Oh, that's you. Oh, so you're okay. 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 Thank you very much, Professor. A fascinating presentation, and I actually have what to continue on from the cosmological question, which I will address later. So I'm very excited about that. Okay. Do we have questions on this presentation? In the room.
Does that mean I've been perfectly understood, or that nobody understood? Or that everybody agrees, or that nobody agrees?
Yes, Professor Seeskin.
What's going on here?
I can't hear.
You can't hear. Would you like to come just over here?
All right, thank you for a very informative presentation. I think what's going on here is a constructive dilemma. Namely, if the world is eternal, then God exists. That's his 26-step proof. If the world is created, then God exists, because if there's creation, there has to be a creator. Therefore, God exists. In other words, no, you can't prove creation, according to the Rambam, but the way he has set this up, you can certainly conclude that God exists. In fact, you have to conclude it because either side of the dilemma leads to that conclusion.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That is clearly his methodological and pedagogical preference for using eternity over creation, as opposed to the standard kalam way of proving creation in order to prove the existence of God, which he criticizes. And it's clearly a better systematic approach, because if there's creation, there's obviously a creator, but if there's eternity, then maybe not. So he uses eternity to say, well, okay, but even if there's eternity, there has to be a God. And kal vachomer, if there's not eternity, if there's creation, then there's obviously a God. But then in that case, why use cosmological proofs? Why not use other kinds of proofs, for example, ontological? And the proof of necessary being is more in the ontological area. So that would work better in that sense. But Falakera has a point. If your premises are false, then you don't have a proof.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, excuse me, I want one more point.
You can't
One-
get
one
you.
more- If I could just add one more point, that was the methodological preference for the way he did it. The pedagogical one is, okay, you're the perplexed student. You think that you've been exposed to philosophy, you've been impressed by philosophy. So I'll show you that even if you accept Aristotelian premises, I can still show you why there has to be a God. So there is a methodological and as well as pedagogical reason for doing it.
All right, he doesn't use the ontological argument. I think he gets close to it when he talks about the tetragram, but he doesn't use it. But you can get a conclusion, a valid conclusion from premises, one of which may be false if you just rely on the excluded middle. Namely, you have an exhaustive disjunction, and therefore one of the premises has to be false. But if one of them has to be false, the other has to be true. And since they both lead to the same conclusion, the conclusion still stands. That's a perfectly valid argument.
Let me pick it up.
All right.
I'll add something to what Ken said. I think that Ken is right about the disjunction. I think Ken is right about the disjunction, and I think that's the way he presents it. He does concede that his defense of creation is dialectical rather than certain, and that would explain why he wants to do the disjunction. The disjunction makes the argument comprehensive because either the world is created, in which case it must have a creator, or the world is eternal, in which case it must have a prime mover on the Aristotelian model. I want to go back, however, to the addition that he made in his own hand, and that's a very important point. I don't think that the addition is because he changed his mind. I think we agree about that, but there's some clarification needed. And I think the clarification that's needed is to recognize that the belief in creation is important to prophecy, miracles, and other things. So in the context of the 13 Articles of Belief, you need, I think he feels that he may have conceded too much in the guide to allowing, the argument, the Aristotelian argument, I think he does think it's valid, so long as that premise is granted, that namely the eternity of the world, because then you need a prime mover who operates with infinite duration or infinite power. But he doesn't want to leave the impression that that creation is kind of on an equal footing with eternity, because he thinks his dialectical arguments, although they're only dialectical, are still pretty good arguments. He does put a lot of stress on his refutation of the invalidity of the that the philosophers have assumed that nature has always worked the same way it works now. They've projected the idea of possibility and potentiality. They've projected their idea of time. That's what his example of the person who doesn't know where babies came from and doesn't believe that you could be alive inside the womb and still not breathing, not defecating, not taking in food in the usual manner. He thinks that their defense of eternity is in a way dialectical also, because they presumed that nature has always operated necessarily as the way it does now. And so he wants to go back and shore up that possibility of creation. I think I think he wants to underscore it because it's very important, as he says elsewhere, about prophecy, about miracles, about other things that we all have to believe. With regard to the ontological argument, I think Ken is right. He comes very close to it, and I think he does mean to suggest it when he talks about the tetragrammaton. I think his intention there is to interpret Ehiyah Sherehiyah as a spelling out of the idea of God's necessary existence. And I see a connection there with the Muslim thinker Al-Ghazali, because Al-Ghazali thinks there's the strong don't have to rely on a cosmological argument. The strong of mind can rely on seeing God's existence in its own terms. This has a precedent in Philo and in many other thinkers before the Rambam, and I think he's inspired by Avicenna's idea of God as a necessary being to find that foreshadowed in God's self-revelation as a necessary being. Ehiyah Sherehiyah.
Thank you, Len. I'd like to simply point out that Wilson, in his great article on the proofs of God in Jewish philosophy, said that the ontological proof is not present in Jewish philosophy. And then he says, except for Rambam's fourth proof, which is close, or I don't remember the exact phrasing. So I think we're all in agreement that the fourth proof of necessary being, which is of course based on Mawjud al-Wujud of Ibn Sina, I think we're all in agreement that if it's not exactly the ontological proof in its Christian context, this classical Christian context, it certainly comes very close to it. However, Len, following up on the point is that creation makes possible miracles, prophecy, and so forth. I think that it's significant that one of his arguments against the eternity of the universe is precisely that it makes for invariable necessity, and that doesn't fit with astronomical anomalies. And he uses astronomical anomalies that just can't be explained in terms of simple natural necessity and eternity in the Aristotelian sense. What's interesting is that he uses astronomy to point out that there has to be change, and that Aristotelian astronomy doesn't allow for that, and it doesn't fit the actual empirical facts. And in that sense, it's kind of parallel in a different way to Halevi rejecting Aristotle, but in his case, it's because Aristotle's theories can't account for historical facts. So for Rambam, Aristotle's eternity can't account for astronomical facts. For Halevi, it's for historical facts.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jospe.
Thank you again for the honor of participating.
We have one more. We have Dr. Shatz now. Thank you. And no relation. Although the first time we met was in the elevator at the Hampton Inn here, when at the conference for Rambam's Bris. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, Len. Congratulations, Phil. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor David Shatz. David Shatz is the Ronald P. Stanton University Professor of Philosophy, Ethics, and Religious Thought at Yeshiva University, and he was the first member of the various university faculties there to receive the Presidential Medallion. He has authored, edited, or co-edited many books, including most recently Judaism and the Philosophy of Religion, as well as over 100 articles and reviews dealing with both Jewish and general philosophy. He also has served as editor of the Torah Umara Journal and editor of a series devoted to unpublished manuscripts of Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik. A book devoted to his career, Shatz's career, and thought appears in the Library of Contemporary Jewish Philosophers, a series that the publisher, Brill, states showcases outstanding Jewish thinkers who have made lasting contributions to constructive Jewish philosophy in the second half of the 20th century. Professor Shatz will be presenting on Rambam and the proper motivation for performing mitzvot. Please.
Dr. Shatz, you're muted.
Yeah, what I said is that thank you very much for the introduction. I couldn't come in person because I was sick and I still have a residue of a problem with my voice, coughing somewhat. So please excuse that. I want to join all those who commended the translation. I mean, been having to do the whole book, the whole project, and I hope that there'll be ample opportunity over the years to keep updating the notes. I saw how helpful the notes are. I was reminded of something Bertrand Russell said about a certain technique in math, I think, that would enable you to do something quickly. And he said it has all the advantages of theft over honest toil. And I think that that's true when you use these notes. I also noticed that Zev Harvey is on the Zoom, and I have to say that I pestered him and Joseph Stern with a lot of questions they're going to be posing here. So anyway, so any mistakes, of course, are completely their fault. Maimonides takes an important position about the proper motivation for performing mitzvot, namely that mitzvot should be performed without ulterior motivation. However, some of his views on the topic are somewhat unclear and even, surprise, surprise, contradictory. In this paper, I try to execute some sorting of sources and models connecting the issues to various topics like reasons for the commandments. Now, my aim here is not to, as I used to say in the base medrash, slug up, in other words, to refute Rambam, but instead I want to call attention to certain parts of his discussions that can aptly be called fault lines or pockets of inconsistency. Time is too short to go through the entire dialectic, nor do I have a full dialectic worked out for all the points I'm going to make. The one point I want to make is that the discussion of motivations, which occupies so much space in the legal writings, is not a topic in the guide. Instead, something else happens with the question of something that replaces the topic of motivations when you get to the guide. So I'm going to go through that. The first thing I'd like you to do, though, if you have the source sheets, do you have them yet? Micah gave them out. Thank you very much. I think when you do Rambam's legal writings, it's good to start with the rabbinic material that he had available to him. So there is a Mishnah in Pirkei Avot. Antigonus of Socho said in the name of Simon the Righteous, "Do not be like servants who serve the master for the sake of receiving reward, avodim hamishamshin es aravo manas l'kabel pras, but rather like servants who serve the master not for the sake of receiving reward." And the awe of heaven, I put awe in brackets because fear sort of connotes something other than an opposition to ulterior motivation. So Antigonus's position is no ulterior motivation. This does not mean that Antigonus does not believe in an afterlife or rewards in the afterlife. That's made clear in passage about the Rabbi Natan. And in addition, it also doesn't suggest that the mitzvahs have no reasons. What it means is you should be like an eved, okay? Doing it for a reason is not the way of an eved. Now it's interesting, there's a second Mishnah of the name of Rebbe which actually affirms ulterior motivation, which is very surprising. In other words, you weigh the benefits and the harms that will come to you, rewards and punishments, as you act. And Barbanel makes an interesting point about this because it seems so counterintuitive to allow people such selfish considerations. Barbanel says, look, if you do things lishma, if you do things without an ulterior motive, then what happens to reward and punishment? In other words, your belief in reward and punishment comes unexpressed. He makes this point about Rambam too. I think Rambam could have an answer to that, but it's an interesting point that can drive the other side. Of course, a lot of commentators on Pirkei Avot like to harmonize different views, say, hey, he's not the ideal, Antigonus is the ideal, and they go together. But in any case, it's interesting that there's opposition. The third source is number 3, the Talmud in Psachim 50b. A man ought always to labor in the Torah, even if not for its own sake, for by doing it not for its own sake, he may come to do it for its own sake. Lishma and lo lishma. Lishma meaning not for its own sake, and lo lishma meaning not for its own sake, and lishma meaning for its own sake. What I want to ask first, I think what I want to ask next to is just look at Rambam quickly. There's source 5 is from the commentary to the Mishnah. It's probably the most important source in this discussion, where he talks about what motivates people to study Torah. And he gives an example. You have a teacher teaching a child and offers the child figs and nuts. That seemed to be the menu in those days. And then give him a dinar or two, or dinner for two, whatever it is. And then people also, when they grow up and they want to be a judge, or they want to be a president, or they want to be, a leader of some sort. So Rambam sees these as kind of continuum. In other words, if you, whether it's food, or it's money, or it's honor, that's what people want. And here is the passage in which he says, number 5, now all of this, studying Torah and doing mitzvot from ulterior motives, is deplorable. However, it's unavoidable because of man's limited insight. In other words, people are naturally going to head in that direction. But he says, next sentence, our sages call this learning not for its own sake, lo lishma. The truth has no other purpose, no other purpose than knowing that it is truth. Truth has no other purpose other than knowing its truth. One should believe the truth for the sake of the truth. Now, it's not that easy to figure out what this means. Ev Harvey pointed out that God could be called emet in this context. It's a hard locution, and I'm not going to bother to read the Hebrew in Shilat, but it really gives you this idea that it's really completely, for its own sake. And in addition to that source, you have, skip a bit to 7, and then I can work back to 6. 7 is from the Mishnah Torah. Hilchos Tshuva, the last chapter of Hilchos Tshuva, last chapter of Sefer Hamadah. Let not a man say, I will observe the mitzvahs of the Torah and occupy myself with its wisdom, in order that I may obtain all the blessings written in the Torah, or to attain life in the world to come. Whoever serves God out of love, occupies himself, which he mentions also in Chelek, occupies himself with the study of Torah and the fulfillment of commandments, and walks in the ways of wisdom, impelled by no external motive whatsoever, moved neither by fear of calamity nor by the desire to obtain material benefits. Such a man does what is truly right, because it is truly right. The same kind of phrasing that you have in the Hakdamah Chelek. Now I want to pose a few questions about this, okay? The most straightforward problem, I think, is that the English terms, for its own sake, not for its own sake, I don't think that they work very well. Now, as I go through my examples, you might think, oh, the answer to that is obvious, but it may be, but I want to go through it anyway. The first thing I want to make clear is that I'm speaking about motives for observing the law. I'm not speaking about whether there are reasons for the law. For example, In Guide 331, Rambam considers a group of people who think that reasons should not be given for any law. And in that chapter, he cites the pasuk, okay, "L'tov lanu kol hayamim l'chayotenu kayom hazeh," that the purpose of the Torah is to bestow upon us good in order to keep us alive to this day. Now, is he in that way, by appealing to L'tov lanu, is he sanctioning ulterior motives? No, he's not sanctioning ulterior motives. He's describing a benefit. You clearly have to distinguish between a reason that a legislator has, like God, for legislating the mitzvah, and X being a motivator for the performer to do good. God is wise, God is good, and therefore God bestows the benefit by giving you the mitzvah to do. But the benefit isn't ipso facto proper motivation. Now, you could play around with this. I'm going to get to this possibility in a little while, and that is, well, the Tov Lanu and the Chayotenu refers to, let's say, intellectual perfection, which is an ulterior motive Rambam would be fine with. But let's wait to see. Okay. Now, there are other examples of proper motivation. One of them, which I have here on the sheet, but I'm not going to take the time to go through it, has to do with a passage in which he says that the problem with people is that when they think of what's delightful or what's bliss, okay, they think of material delights. But there are these spiritual delights. In fact, these spiritual delights are so great that we're not even in a position now, when we're embodied, certainly, to know what they are. My question is, suppose that a person undertakes to do the mitzvah for those spiritual benefits. I mean, is that considered lo lishma? After all, it fits technically the description of not for its own sake. Okay, that's the question. That's what I'm zeroing in on. It's the expression not for its own sake and for its own sake. And now let me get to others. I think I know what you're thinking, but let me go to it anyway. Guide 354, which is on page 2. 354 is the chapter in which he talks about what is human perfection. Now, here's what he says about the third perfection. The third type graces one personally more than the second. This attainment is moral, perfecting the virtues of character in oneself. Most of the mitzvot serve just this end, but even this is a stepping stone to a higher goal. Tell me, does that say you're doing the mitzvot for their own sake, or you're doing it to something on a higher level? For its own sake doesn't seem to fit here. There's an interesting comment that Barbanel makes in his commentary to Avot, that the phrasing of this concept came from Aristotle, from Nicomachean Ethics, where you sort of end the infinite regress by saying there's something that's good in itself. But anyway, Rambam does not here. He's not saying that doing the mitzvot is good in itself. So then let's go to 354, where you get to the fourth kind of perfection. The fourth perfection is the truly human attainment, winning the intellectual virtues, the conceptual thinking that yields sound views of deity. That's our highest goal. Truly perfecting the self, an attainment indeed one's own, winning immortality by fulfilling in oneself what makes a human human. Now, suppose that I read this chapter and I want to know what's human perfection. And I say, well, human perfection is intellectual perfection. Yeah, I mean, why is that? What am I going to get out of that? Well, Rambam's giving us the answer, because it's going to lead to something else. You'll fulfill in yourself what makes a human human. You fulfill your humanity. So in both the third perfection and the fourth perfection, the actual perfection is leading to something else. I mean, the way the Rambam lays it out, the reason you should aim at number 4 is immortality and becoming human. Now, of course, you can distinguish, I know this, between proper and improper motivation. This is what I was referring to. In other words, you might say that certain kinds of motivations are fine, certain motivations are far from fine. Super Bowl tickets, that's not fine. Knowledge, yes. Then you might say that's really what he's talking about. In fact, when you look at the passages I read, he's always attaching it to some material benefit that he thinks is not important. But I would say this, that for its own sake doesn't capture what Rambam wants to say. Now you might say, well, let's try something else. He says in Mishnah Torah, Ahava, love of God. The problem is that both in the Mishnah Torah and in the introduction to Chelek, he links ahava to doing things for their own sake. So if there's a problem with the concept of doing it for their own sake, you're not going to rescue it by saying, let's substitute ahava for the notion of for its own sake. What I think is happening here is that in Hikmah Chelek and Hilchos Tshuva, I think Rambam is criticizing a certain structure of acting, means, ends. He criticizes it in those terms, that you should never do it for an end. But it's not true. He allows many things to be done for some other end. His real beef is with the content of certain ends, money, honor, etc. Now, all in all, it's possible that Rambam may have later abandoned the idea, this focus on Lishma, Lo Lishma, and I'll get to that a little later. He doesn't go back to it in the guide, and I'd like to think it's because he read my paper, but I don't think that's what happened. Now, I want to raise here another question, and that is sorry, that difficult phrase, Oseho Emet Mipnei Shehu Emet. I mean, what does that mean? First of all, it's odd grammatically. What do you mean you do the truth? I think basically, however you want to parse that, I think the phrase can be understood in two ways. I mean, I think it should be understood, let's just work with this, that what it means is you do the right because it's right. But that can mean two things. On the one hand, it can mean that you should do it because God commanded it. On a second reading, you should do it for the reason that God commanded it. The Tam HaMitzvah. That makes it the right thing to do. In other words, on the first view, you simply obey the commandment heteronomously. On the second view, the second interpretation of the Emet Neshu Emet, you understand that this mitzvah is rational, and you therefore act on the mitzvah. So is this a heteronomous stance that he's advising, or is it a stance in which you recognize the force and the validity, and the force and the validity of the reasons? Now, I think we usually think that it should be the latter, that it should be, the sort of rational approach, because you want to say, well, Rambam wanted to sensitize people to the rationality of mitzvot, but at times he seems to interpret Oseho Emet B'nei Shehu Emet by using heteronomous terms. And we're going to go through these examples. I have to say, some of these examples have been pushed back, not because of my question, because of other questions, by Joseph Stern, who sees more of an esoteric layer here. So let me just lay out what's on the table. The first is what I read before, the statement in Chelek that the truth has no purpose other than knowing that it is truth. One should believe the truth for the sake of truth. That sounds to me heteronomous. Then he quotes next the quotation of Antigonus. You read Antigonus looks heteronomous. This is the point that Abarbanel, again in his commentary to Avot 1.3, Abarbanel makes this point. He says, what kind of thing is this? He's using an image of an Eved, that's Antigonus, and what's happening is Maimonides is taking this to be something other than what it is. So Antigonus means this heteronomously. Now, Rambam mentions, and others can accept this too, that because the masses are not able to act heteronomously, they need some reward. So therefore, Rambam took this latest statement of Pirkei Avot Chachamim Hizaharu b'Devreichem, that the wise people should be careful about what they say. Rambam applied that to Antigonus. Okay, but Antigonus himself seems to be espousing something heteronomous. Now, there are also a surprising number of places, and here's where Joseph Stern's work comes in. One is the phrase Gzerat HaKotuv, which appears 9 times in the Mishnah Torah. And if it's Gzerat HaKotuv, that means that he's getting the masses to be motivated by the fact that it's a command. Now, Joseph points out that in these places there could be some reason, and he itemizes them, reasons why the masses should not know that there really is a reason. But he's allowing here the masses of people not to have a reason at all, which is really different from telling them to do it because of reward. So in one sense, he takes them away from reward. On the other hand, it's a decree. The word Gzeirah, by the way, is interpreted in different ways. For example, Nachmanides understands it to mean a decree of the king that's done for the benefit of the people, as opposed to some arbitrary fiat. So that could figure in here. Another thing is, and here Len comes in, Len's done work on 326, which is where Rambam asks about the particulars of the mitzvah, or what Len and Phil call the specifics of the mitzvah. So, for example, there's a reason for bringing sacrifices, but there might not be, a reason for bringing a particular animal. As Len will put it, the specifics are to be ascribed to God's will. Now, what Rambam argues there is that rationality sometimes requires that you have no reasons. So when the performer chooses a particular animal, that choice would have to be made heteronomously. I mean, it seems that it doesn't make sense. He has to obey the legislator's command. God seems to be picking that arbitrarily, simply because an arbitrary choice has to be made. When you go to a store and you want to buy a can of soup under a particular brand, and they have 50 of them, you just pick one. As Sidney Morgenbesser and Edna Ullman Margulies wrote a paper where they had terminology picking versus choosing. In medieval times they had different terminology. I think this is very good. To choose is to choose something on the basis of seeing which alternative is better. To pick is a choice. We just have to pick. Sometimes you have to pick. There's an emergency outside your house, so you grab a coat and you put it on. You don't really care whether it matches your shoes. I mean, there are various kinds of situations in which you pick rather than choose. Now, again, I mean, Len has a very subtle approach to this. Joseph writes about it too, but I'm just pointing out that these are things that have to be on the table when you're discussing Rambam's motivation. Another is a statement that he quotes in Shmona Prakim, where he quotes a midrash that says, a person should not say, I desire to eat pork, I'm sorry, I don't desire to eat pork, because I can't stand the taste of pork, or I can't stand this woman who I might have relations with, I don't want to have relations with her. You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say, I want to do it, but I won't do it. Why? God has decreed it. Now, there is a reason why God, has decreed it. It has to do with self-discipline, learning self-discipline. But again, it doesn't come off that way. It comes off that this is just something someone should do heteronomously. It's a Kantian position. When Kant says, when you're conquering your inclinations, then your act has more moral worth when it follows your inclinations. And so what I'm saying here is a kind of second problem. The first problem was that the words for its own sake don't really fit what Rambam is after. And the second problem here is that, which I'm raising here, is that there are these statements that seem geared toward a heteronomous stance, in which case Oseho Ahmed would mean simply, you subjugate yourself. I'm sorry, I said it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem. It's an observation. Let's call it an observation. Finally, I get to the third part. The third part is about the guide. And one thing I mentioned is that the guide does not have much on this. I don't think Lishma and Lo Lishma appears there. Check that out with two people here, and he does things differently. And I think basically, I would say the commandments do not function here, but the importance is not, it's not motivation. What is important in the guide? I think it's a different word, appreciation. And let me explain what I mean. In guide 25 to 49, and here I'll read a little bit, because this is one part that I actually wrote out a little. In the guide 25 to 49, especially 27 to 49, Rambam ties the chukim largely to explaining that this or that mitzvah is either a direct counter to the ways of idol worship or an accommodation, like you have in Korbanot. The Sabaean explanations. Now, the Sabaeans are the group he thought was having these practices. My understanding is, Pinnis says this in the footnote. I don't remember, Len, if you discussed, Len, Phil, if you discussed this, but that Rambam was relying on a forgery. In other words, this was a fictional presentation, but based on the fictional presentation, he looked historically. He looked at the mitzvot as a counter to the Sabaeans. In other words, knowing history of the ancient Near East enables you to figure out why the mitzvot were given. Now, the Sabaean type explanations don't seem to be motivators for the performer. Because remember, the mitzvot in question were no longer observed in the absence of a temple. They're not motivations for us today. Instead, there are ways, or what is it? Ways of appreciating, by studying this Sabaean history, the ways of appreciating the legislators, God's wisdom. Here is a quotation from 349 from the translation. See how wonderfully wise God's laws are, as wondrously wise as his works. It says, the rock whose work is perfect, Hatsur Tamim Pa'alo. All his ways are justice. Just as his works are consummately perfect, continuing the quotation, his commandments are consummately just. And I totally forgot I had given you a source sheet that has this quotation in there. Let's see what else I'll need. Hang on a second. Yeah, okay. Now, that was quotation 11. Now, there's a parallel, and it exists elsewhere in Rambam, between laws of nature and Torah laws, two types of law. Just as one has reasons, so does the other. Both reflect Hatsur Tamim Pa'alo, okay, God's perfection. See how wondrously wise that is a reaction to the wisdom of the mitzvah. It's not a reason, it's not given as a reason to do the mitzvah. Now I saw that line somewhere, and I don't remember where I saw it, so someone else actually said it first. Namely, in mitzvot that are no longer practice. It's not a reason to do that mitzvah. Looking back at ancient times with knowledge of the Near East enables you to appreciate God's wisdom. So love of God can be attained through studying these reasons, as long as one studies them in conjunction with knowledge of the teleology of God's laws. As if you understand God gave these laws for this reason back in the Sabaean times, then you will appreciate them and you'll understand God's wisdom. Now in Mishnah Torah chapter 2, you may know, he also talks about God's wisdom leading to love, but that's in connection with natural law, laws of nature. And that's said again in Hilchot Teshuvah, but that's also in conjunction with science or laws of nature. Here, he seems to be talking about both, the whole of being as a whole. It's a phrase from 328. So, what's happening here is that I think that this makes the discussion, I think in this discussion, motivations give way, or they take a back seat, to this question of appreciation. Motivation versus appreciation. Sefer HaMitzvot, look at number 10. I have to say there's a lot of good stuff on this. Don Seaman, Joseph Stern, others. Number 10, Sefer HaMitzvot, positive commandment 3, which in a sense says it all. This is the way Don Seaman frames his whole paper. We are commanded to love God, that is, to dwell upon and contemplate his commandments, injunctions, and works. Okay, commandments, what injunctions are, is open to question, and works. The works meaning the works of nature. So that we may attain a conception of him and absolute joy. As the phrase says, you should love the Lord your God, and then he goes on to talk about love of God. This Sifrei gives the Sefer HaMitzvot gives I think the essence of what Rambam is doing at the end of the guide. He is telling you that God's wisdom is manifest in two ways. Again, it's not about motivation. This is about appreciation. The final leg of this talk, I'm on my last legs here, has to do with the shift that seems to take place in Guide 351. And I want to look at this quote in light of some of the things we said. I think I kind of rushed things. Let's take a look here at source 12. All our devotional practices, then you'll find an analog to this in 344, but it's more specific in 344. All our devotional practices, reading the Torah, praying, and performing the other mitzvot, aim only to train us to focus on his precepts and free us from worldly distractions, engrossed, as it were, in him and lost to all else. The idea behind the mitzvot is that you occupy yourself with the mitzvot. By occupying yourself with the mitzvot, you're detaching yourself from other human interests. If you pray by just moving your lips, facing the wall, but thinking of buying and selling, or your tongue reads the Torah, but your heart is on building your house, oblivious to what you were reading, that's deliciously ambiguous, because what you were reading is an anthropomorphic description in the Torah. But let's put that aside. when you perform any commandment with your limbs only, as if digging a hole in the ground or cutting wood in the forest. Joseph Stern, again, has a long chapter on this. Disregarding the meaning of the act and its object and author. Okay, disregarding the meaning of the act and its author, do not think that you have fulfilled a commandment. You would be like those of whom it says, he quotes this elsewhere, thou art near to their mouths, but are far from their reins. Now, it also in but here's 344, the object of all these rites is constant mindfulness of God. So the idea here is that sort of at the ultimate stage, what are you at the ultimate stage, what are you doing? Well, you no longer, supposedly a person at that stage has probably reached the ethical and the intellectual perfections. So now there's a question, and the question is antinomianism. He might say, look, I got to the top of the ladder, what else can I do? I have an example here of my own. Suppose I teach my child how to catch a ball by teaching him the art of juggling several balls at once. By that practice, he then learns to catch a single ball very well. Suppose he eventually no longer needs juggling and can catch a ball without doing juggling during practice. He can love me for what I taught him and consider me wise because of my teaching technique, but that doesn't give him a reason to juggle. So the question then I think Rambam is addressing here, and others argue similarly, is what do you do with the philosopher who reaches this highest level? And the philosopher here would have a reason to continue. And it's clear, I think, in the passage that would also be his motive. His motive should be to continue to divest himself of material pursuits. Okay, I better wrap this up, so let me just say the following. Yeshaya Leibovitz is said to have said, religion is not God serving man, but man serving God. I say is said to have said because I asked several people, where does he say it? The answer came back, so it was sort of like something I saw once in the Journal of Philosophy. He says it everywhere in his writings, but nowhere in particular. Okay, that's his overall view. He claims that Maimonides agrees with this statement. Now, he's half right, I think. God serves man by his wisdom in nature and in Torah. And as Menachem wrote, when you get to the question of man serving God, Menachem wrote, it is a religion of challenges, not endowments, of demands, not bequests. And my apologies to Menachem for not taking a breath between mentioning Leibovitz and mentioning him. But man must serve God, and I've discussed some of the complexities of that concept. Okay. Zehu. Okay.
Dr. Kellner had to run to an appointment, so I am filling in for the Q&A session. So thank you so much, Professor Shatz, for that wonderful exploration of motivation and reasons for the commandments. Now I would like to invite anyone who has questions or comments. Perhaps it's best to approach the microphone, as we learned last time. I can ask one question just to begin. At the beginning of the talk, you quoted various rabbinic sources that use the term nihuma. I'm also wondering if you think that rabbinic discussions of kavanah and the role that kavanah or proper intention plays in the performance are hovering in the background here of this kind of triangulation of motivation and tam or tam mitzvot.
Right. That question it occurred to me, and I didn't pursue it. I think it's a very good question. I think that the last quotation I had, from 351 of this idea of this completely disinterested worship, we focus only on God, could be characterized as kavanah, but I really haven't worked out anything, anything beyond that. I don't know if you have any thoughts about it, because it does. I think it does relate. I just didn't work through how it might, and in a fuller. I was going to say this is a work in progress, but usually work in progress means that I'm stymied at a certain point. So that's where I am. But thank you for that question, and I'm glad you asked it because it reinforces my idea that it's something I should pursue. How's that for evasion? Evasion. Okay.
Other comments, questions? Professor Good.
That was a very rich talk, and I'm sure we're all looking forward to reading it in its entirety. I'm fascinated by your reference to heteronomy and autonomy, uh, Kantian themes, which are very universal. Uh, I think I think I think what we need to think about uh, the rabbinic sources. Okay. Um, he should turn off his for a minute and then turn it on again.
Yeah, Professor Shatz, do you mind just muting for
because it's creating it.
What, my audio? I mean,
yeah, just mute it for a moment. Yeah, I still see you. Yeah, wonderful. I think the connection between autonomy and heteronomy is very important. It's a great theme that Kant makes an important point about, and you can see it resolved in a way in the rabbinic tradition in a very Aristotelian way. Well, if you start out doing something not for an intrinsic reason, but for an extrinsic reason, there's an educational process. There's a process of moral self-training by which one might come to do it ultimately for an intrinsic reason. That's reflected even in the stages of Kohlberg's discussion of human moral development. The little kid first imitates and then internalizes the rule and eventually does it because of seeing the intrinsic value of that adherence to a principle, not really just to a behavioral way of operating. I guess my question is about the possible worry that's a very Maimonidean worry in a way that that you're going to be pursuing bliss, even in a spiritual way, rather than the intrinsic value of the mitzvot themselves. And I raise that in particular in regard to Maimonides' treatment of the virtues as means to an end. He thinks that the virtues are means to human self-perfection, and in that sense, obeying the mitzvot, most of which he believes are connected with improving our character, to make yourself a better person is not doing the actions that are commanded by the mitzvot or refraining from the actions that are forbidden by them, is not doing them for their own sake, but it's doing them in order to become a better person, to become, isn't that an extrinsic goal as well? As he says at the end of the guide, these are the ones that really involve making yourself better, improving, perfecting yourself. The real goal is to become more human and thus more godlike. Why is that lishma somehow? The actions themselves are not done for their own sake, but they're done for the virtue, for the better person that you want to become. You can turn it on again so we can hear you.
Okay, first, as I mentioned, I think that from the idea of Tolkien's Lishma, Lishma, and as I said, I'd like to think is for the reasons that I gave, that he does countenance certain means ends, certain means ends ideas. If you wanted to make a case, though, that for spiritual benefits being, somehow okay in terms of means ends, or a case for individual perfection being that way, I think the word that came to mind as I was working in an earlier version of this was the word constitutive. In other words, the spiritual delights are constitutive of the spiritual of the um, of the of the mitzvot. You do the mitzvot, you're getting these benefits, but the benefits are sort of not outside you in some sense. Now, in the case of the fourth perfection, what occurred to me is that it might be as follows. It's not that, and this sort of undercuts a little of what I said before. It's not that by having knowledge you're saying, okay, I want to get immortality, I want to be human, or I want to perfect myself. It's that in attaining intellectual perfection, you are improving yourself, or you are moving toward immortality. I think that's a difference. In other words, you sort of make the goal constitutive in the activity. But I don't think Rambam really at this point, I don't think he had any, quote, motivation, motivation to do this. I don't think, I don't think he was concerned anymore with the rabbinic question. Of course, if it turns out that there's somewhere in there he talks about it, that's something else. But if he doesn't mention Lishma, I don't know if we really have to give an answer. I do think you're right that, as I said, that what is driving him, I think, is simply the idea that there are intrinsic motivators and extrinsic. So I have sort of tried to show, I don't think that distinction can be drawn. So I think that the only way to draw the distinction is to come out and say what you have in mind. What are proper motivations, what are improper motivations. It's what I call, philosophy of give the denotation of the term, not the connotation, or the extension of the term and not the, intention with an S of the term. I think that's sort of the way to go. Let me mention one other thing that I, deliberately left out for time considerations, but once I'm here, one of the issues that comes up with respect to the Rambam, and there's a lot of literature on it, a lot of people reacted to this, is where he says, despite the fact that the Gemara, one Gemara at least, says that if you say, I want to do this to achieve Olam Haba, that's fine, Harezat Tzaddik or more. In contrast with that, the Rambam says that if you set up for yourself, and it was within what I had here, that even if you have the world to come, Olam Haba, as your goal, okay? It's easy to say, I'm doing this to achieve Olam Haba. Even that's wrong. Now, this is very hard to understand, and there's a way out of it, but I think on its surface, quite a number of people have pointed out that Olam Haba for the Rambam is not this, this place in the next, in the next world. Leibovitz was once asked about Olam Haba, and he said, Olam Haba is a musag geography. He said, it's a place, and that if you think but for Rambam, Olam Haba is something you can live even while you're in your body. In other words, it's a certain orientation. David Hartman stresses this, for example. You're in your body. So what is terrible? What is so bad about achieving Olam Haba? About aiming to achieve Olam Haba. There, I think the reason has to do simply what Olam Haba means. I don't think he's referring to his fancy concept of Olam Haba. He's got to be referring to some lower, more primitive, more masses-like concept of Olam Haba. Anyway, so the answer to your question, though, I think is that he could go that way, but I don't think he's inclined to go that way. In the guide, I mean, he's just inclined to say, if the aim is knowledge, the aim of moral virtue is to achieve knowledge, that's fine. I don't care if it means ends. I don't care if it's in that sense lo lishma. Okay, but thanks for the question.
Great. We have a question on Zoom from Professor Harvey.
Oh, good. Okay. Supposedly you're a friend. Yeah. Let me mute myself.
Professor Harvey, you have to unmute.
Your observation, I get it in my hand here too. Your observation that lishma and lo lishma, the discussion of lishma and lo lishma does not appear in the Guide of the Perplexed, I think is an extremely important observation, especially if we consider what goes on in Sefer Hamadah. Sefer Hamadah is one of the most original things that Maimonides wrote, the Book of Knowledge. And one of the revolutionary things in Sefer Hamadah is the way he concludes it. He has a completely new definition of tshuva, which is nothing like the definition of tshuva which he had in his commentary on the Mishnah and in his Sefer HaMitzvot. a completely new reorganization of what the foundation beliefs of Judaism are. And he concludes it with a discussion of lishma, a resounding definition, which is climactic and dramatic and means this is what Torah is all about. And it's amazing that it doesn't exist in the Guide of the Perplexed. Leibovitch, who you mentioned several times, turned the Lishma, Maimonides' notion of Lishma, into a basic part of his own interpretation of Judaism. And if there were a place in the Guide of the Perplexed where Maimonides discussed Lishma and Lo Lishma, Leibovitch would have found it. The closest thing he found was that sentence that you quoted from Guide of the Perplexed 351, where one does the mitzvot in order to do the mitzvot. But there, he's really talking about targil or riada. He's not talking about lishma or lo lishma. So there's really no place in the guide where one can say the most important idea in the book of knowledge appears, and it doesn't. So I think this is absolutely amazing, and I think it really calls for further thought of what's going on, what's going on. But I want to thank you very much for this presentation.
Hey, well, thank you for your haskama, your endorsement. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I think this is the close to our morning session, and we will now proceed, for those of us who are in person, to what will undoubtedly be a sumptuous lunch in the room next door, and we will reconvene here for those on Zoom as well at 1:15 p.m. That is 1:15 Central Time. So we will see you in about an hour.
Well, everybody just laughed. But I think at one point we had like I don't know, like 10.
של כספי הציבור, ושמדובר כאן על השפעה חד משמעית של הנהלים של כל נהלי השכר שקיימים בשירות המדינה. נציבות שירות המדינה נמסר בתגובה שמדובר כמובן בעבודה מקצועית שהתנהלה לגבי ניהול קריירה לרפרנטים בנציבות שירות המדינה. העובדים חותמים על ויתור על קביעות ורכיבי שכר משתנים כגון פרמיות ותגמול תמרוץ, מדובר בתהליך שהוא חלק מתפיסת הפרופסיה שנכפה לפני שנים ביחידות ההון האנושי בכל משרדי הממשלה. בקביעת חוזים כאלה קיימים בכל משרדי הממשלה משאבי אנוש, רכש ומערכות מידע. לפיכך אין בזה שום דבר חריג לעומת הקיים בכל משרדי הממשלה. כך וכך אגפים שלמים בנציבות שירות המדינה שזכו להעלאת שכר דרמטית בעקבות חוזה המומחים הזה שגובש ואושר בתוקף. מעניין, תודה רבה לך מיכאל. כל נושא שהוא דבר. כל הכבוד. שבעה באוקטובר שולח עוד רגע בימים האחרונים, והשאלה שהייתה רשמית את שם המלחמה למלחמת התקומה. בהתאם הכיתוב על מצבות החללים, יש נציג משרד ראש הממשלה להסיר את המילה טבח בשם החוק שינציח את יום הזיכרון למלחמה בטבח. יאללה שובירה כתבתנו, ירדה לשורש העניין עם בני המשפחות וחברי הקואליציה.
על הזיכרון, שהוא מת, ולא בגלל שהוא בחר לבוא, הוא מת כי הפקירו חד משמעית. אני לא מוכנה בשום פנים באופן שההיסטוריה הזו לא תהיה כתובה נכון. אחרי החלטת הממשלה הרשמית על שינוי שם המלחמה למלחמת התקומה, עכשיו מתבקשות המשפחות להתאים את הכיתוב על המצבות. ומנסים לכפות עליי, לשים על המצבה של הבן שלי מילים שלא מתחברות עם נסיבות סיום חייו הקצרים. איזו תקומה? מי יעז? על גופתי המתה ישים את המילה מלחמת תקומה על הבן של הבן שלי.
וזה לא כאילו מוצאת להם חלופה אפשרית. מי שמסרב, כמה שהבנתי, יש עונש שהוא מקבל, שירשמו לו נפל בקרב, וזהו זה. אין לי שום בעיה שירשמו לבן שלי שהוא נפל בקרב, ושגם ירשמו באיזה קרב הוא נפל. או נפל בקרב ההסתרבות של ההישרדות הפוליטית של ממשלת המחדל של בנימין נתניהו. זה לא איזה מיתוג מחדש של בסוף להדחיק את המחדל?
לא, אז אני אומר שוב. אני חושב שאי אפשר, ואני אומר שוב, גם אסור לנו לשכוח את הטבח. אנחנו צריכים להזכיר אותו. והכותרת, שאלות של זיכרון לאומי, ראוי להכליל הרבה דברים בזה.
כאילו כדי להוכיח שמישהו בצמרת החליט לצאת לקרב על הנרטיב, ביקש משרד ראש הממשלה לשנות את שם החוק להנצחת 7 באוקטובר כדי להסיר ממנו את המילה טבח. המטרה היא בסופו של דבר לטייח את 7 באוקטובר, ולא היה ולא נברא ולא קרה שום טבח, ולשנות את ההיסטוריה. זאת אומרת, אני גם לא יכולה לחשוב על שום שם אחר חוץ מטבח. אף מילה אחרת בעברית לא מתאימה לאירוע הזה שהיה פה ב7 באוקטובר. כלומר, לא החוק להנצחת טבח 7 באוקטובר, אלא להנצחת 7 באוקטובר. בניסוח ניטרלי.
זה הצעת חוק שאני הובלתי אותה, וככל שאנחנו מעתיקים, רוצים להצמד למשל לחוק זיכרון השואה, שהוא מנציח את השואה ואת הגבורה, וגם שם הטבח מופיע, ורצח העם היהודי מופיע בתוך החוק עצמו, ובדל בתוך הכותרות.
שואה וגבורה זה דווקא לא. שואה זה טבח.
נכון, אבל המילה טבח לא מוזכרת השואה.
אז הצענו לבדוק מה חושבים חברי הקואליציה על דרישת ראש הממשלה.
יש באירוע מורכב כי לא היה רק טבח. 7 באוקטובר הייתה פה גבורה, הייתה פה עמידה של מתנדבים. המערכת כשלה, שלום קולוסלי, אבל המתנדבים והאזרחים קמו, ולכן אפשר גם לחשוב על הדרך להשאיר את זה באופן כללי כאירועי 7 באוקטובר, כמו שנאמר בצדק בוועדה, מאורעות תרפ"ט, ככה אישו קרא לזה.
יש קו לחלוטין, אחת הטענות היא שהמילה טבח תופיע עדיין בחוק עצמו, גם אם לא בכותרת.
האמת היא שאני רוצה להגיד את הדבר הזה, חשבתי לשכת ראש הממשלה, אמרתי, חבר'ה, האמת הדבר הזה אמרו לי, תשמע, היה ולא נברא, המילה טבח נמצאת פעמיים בחוק.
השם של החוק הם ביקשו להוריד.
כי השם של החוק, העניין של הדבר הזה, שזה הנצחה, אז מה זה משנה, הסמנטיקה זה נמצא בכותרת, לא בכותרת.
בסופו של דבר הכותרת תהיה חשובה. בכותרת הנרטיב. בסוף שמו של החוק זה שמו של החוק שילך כאן, כמו שאמרתי קודם, 50 שנה, 100 שנה, 200 שנה קודם. אכפת לכם אם זה חשוב למשפחות?
חשוב עוד פעם, משפחות זה שתכף לשאול את המשפחות, המשפחות, אבל יש גם עוד משפחות.
שרים בקואליציה מעדיפים לגלות רגישות.
בסוף זה כזה אירוע של נופח, אירוע של מהות, אם זה פוגע במשפחות השכולות, אני לא חושב ששנייה נשים את זה, זה חשוב להם.
אז למה מתעקשים על זה באנשי ראש הממשלה?
אני לא מכיר שמתעקשים על זה, הם באו לדיון באיזשהו אירוע של נופח.
ויש אפילו מי שמתעקשים, המילה טבח צריכה להישאר בכותרת החוק.
אני חושב שצריך להוריד. אני חושב שכמו שיש הפלאה והגבורה, אז גם ראוי שגם טבח וגם הגבורה, אי אפשר לתאם מה שהיה עבור. אני רוצה שנזכור מה שהיה, כדי שלא נגיע לזה שוב. כי זה אחד הטבח הקשים ביותר בהיסטוריה של העם היהודי בריום. אתם רואים לכם בעיניי זה חשוב ולא נכון להוריד את זה.
בכנסת על של חוק ההנצחה עדיין בעיצומם, במקביל מרבית ההורים השכולים הודיעו שלא יאפשרו שינויים במצבות הנופלים. כל כך קשה לקרוא לזה מלחמת שמחת תורה. הטיעון האחרון, אם זה מה שאני אעשה, אני אזכיר לעם הזה יום יום מה קרה פה באמת, עד כמה גדולה הייתה ההפקרה. בסוף זיכרון לאומי לא באמת מוכתב בידי הממשלה. התפתחות בני המשפחות מקביעה בתודעה שמות אחרים ליום העשור, ב7 באוקטובר.
אנחנו חוזרים לחקירה של בצלאל סיני, עוד ציטוטים מופרדים משאלות החקירה, מה שבצזו החץ. בצלאל סיני, תפקיד של ראש השב"כ, הוגש לפני כשבוע וחצי כתב אישום חמור, אחרי שהבריח לעזה סיגריות ושלשל לכיסו מאות אלפי שקלים. היום אנחנו חושפים את העדות המלאה של סיני, שמסר בחדר החקירות ביחידה המרכזית דרום, פיקודו של ניצב בפני שמעון פורטל. תחילת החקירה בצלאל סיני מכחיש וטוען שעושים עליו סיבוב בגלל שמשפחתו חוקר. תראה בצלאל, אני לא אלך איתך סחור, אתה עצור כרגע לא סתם, אין את פרשייה מזה תקופה ואנחנו יושבים על כל חברי הפרשייה. סיני, אני חושב שתפסו עליי טרמפ, אני לא יודע במה מדובר. חוקר, אני חושב שאתה עושה טעות הכי בריא ונכון לספר את האמת אם אתה רוצה לסיים עם הפרק הזה. סיני, אני מבחינתי אין לי מושג על מה אתה מדבר. חוקר, בכמה הברכות השתתפת לרצועת עזה? בצלאל, אנחנו יודעים הכל. בשלב הזה החוקר מעמד את בצלאל סיני עם חומרים שעלו מחקירתו של אביאל בן דוד, אחד מהנאשמים הנוספים בפרשה, מפעיל בגר ששירת תחת סיני בעזה. חוקר, האם נכנסת יחד עם אביאל בשיירה לתוך עזה מבלי שתהיה לכם פעילות צבאית באזור? סיני, אביאל עזר לי בכסף ליחידה, לא יודע כמה כסף קיבלתי מאביאל, הוא עזר הרבה ליחידה. חוקר, יש לך מושג כמה? 50,000, 100,000 שקל? סיני, אין לי מושג, אני חושב שאביאל עשה דברים מאחורי הגב שלי. חוקר, לא נכון, היית מודע להכל, יש לנו ראיות שאתה מודע ב100%. כמה בכל פעם נתן לך אביאל? סיני, רוצים להשחיר את השם שלי. שימו לב, בשלב הזה בצלאל סיני, אחיו של ראש השב"כ, מודה בפעם הראשונה שהיה מודע להברחות של סיגריות בתוך רצועת עזה. חוקר, בצלאל, אני יודע מה הוא אמר לך ואיפה הברחתם, חבל על הזמן. סיני שומר בשלב הזה על זכות השתיקה, ואז אומר לו החוקר, אם אתה שותק, אני לא אוכל לדעת אם הברח גם נשק. סיני, אביאל סיפר לי בכמה מקרים שהוא הבריח סיגריות. חוקר, אני מצפה ממך שתספר לי את האמת, מה חלקך באירוע? סיני, אביאל אמר לי סיגריות. חוקר, אני אוביל את השיירה בפעם הראשונה.
מה? מה קרה? מה? למה הוא כתב את זה? איזה לכם? אבל למה הוא כתב את זה? בנקודה, ואז עושים פרסה וחוזרים לישראל, אחרי שהורדנו קרטונים של סיגריות. אחרי ההברכה השנייה, בצלאל ביקש מאיתנו לא להביא טלפונים להברכה. אני לא יודע מי זה אמיר. אני מבין שעושים טרמפ עליי ועל שם משפחתי. חוקר, אביעד בן דוד סיפר, ישבתי עם בצלאל זיני ברכב מסוג דודג' ראם שחורה, ושם אמרתי לו שיש שרוצה להכניס קרטון של סיגריות לעזה, וישלם 30,000 שקל. אמרתי לו להתחלק בזה חצי חצי. וזיני אמר לי, גיד לו לבוא בסוף היום. זיני, ראינו לא נגמר. חוקר, כסף אביעד אותך. זיני, לא יודע כמה, יכול להיות 200, 250, לא יודע. בהמשך החוקרים מטיחים בזיני שורת אירועים שבהם הוא חשוד בהברחה לעזה, וזיני מכחיש. בתחילת החודש כאמור הוגש נגד זיני בן 50 מעופרה, כתב אישום שבה יוחסה לו הברחה של 14 כרטיסי סיגריות דרך מעבר סופה. אותם הוא קיבל 305,000 שקלים. ועכשיו בשכונה שלנו, רואים כיף.
מה? אני פה, מה הבעיה?
פעם בשבוע אתה מחליף שקית תה, עכשיו אני רואה שיש שם 2 שקיות תה, למה יש 2?
אחד זה לא שלי.
אז מה שלא שלך תשים בפח, אני לא יודעת מה שלך, מה לא שלך.
אחד זה חדש, והשני זה היה לא היה שלי, זה היה קממיל.
We all good?
I think we should be good.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's time to start up our intellectual side of our work. This is the in-person part of the program. We had to give deference to our speakers from Israel and Morocco to make sure Menachem Kellner wrote me at a certain point that he was going to bed, and I can understand that. But we see that some of these Israelis are still there on Zoom, and we give them credit for their courage. We're going to have Professor Ken Seeskin from Emeritus from Northwestern, and he will be introduced by my highly valued colleague, Emma Costa, who is a world-class Spinoza scholar and has been kind enough to chair this session.
It's a great pleasure to be here to celebrate Len Grossman's incredible achievement with this double publication. But right now, I'm here to introduce Ken Seeskin, who's Emeritus Professor of Philosophy and Emeritus Professor of Jewish Civilization from Northwestern, where he's taught for many, many years and contributed incredibly to the development of the field. In particular on Maimonides. I mean, he was the editor of the Cambridge Handbook of Maimonides. He published an incredible research project on Maimonides on the origin of the word, and of course, thinking about a distant God. So it is my great pleasure to introduce him today, as he will speak about Maimonides between occasionalism and determinism. Thank you.
Want the microphone or Jew? I always was told Jews don't need a microphone.
Okay.
Whenever I comment in public on Len's work, which I've learned much from, there's always, I say one thing that I will never forgive him for. And that's the time when it was 30 below in Chicago. And I walked into my house and the phone rang. And it was Len. And the first thing he said was, "Hi, Ken, a warm hello from Hawaii." Could have killed him. All right, anyway. I want to begin with high praise for what Len and Philip have accomplished. Although the literature on Maimonides has grown by leaps and bounds over the past 25 years, I think they've set a new standard for clarity, fluency, and reliability. My big regret in having retired is that I cannot assign it to my students anymore, all right, because I don't have any. I also want to praise them for parting company with Strauss and esotericism. My objection to that has always been that I think Strauss deflected attention away from philosophical arguments. I've read his introduction to the Penis translation, I don't know, maybe a dozen times. And I still can't figure out what Strauss thought Maimonides' actual philosophic contribution was. So anyway, I can't comment on everything that Philip and Len have accomplished. Therefore, let me focus on one issue where I think Len shows Maimonides at his philosophic best. And I'm referring to Maimonides' handling of the Scylla of occasionalism and the Charybdis of Aristotelianism. The occasionalism is found in the Kalam held that God creates and then recreates every atom in the universe continually. If this is true, then strictly speaking, no atom exercises causal efficacy on any other. The only causal agent in the universe is God. It follows that any appearance of causality is nothing but constant conjunction between events and the belief that such conjunctions will repeat themselves in the future following God's will. For the same reason, the human will has no power to direct the actions of the body. As with the natural world, all we have is constant conjunction between willing something and moving our arms and legs. Again, all moral agency would defer to God. By referring everything to the will of God, this view not only undermines the possibility of natural science as we normally understand it, but the moral agency of human beings. As Len remarks, occasionalism left God no room for delegation of powers. End of quote. Against this, Maimonides argues that natural causation is real, and the Aristotelian account of the sublunar realm is valid. To take an example that Maimonides uses to discredit occasionalism, although it may be possible for an omnipotent God to endow elephants with the ability to fly, natural science shows this to be an absurdity. Okay. Aristotelianism represents the other side of the coin, which is to stay with natural science and extend it beyond the reach of the sublunar realm, where it holds true, to the heavenly realm. In other words, to hold that the same laws and principles that explain earthly phenomena also explain the origin of the universe and the movement of the heavenly bodies above. Here, too, I think Len is correct in saying Maimonides demurs. The causes and principles that explain the world as it is in its finished state do not necessarily apply to its genesis or creation. If change requires a transition from potency into act, as Aristotle says, there's no reason why creation has to follow the same sequence. Put otherwise, to try to explain, change involves the movement from one existent state to another, that is, from hot to cold or from wet to dry, whereas creation involves going from nothing to something, and these are quite different. So as useful as Aristotelian science is in explaining change in the created order, there's no reason to trust it when it comes to explaining the origin of the created order. Thomas Aquinas famously says, creation is change only metaphorically. It's not real change. That brings us to the motion of the heavenly bodies. Strict adherence to scientific reasoning holds that the outermost sphere of the universe should impart motion to the next to the one under it, and so on down the line until we get to the sphere of the moon. At each transition point, the lower sphere should move either equal to the higher one or at the same speed. In no case should the lower sphere move faster than the one that imparts motion to it. Unfortunately, as Maimonides famously points out, we observe something quite different. The empirical evidence doesn't back this up. As he remarks, sometimes the swifter spheres are either above or below the lower ones. He concludes that Aristotelian science is valid for only that part of experience where we have close contact and direct observation of what we are studying. Once we get to the heavenly bodies, he says, we're dealing with things that are too far away and too high in rank to permit direct observation. In that case, what Aristotle has to say on the subject amounts to essentially guesswork or conjecture. Maimonides concludes that in Aristotle's celestial physics, no clear causes are given, no system emerges that can be called necessary. With his usual respect for Aristotle, Maimonides maintains that Aristotle himself must have recognized this. I used to think that Aristotle did not recognize this. The more I read of Aristotle, I think Maimonides may have a point, that Aristotle himself didn't think his arguments were entirely convincing. That's another subject for another conference. Okay. That leaves us... Okay. That leaves us with reason to believe that God created the universe in a unique act but only God could produce and particularize the movements of the heavenly bodies according to divine will and divine wisdom. Let me repeat, because this is now going to be the problem. According to divine will and divine wisdom. That's going to be the problem. Problem is how to characterize the relation between will and wisdom in God. Are they identical, or does one follow upon the other? Will suggests choice and contingency, whereas wisdom suggests necessity. Here then is the crux of Maimonides' attempt to steer clear of the Scylla of occasionalism and the Charybdis of Aristotelianism. Can it be done? I'm not so sure. Although I have no doubt that this is what Maimonides wanted to do. He wanted to stay clear of the extreme, and I think Len is absolutely right for saying that was his intention. The question I'm raising is how successful was Maimonides in actually doing it? Maimonides' treatment of will and wisdom in God is pretty much what I think we would expect. When he wants to distance himself from Aristotle and argue that there are observable facts for which we have no scientific explanation, he talks as if the world is the product of divine will. 221, 313. On the other hand, when he wants to distance himself from occasionalism and defend the possibility of natural science, he talks as if the world is the product of divine wisdom. 325, 326. At 218, he claims that will is consequent on wisdom. At other places, he talks as if the difference between them is unimportant. We can look at things either way. I don't know how that works. Ultimately, I think he wants to say that God does not act on whim or caprice, so there are good reasons for God creating the world in a rational and understandable way. Fair enough. As it stands, the existence of good reason does not rule out contingency. The issue is whether I'll go slowly here. The issue is whether the reasons God had for creating the world are such that no alternative is logically possible, or whether alternatives are logically possible, but from God's perspective, not desirable. Okay, you want me to read that again? Whether no alternatives are logically possible to what God did, or whether alternatives are logically possible, but from God's perspective, not desirable. We saw that when it comes to the motion of the heavenly bodies, where science has no convincing explanation for what we observe, there's every reason to think that alternatives are logically possible. You could arrange the movement of the heavenly body. He seems to suggest quite differently. The question then is whether the appearance of alternatives, here we go. The question is whether the appearance of alternatives is due to the limits of our science, we just don't know enough, or whether God really could have made the heavenly bodies move in a completely different fashion if he had wanted to. At the bottom of this question is Maimonides' insistence on divine simplicity. And now we get into real trouble. Now comes the real trouble. In whatever way you view things, he insists, God cannot be composed of two or more notions or admit complexity or multiplicity in any sense whatsoever. On that point, there can be no compromise, no complexity of any kind in God. If God is radically simple in whatever way you view things, then I submit God's will and wisdom must be identical, because there is no complexity in God. If God's wisdom is what it is by necessity, then God's will must be what it is by necessity as well, because they're identical. Alternatively, If God's will is not governed by necessity, then God's wisdom could not be governed by necessity either. Again, because they're identical. Told you this is a real issue. Granted that will and wisdom are separate faculties in us, no question about that. Maimonides would reply that there's no reason to think, in fact, every reason to deny, that their application to humans has any relevance to their application to God. The problem with this reply is that it offers an epistemological solution to what is at bottom really a metaphysical problem, God's simplicity. In a later age, Spinoza, I was introduced by a Spinoza scholar, was that right? In a later age, Spinoza took the identity of will and wisdom in God to imply universal determinism. If God's wisdom is perfect, this is Spinoza now. If God's wisdom is perfect, it cannot be other than what it is. If the divine will is identical with divine wisdom, then divine will cannot be other than what it is. In short, God's will and wisdom are both what they are by necessity for Spinoza. Anything that suggests God could have willed something different is due to our failure to understand the true causes behind things, Spinoza. Now comes Descartes. Descartes took exactly the opposite view. In contrast, Descartes took the identity of will and wisdom in God to imply radical contingency. God can will anything. If God had willed, for example, that the interior angles of a triangle not equal 180 degrees, as we know they do, then God's wisdom would have required this also. Although we can not understand how this could be true, there's no reason to think that our failure to understand something in any way restricts what God's power or what God can do. And here we're reminded of the Kalam contention that if God wanted elephants to fly, they'd be flying. God can do anything. In fact, Descartes says, who would be so bold as to say there's something God can't do, even changing the theorems of geometry? As I see it, the dispute between Descartes and Spinoza in the 17th century is a retelling of the dispute between the occasionalists and the Aristotelians. Again, I agree with Len that Maimonides wanted to avoid these extremes. Perhaps Maimonides, this is where I think what Maimonides, if I could psychoanalyze him for a minute, what Maimonides had in mind was probably something about what Leibniz referred to when he invoked reasons that incline without necessitating. They incline without, as I say, they're good reasons, but they aren't logically necessary. That's what I think Maimonides wanted. This means that while there may be logically possible alternatives to what God created, there were still good reasons for choosing the alternative that we now have. As Len writes, natural causes can bring about effects that are neither logically inevitable nor arbitrary expressions of divine caprice. That's the Len view, which I share really, is he wanted to avoid the two extremes. Reduced to simplest terms, the question before us is whether it makes sense for God to be the subject of a contingent proposition. I repeat, does it make sense for God to be the subject of a contingent proposition? Whether anything in God could be other than what it is. The usual response is to say that if God could do something differently, then God would no longer be perfect and therefore would surrender divine status. Unfortunately, this is not a question that Maimonides addresses explicitly. Maimonides is content to make two claims. One, what exists, including its causes and effects, could be different from what they are. I repeat, what exists, including its causes and effects, could be different from what they are, 313. 2, nothing in nature is futile or arbitrary, so that everything is ordered and perfectly arranged. 325. This is the basis of reasons that incline without necessitating. When it comes to the essence or inner nature of God, and that would be divine simplicity, what does divine simplicity really imply? Maimonides takes refuge in divine uniqueness and human fallibility. Again, I think he's substituting an epistemological answer for what is at root a metaphysical question. As far as he's concerned, both claims are defensible, the two claims I read, because they're supported by observation. Once we get beyond what we can observe and begin to speculate about the limits and possibilities of what God can do, we go beyond the reach of the human intellect. In short, I think Maimonides wants to stick with the view that some features of the universe exhibit necessity while others do not. As to how this duality can be reconciled with the identity of will and wisdom in God, he does not say, except to take refuge in the limits of human knowledge, which he does, as we know, repeatedly. I don't think, and here's the Strauss, the anti-esoterics. I don't think that Maimonides was hiding something or speaking to adherents of Judaism, the faithful, out of one side of his mouth and philosophers on the other. That's Strauss's view. I just don't see that. I think he did his best to come to terms with one of the most pressing problems of his age, or for that matter, any age. That he did not solve the problem of how divine will and wisdom are related does nothing to diminish the important contributions he made. Thank you.
Well, sit right here so that I can take a cue for the Q&A. If you want to raise your hand, I'll acknowledge you and write it down. Perfect. Yeah, okay.
Why is the
I said you gotta go up there, they will do you all day.
okay?
Oops.
Oh, there goes the speaker. Okay. So that's fine. It's still operational. Yeah. Dr. Seeskin, I wanted to just ask, can the people online hear me? Okay. Not sure. I wanted to ask why the distinction between will and wisdom isn't merely a virtual distinction, in the same manner that when the Bible describes, God being merciful, slow to anger, or wrathful, Maimonides sees that as unified in God while virtually distinct in humans.
So yeah, I mean, that's the problem. They have to be identical in God. The problem is that as we understand it, one is connected to necessity, one with contingency, and we have empirical evidence, some of which suggests necessity and some of which suggests contingency. So he's fighting a two-front war. That's getting in between one and the other. He's trying to establish a middle ground. But I don't see, well, let me back up. You can establish a middle ground if you want to say that will and wisdom are separate in God. That's fine. Then you have God wills some things, and no, that's the Leibniz position. God understood an infinite number of alternatives, and he willed one of an infinite number, but that separates them. Once you admit that will and wisdom are identical, I hope I got the thrust of your question here. Then we have to ask, are they both identical did they both collapse into will? Or did they both collapse into wisdom? And you get very different results, whichever one you pick. Maybe I've missed.
Yeah, just to clarify, what's the difficulty in saying that they're one in God, but they appear distinct to humans?
They appear distinct to human, but when we're talking about the universe, we have one set of data that suggests will is dominant, astronomy, and we have one set of data that suggests wisdom is dominant, namely the natural science of the subliminal realm. Now, I'm asking, is it possible for both of these data to, which is what we observe, but they seem to be at odds with one suggesting one thing, one suggesting another, and we can't resolve which one it is because we have to maintain their identity.
Do I?
Yeah, go ahead. I got
Me?
if you want to, whoever.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
open.
is that the only follow-up is like, what's the distinction between that difficulty and also the difficulty of describing God on one hand as wrathful and on the other hand slow to anger? Where, you know, Maimonides, as we all know, resolves that by saying
Yeah,
it's distinct from the
but
other.
that's easier to do because that's dealing not with God, but with God's consequences or effects. And he's clear that something that is simple can have multiple consequences or effects depending on the medium through which it acts.
But
so, for example, I'll use this example: a flame. The flame is one thing, okay, but it softens clay and it hardens it hardens clay and it softens sugar. So once you're dealing with the effects or consequences, then you can have plurality, and then there's no problem. But when you're dealing with the thing itself, you're stuck with absolute identity.
But we're only observing that through effects, right? Observing it through the effects in astronomy.
Right. So what you just have to say is, I think what he does say is, in the end, this is a problem with the limits of human knowledge and trying to penetrate into the essence of God, which it cannot do. Now, is that a satisfactory answer? I'm not so sure. I thought, by the way, that was not a satisfactory answer.
Let me try and take a stab at it, and I can't call it more than a stab at it because you've proposed a serious problem. It might be a dilemma. We know that Maimonides thought you had good evidence for the will of God, which was not reducible to an Aristotelian cosmological explanation in the placement of the stars in the heavens. He gives that example because as far as Aristotelian science is concerned, he raises the challenge. They can't explain why the stars are placed the way they are. To us, it looks arbitrary. People today might say it's a matter of chance or whatever. I think that Micah is right to look at the limits of our knowledge, and that the idea of God's will and wisdom being one is a proposition that follows from the theological idea of necessity about God that Maimonides endorses, and the absolute unity of God that he endorses. And Maimonides does think that what we understand, we attribute to God's wisdom, and what we fail to understand, we might call chance or something like that, but well, ultimately we attribute it to God's will.
Right.
In the case of if it were a Christian, they would start talking about grace and who's chosen and so forth. That's not an issue for Maimonides. But the matter of creation, why the world has existed for the length of time that it has, and not always or not from a different time, that's an area where he thinks that we need to refer to God's will. He thinks that will and wisdom are the same in God, and I agree with both of you that he thinks that from our limited standpoint as finite minds, we don't see the absoluteness of that unity. In that respect, I see an affinity to the Spinoza solution, where differences are subjective and relative in that term, looked at under the microscope of absolute unity. These differences are.
Spinoza, contingency is just another.
I'm not talking about contingency. I'm talking about will and wisdom specifically. Okay. I think the idea that those two psychological descriptions of God represent human ways of accommodating to a reality which is beyond our understanding. And in this sense, I think I agree with you that Maimonides is going to draw a line and say we don't know how really. I do think that there's room for some dynamic there, in the sense that the more we know, if we know the laws of cosmology, we might know why the stars are located where they are, and without having to refer to an arbitrary will on God's in placing them in different positions. Whether that means that he has resolved everything into absolute unity and determinism, I don't think that would follow, because he would still be able to say that God's wisdom is influenced by what he thinks is best, by what he thinks is good. I think he has a virtual way of reconciling this apparent contradiction, but I don't think that he thinks that we have the capacity to go there. I'm glad it's fair enough. I don't think it's absolute. I'd like to defer to my colleague Emma, who knows how Spinoza in a way echoes that idea by making the attributes of God distinct more in our limited understanding than they are in and of themselves. Can you contribute to that?
Yeah.
Ella?
No. I mean, I think that the triangle that you illustrated with the card of Spinoza and Leibniz is very, very on point, and it makes absolute sense. I think that Spinoza doesn't have, I mean, his understanding of infinity is so radical, right, that he cannot fathom anything necessitating God but God's own essence. Right. And God's own essence being composed, he says, constituted by his attributes. It means that
as understood by reason, which he prays, they get things right.
I mean, we have to, right? It's adequate knowledge. So as you were saying, he calls it will and intellect, but they must be identical. And he says, in fact, if they were any different, you'd be denying either omniscience or omnipotence. And so you would be attacking and denigrating God. Because in one case, God can create everything that we can think, or in the other, we can't know everything that we can do. So in either case, you're messing with God, which is never played. Just ask the.
But unlike Maimonides, Spinoza's things, we know exactly what God. There's no mystery. God is either An infinite system of ideas arranged in perfect order, or an infinite system of physical objects arranged in that. Everyone knows.
You can't fail to know.
We cannot do it.
Yeah,
But somehow these things agree.
right.
For Maimonides, these things somehow agree. And in order to know how they agree, you would need to know a lot more about the cosmos and a lot more about God than we possibly know.
So this is the question I wanted to ask earlier, is that, okay, the Spinoza system is impossible, but the Maimonidean system, could there even potentially be an event in which there's a contradiction between God's will and wisdom? In other words, could God, let's say, will something that is contrary to his wisdom, but nonetheless will it for some outcomes? And that,
Yeah, I don't see, like I said, I don't see how Maimonides could say it, but I'm pretty clear that the Torah does say it. The Torah has God regretting things. So the Torah has God, creating human beings and then looking down and saying, "Oh, what a mess! I'm really sorry I did that. I didn't know what I was doing." But that's not Maimonides.
No, but to be fair, that's something that Maimonides will resolve as a matter of poetry.
Right.
It's not that God literally regretted creating human beings.
Right.
It's
not Maimonides.
That's a way of saying that what human beings were doing was incompatible with what they were supposed to do, not incompatible with what God expected.
well then, maybe a better example would be reversed, which is mercy. Something like divine mercy. Could that be an instance possible in which the divine wisdom would in theory dictate a certain outcome, but divine will has mitigated the circumstance?
But that you can't think of God as a judge sitting up in court and listening to a pleas of mercy. But for him, mercy is an attribute of action, and it just describes the way the world was created. Namely, every creature in the world has sufficient opportunity to seek food, reproduce itself, and defend itself. That's God's mercy. It's not the way we normally think of it in judicial.
I was just going to ask if something like what Jacob is gesturing towards, an instance in which it could seem as if God's will is overriding God's reason. Could that be something like how Maimonides understands miracles? And that, of course, for Maimonides, miracles are not, in point of fact, eruptions of the divine will that disrupts the natural order of things. The splitting of the sea is not God deciding on a way to split the sea, but the accumulation of multiple natural factors that occur at just the right moment. But from the perspective of a human observer, it does sort of seem like God is overriding the perfect harmony and beauty of God's nature. So is that?
Just in other words, they're baked into the cake.
Right, but from the perception of
the 6 things created in the twilight,
right?
Then they created in the twilight of day.
But you have to resort to that explanation because it seems like to us it's sort of
looks like a disruption for God's sake. I mean,
I think what Dr. Seeskin was implying is that this solution is not fully satisfying for you because it's an epistemic band-aid on a metaphysical practice.
Fair enough. We have other points that people want to raise. I actually should do.
Well, it's your right. I said with the pleasure of.
Problems in charge here. It's basically do other people want to speak? That was a good exchange. And we've got about 4 minutes to stand up, stretch our legs, set up a stretch, and open up for our next speaker.
This is, that's the speaker. Do you want to use the speaker? This is
I just want to know if it's helping or harming.
Oh, we weren't using it. Dr. Seeskin didn't want to use the speaker. We can use it. The only reason we needed it in the morning was to hear easily. But
yeah,
they can hear us. They can hear us without.
You're doing a break?
No, 3-minute break because Charlie's up
This,
there.
yeah, it still works. Okay.
That was a great session, and it's wonderful to reconvene after we stretched our legs a little bit. It's 2:00, and amazingly, we're back on schedule. That's a nice feeling. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce my friend and former colleague, Charlie Lesch, who is doing something when we talk about Ufaratsta, that Jewish philosophy should spread beyond the boundaries of medievalism and into philosophy itself, and into, in his case, political philosophy. It's a great, please sit down and be comfortable, everybody. Charlie Lesch was our colleague here at Vanderbilt for 3 years. He was here with his wonderful family, and they have made Aliyah. He is now teaching at what is sometimes described as the last great German university, which is the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. I was privileged to be there in December to partake in a conference that Charlie organized. It was also Zev Harvey, whom you have seen and heard on our broadcast and our Zoom cast, and he has published a wonderful book which grew out of his doctoral dissertation. I read it in manuscript, and it was published by Oxford University Press. It's a book on solidarity, which is a great issue in political philosophy, and I warmly recommend it. It has a broad historical scope, as it should, and leads to a conclusion about the centrality of Jewish thinking in resolving some of the seemingly irresolvable problems of political philosophy. He has a new book now about what he calls somewhat misleadingly theocracy, but theocracy, as he understands it, is not clerisy. It is not the rule of clerics, which we have some bad examples of going on today, but rather the deference to divine will. He has recreated, reconstituted, rehabilitated that idea in a way that is authentically Jewish and authentically in the great tradition of Western political thinking, of which he is a paramount exemplar in our day. It was a great privilege for me to take part in a conference at the Hebrew University in December, which Charlie and his colleagues organized, and it's wonderful to be able to welcome him back here to his own old stomping grounds at Vanderbilt, and to see how many buildings we have built since you left, and the progress that we have made. It's my pleasure, privilege, and honor to introduce my colleague and friend, Charlie Lesch.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to add just a personal note to what's already been said many times today, and that is the remarkable, magnificent achievement of Len and Phil's translation. I had the amazing good fortune, might say providence, I don't know, to get a first glimpse of this translation when I was teaching at Vanderbilt. Len shared copies with me of the proofs. He used to read it next to him at shul. And I'll just say that the experience of reading it was just utterly transformative for me, both intellectually and personally. I'm just privileged to have been among the first to learn from it, and I'm truly honored and grateful to Len for inviting me to participate in this event today. Now, a word about my talk today, which is about messianism in Maimonides and Maimonides' making of the Messiah. Apparently, there's this psychiatric term, although I don't think it's an official medical diagnosis. It's called Jerusalem syndrome. Maybe you've heard that. The basic idea is, there's someone who moves to Israel, specifically someone who moves to Jerusalem, and within a few years, he starts to think that he's the Messiah. The city just seems to have that effect on people, right? So as someone who himself moved to Jerusalem not so long ago, I knew that this was a danger. You'll be relieved to hear that I don't think that I am myself the Messiah. Yeah, it's true. Well, however, and at the risk of seeming a little crazy, I do think I figure out where we can find him. And that I want to suggest is in Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed. That is to say, I wanted to argue that among Maimonides' aims in writing the guide, not the only aim, but perhaps one of the most important aims, was to both identify and train the Messiah. It's a book, in short, designed to bring about the Messianic age. Now, I recognize that this is a dramatic claim, and I imagine that for many of you that would be a fairly radical claim. Most readers of the guide fall broadly into two camps. On the one hand, there are those who, following Maimonides' own words, hold that the guide was written primarily to accomplish a kind of intellectual reconciliation, right, to psychologically harmonize a person who's perplexed by apparent contradictions between the Torah and philosophy. On the other hand, readers who follow Leo Strauss's view contends that the guide is exoterically Jewish, but esoterically Greek, right? It appears superficially to erect a bulwark around the Torah and defend religious piety, but actually it passes on a coded message among the philosophical elite, from Plato through Al-Farabi, who understand that if you want to protect the philosophic life, you have to have obedience by the masses. These are kind of the two views, right? Now, I think the first view is correct, but I also think it's incomplete. Maimonides is writing for such a perplexed individual. But I want to make the case that he's more interested in making leaders than in cultivating inner harmony for its own sake. As for the second view, I think it's mistaken about the guide's ultimate aims. But I do think that it is correct in reading the guide both as a political text and a political text whose political nature is indebted above all to Al-Farabi, to the philosopher Al-Farabi. So I'm going to do my best in the time I have this afternoon to give over the substance of this argument. Now, methodologically, making this argument is challenging, given that Maimonides, unsurprisingly, never comes out and says that he wants to train the Messiah. So what I want to do is offer a kind of two-pronged hermeneutic. First, I want to show that the argument follows logically and follows textually. There are certain concepts like prophecy and providence and knowledge, which are defined by Maimonides in the guide. What we can do is we can go back and see how those definitions change our reading of what Maimonides says throughout his writings, most notably in the Mishnah Torah. And then second, the paper roughly follows the order of reading of Maimonides that I think a potential Messiah might take. And when we do that, I think it becomes possible to grasp how an individual might start to see himself in this way over time. Okay, so my argument has 5 parts, and I'm going to try to give them over, as it were, from the perspective of this potential Messiah. All right, so the first thing our potential Messiah does is he reads the chapter in the Mishnah Torah on kings and their wars. And I think Maimonides has 4 aims in this tractate. He wants to prepare or prime the Jewish public to support potential messiahs of the right kind, while reject imposter messiahs. Second goal, he wants to inspire select individuals to become the Messiah or make the attempt. Third goal, he wants to naturalize the Messianic age and bring it into ordinary human history. And then finally, he wants to align the purpose of the Messianic age with what he takes to be humanity's highest end, its highest purpose, which is knowing God. Okay, so how does our potential Messiah read it? Well, to begin with, he finds a depiction of the Messiah who's a human being through and through. He does have to be of the Davidic line, and he is, it seems, a great military leader and a teacher, but he's not called upon to perform miracles. He's born, he dies, like any other person. Moreover, and importantly, Maimonides more or less explicitly condones individuals who try to become the Messiah but fall short in some way, like Bar Kokhba, right? Maimonides says about such individuals that they should be remembered as righteous kings of Israel. Right? And this is a way of encouraging other peoples to try. If you don't make it, you're still remembered well. On the Messianic age itself, likewise, Maimonides offers a fully naturalized account. He brings it into history. The laws of nature won't change. The Torah itself, or at least the written Torah and the oral law, will not change. The exiles will be gathered in. The temple will be rebuilt. Israel's enemies will be defeated, and knowledge of God will spread throughout the world. Okay. Now, this last point is especially critical because what Maimonides means by knowledge of God, we know from the guide, is characterized above all by philosophy. Now, Maimonides does divide between the elites and the masses in the Messianic age. And this distinction matches what we know from the guide also. So Maimonides, following Plato, argues that those who are philosophically adept, those are the ones who can acquire real knowledge, right? For everyone else, true beliefs are enough. That is, for most people, it's enough that ideas are correct, even if their rational basis is not known by the one who possesses them, like the Icarian. Right? So the Messianic age will be one in which philosophy, or its creedal equivalent for the masses, has spread throughout the world in some form. Okay. Now, importantly, our potential Messiah doesn't necessarily know that last part yet. He may not have read the guide. So he may not know about the crucial place of philosophical knowledge for the Messianic age. But what he does, though, or see, is that none of the things that the Messiah has to do, according to Maimonides, are beyond a person's grasp. He could do them, assuming he's a descendant of David, right? And that, I think, is, again, what Maimonides wants. He wants people to be inspired to make the attempt to take an active role in history. There's a well-known letter Maimonides wrote to the Jews of Provence on astrology, where he wrote, referring to astrology, quote, "This is why our kingdom was lost, our temple destroyed, and why we were brought to this pass. Our fathers sinned and are no more, for they did not study the art of war or conquest, but fancied those arts," meaning astrology, "would help them." But there's a caveat here. Imagine that a charismatic and religiously pious but unphilosophical person is inspired by Maimonides, and he fights for Israel's independence. And let's say that he succeeds. It is likely that the state that he'll establish will be devoted to religious goals, but not to the pursuit of philosophical truth. In fact, such a state might be hostile towards philosophy, right? Regarding it, as did most of Maimonides' contemporaries, as dangerous and foreign and antithetical to the Torah. So there's a sense, therefore, in which such a condition would actually be worse than exile. Israel will falsely believe that it has been redeemed, right? And it will define its core aims and values in an anti-philosophical way. It'll be like the religiously learned but philosophically ignorant man in the famous parable of the palace, right, in Maimonides' guide, that the nation will find itself with its back turned towards God, even if it thinks that it's found, God's inner chamber, right? So this is a problem, that the worry is that the Messianic age will take the right form, but it will be hollowed of its real substance. So Maimonides, of course, thinks that Israel's independence, rebuilding the temple, and gathering the exiles, that these are all important goals. But they are primarily means, right? As we know from the guide, knowledge of God via philosophy is the highest end. So this is Maimonides' problem. How can he ensure that not just any ambitious person, but specifically a philosopher, try to become the Messiah? Put another way, how can he clear the ground for a Messianic age characterized not only by these conventional political and religious objectives, but by true beliefs and by philosophical contemplation? So Maimonides' answer, I think, was to stress that the Messiah is not only a king in the line of David, but also a a prophet akin to Moses. He wants to compare the Messiah to Moses. He does this in Hilchot Tshuva, as well as in his epistle to Yemen. And what I do in the second part of this paper is examine this comparison. So that's where I'm going to turn now. Let me just start by just mentioning briefly this kind of Moses-Messiah comparison itself. I think today, the comparison between the Messiah and Moses is one that's widely accepted, more or less taken for granted. But that is largely because Maimonides himself is responsible for pressing the comparison. In Maimonides' own time, the association was nearly unprecedented, at least as far as I've found. There's no explicit biblical passage which connects the two, nor do either the Babylonian or Jerusalem Talmuds. In fact, in the Bavli's lengthy discursus on Messianism in Sanhedrin, the rabbinic sages emphasized the Messiah's identity as another David, right? There really isn't a mention of Moses. There are a handful of midrashic passages, post-Talmudic midrashic passages, which propose a kind of connection between Moses and the Messiah, but even those sources, notably, never grant the Messiah any prophetic powers along the lines of Moses. That doesn't come up in any of these midrashim. Okay, so I think we've established that this link between Moses and the Messiah is very original. It's deliberate on Maimonides' part, something he wants to stress. How does that solve the problem? How does it ensure that the Messianic age is going to be favorable to philosophy? Why would that happen? So, like this. On the one hand, comparing the Messiah to Moses should stop an ambitious but non-philosophical person from trying to become the Messiah. No person, or at least no sane person, will think that they're a prophet like Moses, right? And as we know, there were many Messianic imposters in Maimonides' day, continue to be Messianic imposters. There have been throughout human history, right? So when an unqualified person reads the Mishnah Torah, as Maimonides thought all pious Jews would do, what he'll find when he reaches Hilchot Tshuva is a description of the Messiah that should be enough to throw him off. He'll read there, as Maimonides writes, quote, because the king who will arise from the seed of David will possess more wisdom than Solomon, will be a great prophet, approaching Moses, our teacher. He will teach the whole of the Jewish people and instruct them in the way of God. Now, the guide, as we're going to see, allows us to read this passage a little bit differently, read it in a new light. But Maimonides thought, likely, that a non-philosopher would just stop there. He would say, okay, I think my path is barred. I can't go any further. But let's say that this aspiring Messiah, despite being unqualified for philosophy, decides to pick up the guide. There's another risk. He might be clever enough to parrot philosophical ideas without actually completing the rigorous program required in order to acquire true knowledge. And Maimonides has to defer this person to. And I think this helps to explain the guide's form, style, and kind of esotericism. Maimonides assumes that the reader will already, in his words, be, quote, engaged in philosophical studies and grasp their import. Right? And this includes both ancient thinkers like Plato and Aristotle and Plotinus, and also modern thinkers like Avicenna and Al-Farabi. Moreover, Maimonides is careful to note that the guide will only allude to, but not fully flesh out, crucial but controversial concepts. Among them, in Maimonides' own language, the meaning of prophecy and its degrees. And this is the upshot. Someone who picks up the guide, but has little knowledge of philosophy, aside from the guide, won't be able to follow its arguments to their full fruition. Let me say what I mean by that. Again, we're focusing here on this unphilosophical person who's aspiring or thinks that he might be the Messiah. Okay. So, if he picks up the guide, what might he learn that would encourage him? Well, to begin with, he'll learn that prophecy is, quote, an emanation flowing from God by way of the active intellect. He'll learn that true knowledge is acquired through reason rather than through tradition. And he'll see that the highest goal should be the intellectual apprehension of God. Okay, so far so good. Or you might think, he could become a prophet. The road to becoming a prophet is open. He's just got to work hard and develop his mind, right? What's stopping him? Okay. But when it comes to Moses, Maimonides' words are going to stop him in his tracks. Why is that? Maimonides is crystal clear that Mosaic prophecy was utterly unique, peerless. He insists that his main chapters that address prophecy, quote, say not a word directly or implicitly about it. Moses is just a different category, right? Moses' prophecy, he writes, was, quote, beyond that of the patriarchs, quote, unmediated by the imagination. And for proof, he quotes the Torah from Deuteronomy, quote, no prophet will again arise in Israel like Moses, whom God knew face to face. Okay, well, that would seem to be game over for the aspiring Messiah, right? If the Messiah has to be like Moses, as Maimonides seems to imply, then this unqualified candidate will find no comfort in the guide, right? The book is going to close his messianic ambitions. That's it. Okay. But let's say that our potential Messiah was learned in philosophy. Let's say in particular that he's read his Al-Farabi, which Maimonides really assumed of anyone who was picking up the guide. And from Al-Farabi, he's learned that actually prophecy, even in its highest form, is identical with philosophy. Revelation is not something magical. It's just the religious idiom that we use when we describe philosophically emanation from the divine being, right? Someone who's reached the highest level intellectually enters into a kind of fusion with the Aristotelian active intellect. His mind can participate in the divine mind, His thoughts can be identified in some sense with God's thoughts. Now, Maimonides never spells this out explicitly in the guide, although he does allude to it in a few places. But I think, even so, the implication should be clear. Moses's prophecy was not distinguished by some special act of divine will or some other kind of mysterious quality. It is simply a supreme cognitive achievement. And what's the upshot? What is our aspiring Messiah going to say? He'll realize that any person can, in fact, reach an intellectual height equal to that of Moses. In principle, there is nothing to block a given individual, assuming he was blessed with the right natural abilities and worked hard, from summiting the same intellectual pinnacle. In fact, it's striking that nowhere in the guide, at least that I can find, does Maimonides actually make a logical argument for the uniqueness of Mosaic prophecy. I'm open to being corrected, but nowhere I can find does he make a logical argument for the uniqueness of Mosaic prophecy. The closest he comes is to argue for the Torah's perfection, right? What does he say about the Torah? Says the Torah seeks to improve the soul and not merely the body. The Torah strikes the proper balance between extremes in its demands and concessions to ancient norms. The Torah aims to bring Israel to knowledge of God. Fine, okay. Let's say we grant all of those points. They're hardly dispositive. Imagine that a different philosopher prophet were to arise, right, at another time and place. There is no principled reason why the law code that he bestows might not have the same qualities that Maimonides just ascribed to the Torah, right? He just apply it to a different people. In fact, I think it's telling that the main way that Maimonides defends the singularism of Mosaic prophecy in the guide is by appealing to tradition. He says things like, the Torah attests, or that is why our scripture can tell us, or our scriptures and traditions clearly show, and so on and so forth. So to sum up, our potential Messiah should now see that the philosophical stature of Moses can, in fact, be in his reach. Okay, so I'll turn now to the third part of the paper. So our potential Messiah should now have all that he needs to recognize himself, right? Or at least to see that he is the intended pupil of the guide, potentially. He still might hesitate, though. He might say, okay, well, let's say that I succeed, right, as the Messiah. Something would still seem off. I didn't perform any miracles. God didn't speak in my ear, right? The Messiah is supposed to be sent by God, but I just made myself. Can I still be God's agent, right? What would this even mean, right? Or am I just some kind of clever pretender? So I think that he'll find answers to those questions in the guide as well. For just as Maimonides reconceives of prophecy, he also reconceives of providence. General providence is the work of God for Maimonides, right? It's manifest in the cosmological design, planetary cycles, the seasons, what we would today refer to as natural laws. Individual providence, by contrast, is the fruit of our own labor. When a person sufficiently cultivates his mind, Maimonides says, his actions, like his thoughts, are not merely his own. They're tethered in some way to the active intellect and thereby to God. So they can be interpreted. His actions can be interpreted in some way simultaneously as God's actions. And that's really crucial because now it actually follows logically to define our aspiring Messiah, if he's a philosopher, as being sent by God. As a philosopher, he's developed his rational faculties to the greatest possible extent. And when he acts according to these faculties, therefore, his actions can be conceived of as God's actions. There's no contradiction at all in the Messiah both making himself and also being seen as a divine agent. In fact, let's say that our aspiring Messiah decides to flip back to Hilchot Malachim. There he would see that Maimonides, I think very tellingly, when he describes the Messiah's advent, he fails to mention God at all. What does Maimonides say? In the future, the Messianic king will arise. La'amod. Right. But let's say that our aspiring Messiah still needs reassurance. In that case, he might also look to the guide's conclusion. This is Book 3, Chapter 54. Now, it should be said, Maimonides never addresses Messianism in this chapter directly. In fact, I think he only rarely refers to either the Messiah or the Messianic age throughout the guide. But the book's concluding passages plainly address, I think, future leaders of Israel. And they strongly hint that one such leader might become the Messiah. So let's take a look. To begin with, Maimonides in this chapter reminds readers of the form that God's providence takes on earth, human actions, in light of divine reason. Maimonides had just explained in chapter 53 that what providence like this looks like in practice is the imitation of God, in particular divine attributes of chesed, mishpat, and tzedakah, this say kindness, justice, righteousness. Fine. But it's important to know that these attributes, again, chesed, mishpat, and tzedakah, are not only or even primarily moral attributes. They are, as Maimonides states clearly, political ones. They are attributes of rule. As he writes, quote, the human attainment rightly gloried in clearly is to reach, so far as one can, an awareness of God and his care for his creatures, giving them being and ruling them, as he does. Maimonides here is referring to his earlier elucidation, which is in Book 1, Chapter 54, of when Moses requested to know God, and God responded. And this is traditionally referred to as God's 13 attributes. By imitating those attributes, Moses was able to translate his knowledge of God into insights for governing others, says Maimonides. As he wrote there, quote, one who governs a state, if a prophet, must emulate God's attributes to ensure that his actions as a leader are appropriate. So we can see that the main human rationale to know and imitate God is not personal, it's political, or perhaps better, political philosophical. A person who maximally develops his intellect earns not only powers of prophecy and providence, he gains insight into how to govern other people. Fine. But now the question is, who is this future ruler? Who is this person who at a minimum has made it all the way through the guide? No easy feat for many people, right? And more ideally, has assimilated the guide's core lessons about God and about philosophy and about leadership. Who is this remarkable man who is propelled by a divine providence that he has himself achieved, is going to model his rule on God's rule? I think we can see the answer if we look closely at the concluding passages of the guide. Maimonides, you might recall, began the guide by talking about Israel's exile. It's Israel's exile, he explained, that justified his, quote, committing to writing, for his words, one outstanding person, truths which have been prescribed as dangerous for mass consumption. It's exile which gave him the same warrant held by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi when he broke the ban on transcribing the oral law. And it's exile which implanted the false belief that philosophy is, quote, foreign to our Torah. And I think it's very significant, therefore, that Maimonides also chooses to end the guide with Israel's exile. But there's a difference. The tide seems to be turning. The book concludes with two passages from Isaiah, each of which speak to the promise of redemption. So here are those passages in Maimonides. Then shall the eyes of the blind be opened, and the ears of the deaf be unstopped. That's from Isaiah 35. And then the people that walked in darkness shall see a great light, and those who live in the land of the deep gloom, a light shall dawn. That's from Isaiah 9. Okay, now, Maimonides clearly intends the reader to interpret these metaphors from Isaiah of seeing, right, and light in philosophical terms. They're about converting ignorance into wisdom. But Maimonides also knew that the prophet in context was not extolling knowledge for its own sake. He was describing the Messianic age. And Maimonides no doubt anticipated that astute readers would follow Isaiah 35 to the conclusion of the chapter. And this is what Isaiah writes at the end of 35. And God's ransomed will return and come with shouting to Zion, crowned with joy everlasting. They shall attain joy and gladness, while sorrow and sighing flee. So Maimonides justified writing the guide because of Israel's exile. By concluding this way, I think he implies that studying the guide will hasten redemption. Reading the guide, in other words, will itself bring about Messiah. Okay. So let's turn back now to our potential Messiah. I think he'll hear this message too. And now that he suspects his true identity, he might turn for confirmation to the most important letter Maimonides composed on messianism, his epistle to Yemen. And there he'll find something striking. Maimonides in the epistle describes the Messiah by citing the very same chapter of Isaiah, which he concludes the guide with, this time in order to describe the Messiah's attributes. It's conspicuous, moreover, that these attributes of the Messiah closely track the model of leadership that Maimonides will later describe in the guide. So what does Maimonides say? Maimonides says the Messiah will be, in his words, strong, defined as the ability to control one's passions, rich, meaning wealthy in knowledge, and with having a transcendent wisdom, which we know by now, Maimonides means, following Al-Farabi, refers to a fully actualized intellect. Okay. Maimonides also compares the Messiah, as he later will in Hilchot Tshuva, to Moses. He calls him a very eminent prophet, more illustrious than all the prophets after Moses. Okay. So to sum up, what we have here, I think, is a kind of messianic entrance exam. Only those who are philosophically serious, only those who've completed the curriculum that Maimonides stresses is a prerequisite for studying the guide, will be positioned by its conclusion to make the required inference about Moses and about themselves. Moses was remarkable, but not peerless. Another person could be a similar philosopher and leader. But, and importantly, this is not a conclusion someone could have reached by reading the guide alone. He will have to have studied philosophy, and Al-Farabi in particular. Okay, so our reader should now see his true potential. He could redeem Israel. Yet discerning this message is only the beginning, because now he needs to act on it. He has to bring Israel and the rest of humanity to philosophical knowledge of God. So to figure out how, I also think that his textbook will be the guide. And that's the fourth part of my paper. All right. So I think Maimonides intended the guide to teach the Messiah four main things. First of all, true philosophers are best suited to rule. This follows from the meaning of rulership. For Maimonides, like Plato and Al-Farabi, the right to rule derives from the ruler knowing better than the ruled what their proper end should be and the means to realize it. The greatest possible end, as we've already seen, is a mind that's fused with the divine mind. Now, that's an individual achievement, but individuals are not islands. The possibility of one or more people realizing their telos or just kind of dancing towards it, moving towards it, depends on the conditions of their surrounding society. Maimonides alludes to this idea when he interprets the story of Jacob's ladder in terms of Plato's cave parable. So in Maimonides' words, quote, how fitting that it says, ascending and descending. Ascent first, after rising to a certain rung comes descent with what was gained to govern and teach those on earth. Okay. So the ideal ruler thus has two key traits. First, he's fully actualized his intellect. And then second, he sees in himself the capacity to help others to do the same. Now, as we've seen, this ruler is also a prophet. So the most important means that he has at his disposal is revealed law. This is Maimonides' second lesson for the Messiah. Revealed law, like prophecy in its highest form, derives from philosophy. It doesn't rely on some magical form of divine intercession, but instead it originates from the human intellect at its zenith. Parallel here is with individual providence, right? So when a person acts, again, from his rational faculties, he can be called God's agent. Likewise, when a philosopher, a true philosopher, legislates, we can say that God himself is legislating. And what does that mean about the law? The law is divine. Okay. Now, Maimonides also needs to teach our aspiring Messiah the obstacles that stand in the way of Israel and the rest of humanity gaining knowledge of God. This is the guide's third lesson for him. First of all, Maimonides assumes that only a unified society can grow in knowledge of God. So how can we achieve that kind of unity? It's question one. Second, even though philosophy has ends which are universal, human groups are particular. They're different, right? They vary based on their context. So how can it be that philosophy's truths be tailored for individual national groups? And then finally, human beings vary in their intellectual capabilities. Is there a way to distill or translate philosophy's insights in a way that everyone can access? So this leads to the fourth and final lesson that I see for the Messiah and the guide, which are techniques that the Messiah might use to surmount these various obstacles. Okay, so what are these techniques? They're what Al-Farabi describes as the ruler's kingly craft. This is not a term that Maimonides himself never uses. He also never explicitly names these techniques of rule. But when we look closely at how Maimonides portrays Moses' leadership in the guide, we look at how he looks at Moses as a leader, I think it's pretty clear that he's painting with Al-Farabi's brush. So what are the techniques? One of them is what Al-Farabi calls deliberative virtue or prudence. Prudence is the means by which a ruler can make laws which gently lead his people to philosophical knowledge. The key idea here is that the ruler can't just legislate philosophy, right? He has to take into account his people's time, their context, their characteristics, their development. For Maimonides, the Torah's clearest example of this is Moses using prudence when he decides to establish a sacrificial cult. Very famous. We already talked about this today to some degree. Now, animal sacrifice is an inferior form of religious expression, but human beings are slow to change. And God, Maimonides emphasizes, is not going to magically transform human nature. So just as a newborn cannot digest solid food, but first needs milk, so too, Maimonides emphasizes, Israel needs to be gradually raised to a kind of spiritual adulthood, right? To prayer, and then even more ideally to philosophical contemplation. Okay? So that's prudence. A second technique of rule that Al-Farabi describes is imagination, which he defines as, quote, persuasion and representing things through images. Okay, how does that work? For Maimonides, as we know, truths about God are won through the study of logic, mathematics, the sciences, and philosophy. Fine, but many human beings are not suited for that curriculum. They can arrive at such truths on their own, and consequently, those truths have to be conveyed by other means. That's what the imagination is for. So to illustrate, I'll use what's probably Maimonides' most famous example, which is divine reward and punishment. It goes like this. In reality, as we talked about, individual providence is something that we earn as people through reason. God does not miraculously strike down sinners or aggrandize saints. Okay. This idea, however, is destabilizing for many pious people. It's also difficult to understand. Those who don't have a philosophical education, a number who do, will have a hard time grasping the Neoplatonic metaphysics of elevating one's minds to achieve divine emanation via the active intellect. Okay. So for them, the ruler creates a kind of image or simulacrum of the truth. These are true beliefs. In this case, the belief in divine reward and punishment. For many people, these beliefs will substitute for real knowledge. Okay. So I think Maimonides plainly intends for the Messiah to model himself after Moses. But if that's right, there's a puzzle here that we have to unravel. Moses legislated a revealed law, the Torah. And based on what I've argued today, there's nothing in principle which should stop the Messiah from doing the same thing. As a philosopher of the same stature as Moses, he should be entitled to modify, augment, or even replace the Torah entirely, based on his judgment about whether the text continues to meet the needs of that age. But Maimonides, as we all know, vehemently rejects this idea, right? He insists that not only the written Torah, but also the oral law has not changed and will never change, even in the Messianic age. So what does this say about Maimonides' Messiah? That's the question I take up in the last part of this paper. And what I argue is that even though the Messiah, Maimonides' Messiah, can't legislate, he can still model his leadership on Moses in other ways. All right. To begin with, Maimonides' Messiah still has the power to interpret law. Moreover, his interpretation, will be considered authoritative and binding. And this follows naturally from his status as a prophet. His hermeneutic, right, the Messiah's hermeneutic, is God's hermeneutic. So regardless of how Jewish legal rulings have been understood up to his time, he will have the last word. Now, this is not legislative discretion in the full sense, but the power to interpret law comes close to the power to make it, an idea which was surely not lost on Maimonides, whose Mishnah Torah, as we know, bears the literal title, Second Torah, and who plainly saw himself in the lineage as Yehuda HaNasi, the codifier of the Mishnah, and Rav Ashi, who he took to be the redactor of the Talmud. Prudence, in Al-Farabi's sense, therefore plays a crucial role here too. The Messiah will use his interpretive authority to ensure that each mitzvah continues to fulfill one of its core purposes, in Maimonides' words, quote, imparting a belief, instilling a virtue, or curbing wrongdoing. Okay. At the same time, the Messiah will also need his imagination. To begin with, he'll need it for interpreting a different set of texts, those containing the Torah's narratives, concepts, and prescribed beliefs. Scripture's words, as we all know, are immutable in the sense that they are imprinted on ink, but in a larger sense, they are also ours to form, right? Their meaning strongly depends on the particular way that they're read and understood. As Maimonides puts it, quote, the portals of allegory are not closed in our faces. Nothing keeps us from interpreting texts freely. Now, Maimonides here is referring to the debate over the world's creation or eternality. And I want to focus on that for a minute because I think it's an especially good example of how imagination works as a tool for leadership, for philosophical leadership. Aristotle and many philosophers held that the world existed forever. The Torah, read plainly, teaches that it was created by God. But for Maimonides, no Torah passage, no matter how straightforward, is beyond the power of an imaginative reader to interpret as he would like. Maimonides writes, quote, "It is not because the Torah says the world began that we shun eternalism. We could readily explain away these passages and affirm the world's eternity." So the bottom line of all scriptural interpretation for Maimonides is what reason teaches. As he puts it in a different context, choose the view you like. What the text says, or seems to say, is almost irrelevant because the text itself is not the point. The truth is. And what we think the truth is may change. In Maimonides' own time, the philosophical jury on eternalism was deadlocked, but he anticipates that someday one side might prevail. Right? So the Messiah has to be trained in how to elicit different meanings from the Torah text itself, to harmonize it with the truth as it's known. To rule, in other words, the Messiah must be taught to read. And Maimonides, I think, saw the guide as his tutor. Maimonides also gives the Messiah a second and even more powerful way of using his imagination, and that is to create or reveal new prophecy. Prophets, for Maimonides, never prescribe new laws. Only the Torah via the oral law can do that. But they still have a powerful impact. Prophets homilize and chastise and inspire and reassure. They counsel kings. They share divine visions, and they make predictions about the future. In each of these ways, they profoundly shape their people's beliefs and practices. At the same time, prophetic language is not meant to be taken literally, but instead carefully peeled back, right, revealing the philosophical kernel behind the sublime poetry. For example, that's how Maimonides interprets Ezekiel's account of the chariot, right, as a symbolic representation of Neoplatonic philosophy. Prophecy is therefore the quintessential use of the imagination in Al-Farabi's sense. It's an ideal way to disseminate true beliefs to the masses. Maimonides probably anticipates that the Messiah will compose his own prophetic works. Indeed, he likely expects that the Messiah will follow what the guide itself teaches, providing the public, according to its intellectual development, with resources for navigating theological questions, the problem of evil, the reasons for the commandments, the meaning of human freedom, the nature of prophecy, providence, and divine knowledge. Okay. I want to conclude with a question that at least some of you might be asking, which is, if the guide was supposed to train the Messiah, where is he? Right? Why hasn't he come? Now, we could certainly find many practical reasons. It's rare to find a philosopher who's also a military leader. Jews, of course, were for centuries scattered and powerless and dispirited. The guide is rough sailing even for seasoned scholars. And many do not read the other philosophers like Al-Farabi, who Maimonides assigned as background. I think there are also philosophical reasons. Maimonides inhabited a Neoplatonic universe in which prophecy could be equated with philosophy because human reason itself was thought to participate in God, the emanation of the active intellect. His view of the Messiah makes sense in those terms. Moses could be thought to have reached the pinnacle of philosophy because philosophical truths were regarded as universal and constant, accessible to any human being. Of the proper nature and education, and then the Torah's laws and doctrines could be thought of as translating those truths in some way. But for many, Neoplatonism has become implausible. Divine emanation has ceased. Our reason has lost its tether to God. Philosophical truths are deeply contested. It no longer seems possible, therefore, to anticipate a Messiah on the model of Moses. So there's another possibility, I think, and that is that maybe we are asking the wrong question. In Maimonides' time, anticipating the Messianic age meant anticipating a Messiah, a singular human being who would heroically overthrow the current order, redeem his people, and lead humanity to a new age. The world has transformed. The bond between religion and state has been broken. Knowledge has been liberated from religious dogmatism. Individuals are free to cultivate themselves morally and intellectually. Philosophical contemplation is no longer the province of a select few. Human beings no longer want or need a tutelary state. These changes, however fragile and imperfectly realized, suggests that any messianic concept has to change with it. To this end, Maimonides' guide remains indispensable. The guide may not make the Messiah, but of course it can still enlighten us. We can no longer read the Torah as a coded text of philosophy. We can still read its laws, narratives, images, and concepts as reflecting moral facts, and its purpose as drawing a roadmap for a civilization and the individuals who constitute it to gain knowledge to the greatest possible degree. The world has changed. The Messiah's basic task has not. Perhaps it's now ours to promote together. Thank you. That's it.
Sure. I think this is a moment we should all remember because we have heard something new, something revolutionary. We're not plodding over familiar disputes about what a certain text contains. We're really leaping ahead to new and creative ideas of what we can learn from the Guide to the Perplexed. It's wonderful to be able to have Charlie Lesch here as an exemplary of a new generation of Jewish political philosophy. Some of what you had to say at the end is in the chapter on Messianism in my book on justice. Much of it is in Al-Farabi, and most importantly, a lot of it is in the Guide to the Perplexed and the related texts by the Rambam. I would only see the importance of poetry and ritual as exemplifications of what imagination can accomplish in relating reason to the practical life of peoples, including our own people. Let's open it up for discussion. We just have a few minutes because I don't want to, please, JJ.
So the first comment, I think the reason the site hasn't come to that till now have strict translation to English of the guide. That's right. Now we do. Now it's only a matter of time.
So it's only a matter of time.
Because you used to be phrased in the speech, you've had it in our history, many messianic imposters. Yeah. We could perhaps infer from your presentation that we haven't had any messianic imposters, just poorly educated potential themselves. Unsuccessful himself.
Unsuccessful himself. Well, so if we're following Maimonides' definition, then many of the people who saw themselves as potential messiahs would never really qualify them. Right? Because speaking of the individual, he refers to in the letter to the Epistle to Yemen, for example. He writes at one place that, oh, he has a reputation for little knowledge, I'm paraphrasing, but for little knowledge and meekness or something. It's the exact opposite of what Maimonides would think of the Messiah. Messiah has to be a great military charismatic leader, and he also has to be a philosopher, right? So I'm not also, I don't think that Maimonides, is a universalist in the sense that he believed that human beings had equal, intellectual capacity, philosophers. So it can't be that any given person could therefore become a Messiah. That's okay.
I would say your claim is that the guy and Maimonides' other writings functions as education for a Messiah who already has the innate capacities to take advantage of such an expectation. Right.
It's very important to Maimonides that one have the God-given gift of a certain imagination, which depends on the structure of your brain, as Al-Farabi and Avicenna had both proved. Imagination is a physical capability that connects Maimonides to Halevi in ways which they are too often contrasted. That ethnicity is important, that poetic gift is important. But I think it's important, JJ, to recognize that Shabtai Tzvi deceived many people, including himself and Nathan of Gaza and others, into thinking that he was a Messiah. And some of that deception is very relevant. Maimonides mentions examples of people who wanted to be messiahs, but they lacked that extra little gift. And he's not thinking of them all as imposters. He's just thinking of them as people who didn't make the grade because they didn't have the special imagination. And I stress that imagination relates to poetry, which is the means, the Platonic means by which you put across these basic ideas so that they will be accepted and motivate large numbers of people who don't necessarily think philosophically. We should please go ahead.
Yeah. That
1, 2, 3.
Sorry, it's too historical of what there's over here. I'm curious that they would want to say that. I'm sure as you're familiar, there are some things that there's all of sort of identify the activization of the messianic idea as kind of the hallmark of Jewish modernity, magneticizes whether it's sort of a direct politicization, secularization, socialism, or emancipation, or sort of positivism, kind of neutralization. There's an apolitical approach with elevated movement. I guess what I would ask you is just, we don't need to, but we are to take sort of the activization, the sort of transfer of, and I think we made, you're saying that I'm very much said that we should sort of look actively to cultivate messianism, of course, in a very religious way. How does this kind of, I guess, challenge or complicate periodization with people through it? What is said out in this place in kind of finding genealogy to do with identity?
Oh, that's a big question. Well, I think the way that I'll respond to that is just to say, I think that one of the reasons why the messianic idea persists, and not only in explicitly religious contexts, but also in ostensibly secular contexts, is that there is something just structurally powerful, I think, about the notion that, look, history seems to be going along, this route, and it seems hopeless. It seems like the trajectory is, impossible to stop. What messianism, as opposed to kind of Hegelian view of history, that envision is a rupture. It envisions that something is going to come from outside of history and somehow change everything, or kind of split or break everything. And so I think it's unsurprising. I don't want to, let's say that this is the structural universal or something like that, but I do think that in the context of Western thought, it is something that keeps reappearing because it has that kind of power of a hope against hope. Again, when things seem like they're beyond the capacity of human beings to change or exercise agency, messianism gives people the feeling that actually that things really are within their power and agency. And then it can take different forms, right? There's ethical messianism, political messianism, more pietistic forms of messianism, et cetera. But I think the basic structure.
There was another person here. Do you still have a question?
Yeah, I don't have a question, but thank you. It's really wonderful. At one point you say prophetic language is not to be taken literally, and I'm thinking about poetry and the metaphor of the poet in romantic poetry, for example, as a prophet, and of course in modern Hebrew literature, national poetry about the poet as the prophet.
Yeah.
So I'm also asking about, can the poet be like the Messiah, right? Like how we can jump from the prophet to the Messiah. And
That would be military, victorious military leader as well, though.
Yeah.
I also want to add that there is also like a special view of this redemptive, like in relation to what you said, of this redemptive paradigm, right? That usually they lead to like dystopia, right? To the catastrophe there. So I was just wondering.
Right, yeah, so I'll take these as two separate questions, just to respond to the second one first. I think that one of the main concerns we might have about messianism, especially in any kind of political form of messianism, is, what we associate with Kierkegaard, theological suspension of the ethical. The messianic end somehow then justifies running roughshod, against all kinds of norms and kind of moral boundaries and so forth, because the end is what matters. You see manifestations of that, again, both religious and secular. So I think that is deeply problematic. I think that Maimonides has ways of aiming that, avoiding it, or because that the law is never annulled. I think that's very important. The law remains. On the first question, so I think poetry can serve different functions in this way. I mean, for Maimonides, though, for the Messiah in particular, and also for Moses, it's important that the poetic imagery is a translation of philosophical ideas. Right? In other words, we might think of poetry today as in part evoking forms of human experience, which would be dulled if we were to try to put them in the form of a treatise. Yes, I walked through the woods on a snowy day. Like, okay, that's nice. But you read Robert Frost, that's much more powerful, right? But I think that for Maimonides, the way that Glenn will correct me, but it seems like the primary function of poetry is again the kind of dissemination of philosophical ideas to people who would not necessarily care for them, rather than the evocation of experience, of human experience for its own sake. But, yeah,
lovely. Ken had a point, and I think that'll have to be the last one for the moment, and because we do. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, well, you're right when you said at the end, philosophy has changed. That's what Maimonides believed in the possibility of demonstration, particularly with the existence of the when you said that philosophy had changed, I thought of it for a moment about Hillary Clinton, who said, what in the history of philosophy has ever been demonstrated? We don't look at demonstrate. Philosophy demonstrates things in the way that the medievals did. And that raises the question whether there even could be a Messiah in the Maimonidean sense of the term.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot of the unwritten part of this paper, which may be a separate paper, actually, is thinking about exactly this issue, which is to say, if we think that what the Torah is, as Maimonides, I think, did, which is to say a translation of philosophical ideas which Moses came to, as any person can come to. What happens when we lose that belief, that confidence that any person could come to this kind of elaborate system of philosophical ideas on their own? So as I listen to concluding, again, very much still thinking about this, it strikes me that there are still basic evidence that perhaps one could not prove, but at least kind of arrive at kind of intuitive actually. Among them, the existence of God, the existence of certain kind of moral factors, even some basic cosmological things. But that does deflate a little bit what it is that we can ascribe to what Moses did. Therefore,
you have God's existence accepted,
we should go on. I will respect. I remember Hillary very well, and he didn't know Alexander Raphael very well, because in the history of philosophy, it was proved to the great disadvantage of the Stoics that you can't have two physical things in the same place at the same time. One of the great demonstrations, it's not quite the demonstration of the existence of God, which is more potentous, but there have been things in the history of philosophy that have been proved, and that's one of them. And it's due to the man with the wonderful name, Alexander Raphael. Thank you so much for that. We're going to take a 3-minute break so people can do whatever they need to do in 3 minutes, and then we're going to have our next speaker.
I have a bottle I'll bring up here. Yeah.
Hey, want to say you're fine. Yeah, I gotta go now. See me walking out.
No worries. Oh, that's quite all right.
Looking forward.
Thank you so much. How do I?
You can drag this bar.
Yeah, how do I do
But
that?
you have to use this.
That's fine. I just don't want these guys to be.
Did I switch it to the
Yes.
second?
Oh, it's not going. Oh wait. Yeah.
This thing.
And then what is going to do? That works. There we go. All right. My question is, can we just get this bar?
Want it all the way on, or
That
just
doesn't matter.
like we can do just you, or we can do the.
Yeah, I just want to. There's gonna might be text over there. So just the effortless movement, like the bottom, maybe this corner over here, because there's never gonna be text over there.
This corner?
That's perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
What? Just start talking. If I could ask people to take your seats and we'll get started with the next session. Hello.
Okay, everybody, let's get comfortable and sit down. Don't get too comfortable. That time of the afternoon, we don't want to be too comfortable. Kristen Boyce is our colleague. She is a wonderful philosopher, and she will be introducing Eliav Grossman.
So it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Grossman. We are fortunate to have him here at Vanderbilt as a visiting assistant professor of rabbinics and classical Judaism. He recently completed a PhD at Princeton University's Department of Religion and is currently at work on a book manuscript that is tentatively titled Copying the Canon, Imitation, Verification, and the Making of Rabbinic Judaism. He's going to be speaking to us today about law, philosophy, and the Hebrew language between Mishnah Torah and More Nivukim.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you so much, Len, for the opportunity to participate in this wonderful occasion. Can you all hear me okay if I forego any microphone? Excellent. The great scholar of the American Revolution, Eric Foner, argued that Thomas Paine's famous pamphlet, Common Sense, was not revolutionary for its content, which was drawn from Locke and Rousseau in a fairly straightforward manner, but for its form. Paine successfully synthesized these foundational theorists of what we now call liberal democracy into a treatise that was eminently accessible to a broad audience of laypeople who did not have philosophical training. Paine was able to distill sophisticated ideas of political and social philosophy into language that was not only comprehensible to a wide readership, but stirring and inspiring. Readers of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah have credited Rambam, who I will alternate between calling Maimonides and Rambam for the sake of diversity, with a similar feat. Rambam is celebrated for his choice to compose his massive law code in Mishnaic Hebrew, rather than replicate the Talmud's Aramaic. Maimonides chose the linguistic idiom of the Mishnah, not only as a stylistic preference, but as an organizational principle. Instead of continuing the Talmud's tradition of commenting piecemeal on the Mishnah in often meandering dialectical discussions, Maimonides positions his Mishnah Torah as a Mishnah redivivis, a return to the crystalline language and clear topical organization of the Mishnah. In a letter to Rabbi Pinchas Hadayan of Alexandria, Maimonides explicitly characterizes his project in Mishnah Torah as halachic composition in the Mishnaic mold. He writes, "Know that I wrote in the introduction to my composition that I have grasped the matter thusly. It is in the style of the Mishnah and the language of the Mishnah." His interlocutor Pinchas's failure to understand that Mishnah Torah is a Mishnaic composition rather than a commentary, Perush, to the Talmud has led to Pinchas wrongly accusing Maimonides of unjustifiably omitting the names of Talmudic sages as well as any dialectical reasoning from Mishnah Torah. Maimonides responds to these charges, writing to Pinchas, "But you have not paid attention to my words, and you do not know the difference between the style of the Mishnah and the style of the Talmud." So great was Maimonides' veneration of Mishnaic Hebrew that he effectively named his monumental code after the Mishnah. Mishneh Torah means a second Torah, but equally alludes to the Mishnah as Maimonides' compositional model. As scholars such as David Gillis have demonstrated, the choice of Mishnaic Hebrew on Maimonides' part is an artfully deliberate strategy aimed at crafting a legal work that rises almost to the level of poetry. Given this, there's a structural parallel between the beginning of Mishneh Torah, where Maimonides gestures towards his adoption of the Mishnah and Mishnaic Hebrew as the model of legal composition that he wishes to emulate, and the beginning of the guide, the Moreh Nevuchim. This parallel, to my knowledge, has not been remarked upon. It seems striking to me that where Maimonides opens Mishneh Torah with a paean to virtues of Mishnaic Hebrew, he begins the guide with quite the opposite, a disquisition on the limitations of biblical Hebrew. Part 1 of the guide, of course, is devoted to explaining why the Hebrew Bible does not actually endorse an anthropomorphic notion of God, despite all appearances to the contrary. Maimonides offers a detailed lexicon of biblical words and phrases that could mislead the reader to the gravely incorrect notion that God has, for example, a strong arm, an outstretched hand, or a flared nose. Such misleading imagery is the unfortunate result of the vivid intensity of the biblical text, which is not intended for philosophers, but for ancient Israelites, deeply embedded in a pagan world of false corporeal deities. The broad upshot that emerges from part 1 of the guide is that the language of the Hebrew Bible is ill-suited for philosophical inquiry. Indeed, without Maimonides' considerable lexical interventions, readers of the Hebrew Bible are liable to reach grievously false conclusions about divine corporeality. When compared to the beginning of Mishneh Torah, we can see quite a stark contrast. In the introduction to Mishneh Torah, Maimonides heaps praise on Yehuda HaNasi, Judah the Patriarch, the 3rd century rabbi responsible for compiling the Mishnah, for developing an idiom of Hebrew so perfectly suited for halakhic instruction that it deserves to be imitated in contemporary composition. I'm not going to read, but you can feel free to consult Maimonides' words in the introduction to Mishneh Torah. Indeed, Maimonides would later refuse overtures to have the Mishneh Torah translated into Arabic, as this would spoil the composition's carefully constructed language. By contrast, once again, in the first part of the guide, Maimonides demonstrates at great length that biblical Hebrew is a liability, a major impediment to philosophically correct apprehension of the divine. Moreover, it's important to note that Mishneh Torah is not an exclusively halachic composition. It integrates philosophical findings as well. The first book of Mishneh Torah, Sefer Hamada, the Book of Knowledge, Maimonides presents metaphysical truths about God's existence and God's unity alongside ritual prescriptions. Thus, it appears that Mishnaic Hebrew, for the Rambam, is not only an apt linguistic vehicle for halacha, but for philosophy too. Mishnaic Hebrew is evidently Maimonides' preferred instrument for conveying key philosophical nuggets that every Jew ought to know, precisely what the Hebrew scriptures so struggle to achieve. In my time today, I'd like to further explore this structural parallel between Mishneh Torah and the guide, and argue that it is not coincidental that one work praises the perfection of Mishnaic Hebrew, while the other laments the limitations of biblical Hebrew. Maimonides, I will suggest, has in mind a range of Talmudic source texts that he must corral into a coherent statement on language. But perhaps more pressingly, he also has to confront a religio-political landscape in which mastery over the Hebrew language was politicized. When Rambam underscores the challenges of doing philosophy with scriptural language, I think he is subtly attacking the Karaites, a group of acknowledged scriptural experts whose mastery over the lexical and grammatical subtleties of the biblical corpus, nonetheless, Maimonides argue, do little for the apprehension of metaphysical truth. One word of caveat before proceeding further. To be sure, Maimonides' critique of biblical Hebrew as an unsuitable vehicle for philosophy is really a critique of language as a whole. The Bible's anthropomorphic descriptions of God are the result of the inherent anthropocentrism of all language, which is, after all, a human tool premised on human experience. Inevitably, all language falls short when attempting to capture the divine nature, and biblical language simply exemplifies this shortcoming. Nonetheless, I think that Rambam's choice to open the guide with such a thorough inventory of Scripture's unphilosophical verbiage is a calculated jab against the Karaites, who, in Maimonides' context, position themselves as both masters of the biblical text and, as we'll see, position themselves as avowed opponents of anthropomorphism. But Maimonides might be taken as responding, if you're really going to understand the text of the Bible in a philosophically correct way, you'd better come with me rather than rely on them. Let's begin with a few instances in which Maimonides praises translators of the Torah for their philosophical acuity. In multiple passages of the guide, Maimonides praises the Aramaic translators of Scripture, the Targumists, for scrubbing the original Hebrew text of its dangerous anthropomorphism. Specifically, Maimonides credits Onkelos and Jonathan ben Uziel for perceptively adjusting their renditions of philosophically problematic passages. For example, after the sin of the golden calf, when Moses demands an intimate and direct audience with God, the Torah describes the subsequent encounter with alarmingly anthropomorphic phrases. You cannot see my face, God says to Moses, for a human cannot see me and live. Therefore, God says, I will place my hand over you while I pass by. Rambam's interpretation of these difficult passages is complex, but one of the options that he offers is that God indeed created something to be perceptible to Moses, what we might call the divine glory or kvod Adonai in biblical language. Maimonides commends Onkelos, who emphasizes in his translation that what passed before Moses was not God, but a creation that God made for this specific occasion. And here I quote, the Targum follows its usual practice in rendering this verse. Whenever it finds anything ascribed to God suggesting corporeality or any of its appurtenances, it shifts the reference to something else deemed understood. So when it says there was the Lord standing atop it, Onkelos translates it as the glory of the Lord stood above it. When it says the Lord stand between me and you, he has the Lord's word abide between me and you. He consistently glosses in this way. So when it says in Exodus, the Lord passed by Moses' face, Onkelos renders it as the Lord caused his manifestation to pass before him. For Onkelos, what passed was surely something created. Maimonides' esteem for Onkelos is more than just an acknowledgement of the Targumist's translation chops. It is, one, a show of deep respect for Onkelos' philosophical acuity, for the Targumist is consistent in steering his audience away from misguided corporealism, and two, it is a reminder that there is nothing especially salutary about biblical Hebrew when it comes to philosophical inquiry. Without Onkelos, Maimonides implies, thousands of synagogue goers over the course of a millennium who relied primarily on the Targum for their understanding of the Bible and who held no particular expertise in either the tendency for anthropomorphic metaphors in biblical Hebrew or in metaphysics would have been misled into a grave misunderstanding of God's incorporeal nature. The philosophical infelicities of biblical Hebrew, themselves a product of God's incredible generosity towards the Israelites and an accommodation of their intellectual immaturity, has to be corrected by the philosophically perceptive Targumist. But Rambam is not deriving this approving view of the Targum solely from a careful study of their translation techniques. He is also, I would suggest, synthesizing information provided in two rather arresting Talmudic stories. Here is the first. Jonathan ben Uziel recited the Targum of the prophets from the mouth of Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, and the land of Israel trembled 400 parasangs by 400 parasangs. A heavenly voice cried out, "Who has revealed my secrets to human beings?" Jonathan ben Uziel stood on his feet and said, "It is I who has revealed your secrets to humans. It is clear and revealed before you that I have not done this for my honor or the honor of my father's house, but for your honor, so that there should not be dissension in Israel." The earthquake and heavenly voice demanding that the translator of the prophets into Aramaic identify himself would, on its face, appear to indicate that God is less than pleased with this endeavor, with this disclosure. Commentators offer various explanations for this displeasure. It could be, per the opinion of Tosfot Reed, among others, that making the difficult to understand passages of Isaiah and Jeremiah so accessible and easy to read Aramaic disincentivizes the intensive study of the prophets in their original language. It could also be that Jonathan's translation renders esoteric chapters of the prophets, like Ezekiel chapter 1 or Isaiah chapter 6, into exoteric easy reading, thus contravening the rabbinic prohibition on expounding Ma'aseh Merkava in public. But Maimonides, I think, celebrates Jonathan ben Uziel despite these rabbinic hesitations. For Maimonides, it really doesn't matter whether the biblical prophets are accessed primarily in Hebrew or Aramaic, so long as the Jews reading them aren't misled by their anthropomorphic language, particularly in those chapters that the rabbis designate as esoteric secrets, wherein God is described as sitting on a throne and possessing a body. For Maimonides, Jonathan rendered a tremendous service to generations of Jews unschooled in philosophical subtlety by neutralizing the danger of anthropomorphism in the biblical prophets. The second Talmudic passage that I believe undergirds Maimonides' admiration for the Targumists is the following, and this is a passage that Rambam quotes elsewhere in Mishnah Torah, so he definitely knew it. Of course, he knew the entire Talmud. Our rabbis taught, Hillel the elder had 80 students. 30 of them were worthy of the divine presence resting upon them like Moses our teacher. 30 of them were worthy of the sun stopping like Joshua ben Nun. 20 were middling. The greatest was Jonathan ben Uziel, and the least of them was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They said that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai never stopped studying scripture, Mishnah, Gemara, Halachot, Agadot. There's a long list that follows and concludes with a great matter and a small matter. A great matter, this is the matter of the chariot, Ma'aseh Merkava. A small matter, these are the discussions of Abaye and Rava. They said that when Jonathan ben Uziel would sit and study Torah, all birds flying over him would be burned. Here, Jonathan ben Uziel is placed at the top either of the middling class of Hillel the Elder students or at the top of all of Hillel the Elder students, and Jonathan is said to attract the divine presence with such intensity that when he learned Torah, nearby birds burned. What I want to highlight is that the last of the litany of achievements ascribed to Jonathan's colleague Yochanan ben Zakkai, and therefore by implication also to Jonathan, is the mastery of davar gadol v'davar katan, large matters and small matters. The Talmud's anonymous narrator glosses these terms. Small matters are the legal disputes of Amoraic rabbis whose discussions were known to Yochanan more than a century before they lived. Large matters, says the Talmud, refers to Ma'aseh Merkava, or Ezekiel's vision of the chariot. It should be clear how Maimonides reads this passage. If Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, possess mastery over the metaphysical mysteries contained in Ma'aseh Merkava, then all the more so did the illustrious Jonathan ben Uziel. Of course, to Maimonides, Ma'aseh Merkava refers precisely to the metaphysical questions that he tackles in the guide. Thus, we are left to infer that Jonathan ben Uziel was one of the greatest metaphysicians of his generation and possessed a philosophical acumen that was demonstrated to dazzling effect with his sensitive de-anthropomorphizing of the biblical text that he achieved in the Targum. The extent of Maimonides' admiration for the Targumists' combination of textual dexterity and philosophical sensitivity is expressed yet again in a remarkable passage later in part 1 of the guide. Maimonides wonders why Onkelos sometimes chose to render the phrase Vayar Adonai as God saw, ascribing vision to God, but sometimes with the de-anthropomorphized translation, it was clear to God. Why does Onkelos vacillate between translations that denote sensory versus intellectual perception? Maimonides writes, reviewing the manuscripts I could find of his Targum and what I had heard as a student, I noted that when he found what God saw was connected with harm, hostilities, or wrongdoing, he glossed, it was plain to the Lord. Beheld in Aramaic, of course, means awareness, discerning what is the case, so not strictly sensory sight. So when he found that what God saw involved wrongdoing, he said not beheld, but it was plain to the Lord. So when seeing is ascribed to God anywhere in the Torah, I found he gives beheld. Rambam doesn't usually tell his readers about careful consultation of manuscripts. Evidently, Maimonides is so committed to understanding the Targum's translational choices, to making sense of their methodology, that he's willing to leaf through any copies of the Targum that he could procure, so as to formulate a clear and principled explanation for the Targum's apparent inconsistency. The answer yielded is that Onkelos renders Vayar Adonai as God saw when the object of God's metaphorical sight is something positive, whereas Vayar Adonai is translated it was clear to God when the object of divine perception is negative. But Maimonides admits that he came across several passages where Vayar Adonai precedes something negative, and yet Onkelos maintains the literal translation, God saw. Regarding these outliers, Maimonides says, yet this fine, far-ranging, and sensible reading is undercut for me by 3 passages that should have been glossed as it was plain to the Lord, but we find in the manuscripts the Lord beheld. The manuscripts should be checked carefully for this in case they need correcting. Maimonides is so perplexed by the apparent contradiction in Onkelos' translation of Vayar Adonai that he calls upon the reader to perform archival research of their own in order to definitively resolve the perceived contradictions in Onkelos' translation. This is a remarkably generous attitude towards the Targum. Rather than simply dismiss Onkelos as inconsistent or as lacking philosophical understanding occasionally, Maimonides places the onus on the reader to become a text critic and find the Targumic manuscripts that will validate the Targum's methodological consistency. Again, I want to highlight how charitable Maimonides is towards the Targum. Rather than accept that the Targumists were limited in their philosophical acumen, or excuse them because they were translating for an audience of unphilosophical synagogue goers, instead, Maimonides credits the Targumist with a commitment to de-anthropomorphizing the biblical text, and he is willing to extend the benefit of the doubt to even Targumic manuscripts that appear to undercut his explanation. Note that Maimonides does not offer the same grace to the biblical text itself. Never does Maimonides attempt to explain away biblical anthropomorphism with reference to hypothetical biblical manuscripts that are voided of corporeal descriptions of the deity. That might seem far-fetched to you, but I'd like to suggest a comparison with a passage elsewhere in Maimonides' writings where he does discuss comparing different manuscripts of the Torah. I'm thinking of a rather well-known passage in Mishnah Torah's Hilchot Sefer Torah, where Maimonides details the open and closed paragraphs of the Torah, known as Parashiot, Petuchot, and Stumot. To compile an authoritative list of such paragraphs, Maimonides says that he consulted multiple Torah scrolls that offered conflicting evidence for his register of Petuchot and Stumot in Mishnah Torah. Maimonides says that he has relied on just one manuscript, the famous Book of Egypt, which refers to what we now call the Aleppo Codex. I'll read this in English. And since I saw the great corruption in all the books regarding these matters, and similarly the matters of the Masorah who write and compose to notify the open and closed paragraphs disagreed about these matters regarding which books to rely upon, I saw fit to list here all the open and closed paragraphs of the Torah in order to correct them and edit from them. The book that we have relied upon in these matters is the well-known book in Egypt, containing the 24 books of the Bible, which was in Jerusalem for many years, and I've edited the books of the Torah from it. All relied upon this book because Ben Asher edited it and scrupulously attended to it for so many years and edited it many times as they wrote, and I have relied upon this book in writing my own Torah scroll that I wrote. This passage has been much discussed in scholarly literature for the precious biographical details it reveals about Maimonides, who apparently was able to consult the prestigious codex when it resided in Cairo. On first reading, it would suggest Maimonides' exceptional dedication to establishing a uniform and authoritative layout for the biblical text, as it should appear in Torah scrolls. But what kind of authority is Maimonides thinking of here? What's the epistemic basis for trusting the Aleppo Codex and the heroic efforts of its Masoret, Aharon ben Asher, over other codices? Note that there's a Hebrew root that appears and reappears in this passage. It's samach mem kaf, which means to rely upon, samach. The Aleppo Codex is an authoritative witness to the conventions governing Torah scrolls because others have relied on it, alav hayu hakol somchin, such that Maimonides too relies on it, ve'alav samachti. What kind of knowledge enables Maimonides' codification of a standard text of the Torah? It is reliance on others, or put differently, tradition. Why does this matter? I think it's significant that Maimonides signals to the readers of Mishnah Torah, through the deployments of the Leitwort samach, that accurate knowledge of the biblical text is a pursuit entirely dependent on convention. To be sure, convention honed through Masoretic mastery of manuscripts and refined over generations of scholarship, but convention nonetheless. The text of the Torah is dependent on the careful stewardship of the Masoretes. For Maimonides, of course, knowledge that depends on tradition is decidedly on less stable ground than knowledge that can be deduced through reason alone. Moreover, it's notable that in the other passage that we saw, where Maimonides describes his efforts to obtain Targumic manuscripts, he does so not with the goal of recovering a reliable textual tradition, but to validate the philosophical soundness of the Targumist translation method. In other words, when it comes to reading the Targum, Maimonides searches for manuscripts so that he can champion the philosophical coherence of the Targum's translation. But when it comes to the text of the Torah itself, Maimonides' criterion for a worthy manuscript is simply that it has been relied upon by Masoretes of known repute. There is no philosophical litmus test for the worthiness of these manuscripts because, of course, there cannot be. The biblical text is so riddled with philosophically infelicitous anthropomorphism that the only metric for its authority is the fact that it has been transmitted by trustworthy stewards. To review, Maimonides begins both Mishnah Torah and the Guide with a consideration of the Hebrew language. In Mishnah Torah, Mishnaic Hebrew is presented as the ideal vehicle for halachic communication and even for some philosophic instruction. The Guide, on the other hand, begins with a detailed exploration of the limitations of biblical Hebrew for philosophical instruction and instead heaps praise on the Targumists who successfully popularized a de-anthropomorphized version of the Hebrew Bible. Furthermore, where Maimonides conducts manuscript research of both the text of the Torah and the text of the Targum, only the latter is pursued with the aim of vindicating the rationality of the Targum's incorporeal conception of God. Manuscripts of Torah, by contrast, are vetted solely by the reputation of the Masoretic scholar who prepared them. The combination of Maimonides' extensive discussion of the biblical text's philosophical inaccuracy and his description of biblical manuscripts' value, vouchsafed by tradition alone, offers a stark contrast to his celebration of the Aramaic Bible's rational coherence. I think that there is a spectral polemical presence that can help account for Maimonides' apparent disregard for the philosophical value of biblical Hebrew. I believe that in implicitly discounting the certainty with which we can approach the biblical text, Maimonides is making a subtle yet sharp dig at those Jews who purported to possess mastery over the biblical text in his own day, Karaites. Maimonides would have been well aware that many of the Masoretes responsible for producing magnificent copies of the Bible, like the Aleppo Codex in the case of Aharon ben Asher, were in fact Karaites. Rambam surely would have also known that Karaite scholars of biblical Hebrew produced lexicons and grammatical handbooks to assist young Karaite students in their quest to master the biblical text. The fields of biblical lexicography and grammar were dominated by Karaite Jews, who, of course, proclaimed fealty to scripture alone and were therefore highly motivated to truly master its every linguistic, lexicographic, and grammatical nuance. When Maimonides highlights the philosophical crudeness of biblical Hebrew, I think he is also polemicizing against Karaites. The point of the first part of the guide is that if you read the Hebrew scriptures alone and on their own terms, you will come away with very bad notions about God, including a grossly anthropomorphic conception of the deity. No amount of lexicography or grammar will save you from woefully inadequate philosophical takeaways. This, I suggest, is the implicit purpose behind Maimonides' celebration of the Targumists, who forego the Hebrew language altogether in their representation of Scripture. Translating the Hebrew Bible into another language entirely might be preferable to the careful study of Scripture without proper philosophical guardrails. It also highlights a polemical dimension to Maimonides' comments about searching manuscripts of Targum so as to impute a philosophically respectable position to Onkelos. Karaite Masoretes were masters of manuscripts, skillfully collating variants in the text and the cantillation tradition. I think that Maimonides is suggesting that all this is worthless if one does not prioritize the implementation of a philosophically sound scriptural hermeneutic. Thus, I think that part one of the guide is in part calibrated to counter the Karaites. Rambam's negation of biblical anthropomorphism would have especially resonated with Karaite critiques of the rabbis, as Karaites regularly pointed to seemingly absurd rabbinic anthropomorphism in an attempt to disqualify the ancient rabbis and their traditions. In particular, Shiur Koma, the notoriously corporeal text that gives detailed dimensions of God's body, was a favorite Karaite punching bag. And here is just one example for your perusal. Maimonides, of course, was no fan of Shiur Koma, and in a responsum, as mentioned earlier, he dismisses it as a forgery. But I think that in the guide's first part, Maimonides is out to make a more fundamental point. He wants to demonstrate the insufficiency of Karaite biblical scholarship for avoiding the pitfalls of anthropomorphism. Karaite grammarians and linguists can write as many learned treatises about biblical Hebrew as they like, but this will not help them get past the incorrigibly corporeal plain meaning of the biblical text. Karaite scholarship on the biblical text thus does nothing to move the masses of synagogue-going Jews, whether Rabbinite or Karaite, towards a philosophically refined conception of the deity. For all their fulmination against the crude corporealism of a Shiur Koma, then, Karaite Bible scholarship doesn't fundamentally move the needle away from problematic anthropomorphism. Maimonides' writings in Mishnah Torah and in his responsa display a clear antagonism towards Karaites, as might be expected of a leading rabbinic scholar of the day. I have suggested here that the guide should be added to the list of Rambam's works that include an anti-Karaite dimension. The representation of biblical Hebrew in the guide's first part is of a language ill-suited for philosophical inquiry, and the greatest readers of the Hebrew scriptures are those who successfully translated them into another language, while neutralizing their anthropomorphism. The Karaite endeavor to master the grammatical and lexicographic subtleties of biblical Hebrew is ultimately fruitless, if not paired with a philosophical hermeneutic, and it will lead readers of the Torah to exactly the same corporealism that Karaites so heavily criticize in works like Shiur Koma. Where is the Hebrew language useful then? For Rambam, it's precisely in that domain of literature that the Karaites so strenuously reject, rabbinic tradition. Mishnah Torah, the second Mishnah, is very deliberately composed in the language and rhetorical style of the Mishnah, because Mishnaic Hebrew is the ideal linguistic instrument for halachic composition. Expertise in the Hebrew language, Maimonides suggests, would be better directed towards the formulation of halachic directives. It is my hope that the thoughts I've shared here about Maimonides' views on the importance of biblical translation are a worthy offering on this occasion, in which we celebrate the monumental translation of the guide achieved by Len and Phil. Like Onkelos and Jonathan ben Uziel, whose translations of scripture made its true meaning accessible to a broad populace of synagogue goers, not necessarily schooled in philosophical subtlety, so has the Goodman and Lieberman translation of the guide opened Maimonidean wisdom in clear and beautifully readable prose to a broader audience than ever before. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Once we noticed that Rambam was very charitable towards the Talmudists. I think you're correct. Would it be fair to say he is charitable towards the Talmudists? Because Rambam's project of noting anthropomorphism to the Bible and trying to depersonify God, there is very little precedence in the writings of the Talmudic rabbis. As a fact, you'd be hard pressed to find anywhere in the rabbinic corpus anywhere that explicit statement of God has no body of any kind. But here it seems, at least with the Torah, he has a hook or a leg to stand on. In other words, something within the rabbinic tradition upon which he can base his own broader radical project, completely depersonify anything to do with God. So, do you think that's the reason that he's, as you correctly said, sort of magnifying and growing out of proportion the place and the role of the Talmudists?
Yes, as we know, Rambam does not always have the most effusive things to say about rabbinic corporealism. In that famous passage where he says the greatest praise to God is silence, based on the Psalms, he's quoting a midrash, and he says something like, "I wish that all of their midrashim were like this one," right? So that gives you a kind of sense for the challenge that Maimonides deals with in reading rabbinic literature. So I think you're absolutely right that the avoidance of anthropomorphism in the Targumim provides a kind of much more attractive site for Rambam to sort of find predecessors in his project. What I've tried to point out here is that he is also using rabbinic texts about the Targumim, and he's brilliantly synthesizing what the Talmud has to say about Yonatan ben Uziel and his practice of translation. It wasn't just that he was a translator, he was also a philosopher, because he, along with Yochanan ben Zakkai, but even more than Yochanan ben Zakkai, because he was a greater student of Hillel than Yochanan ben Zakkai, was engaged in Davar Gadol v'Davar Katan, and that's Maaseh Merkava. So that's how the Rambam reads that passage. Yonatan ben Uziel was the preeminent master of Maaseh Merkava, and that accounts for his sensitive de-anthropomorphizing of scripture.
Thank you so much. It's very, very interesting. But I have two questions. One on the way you interpret his approach to the biblical text. I think you flatten it out a little too much.
Yeah.
Because it's not just a critique. If a guy doesn't just begin with it, everything in the Bible is blah, 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 it's not good. No, but it gives you the richness and the possibility of interpreting difficulty with more than one way. So I would go for the depth that the biblical text gives you. That's point number one. Point number two is the opposite as far as the Mishneh people is concerned. You're right, you adore Mishneh people, but the heavy lifting of teaching philosophy is happening in the guide. It's not happening in the Mishnah Torah, even though some of it is that Ramadan really is. But that's not where most of the philosophical material is found to the reader. The guide. So those 2 points prevent me from accepting your thesis 100%.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Those are very important points to clarify. Of course, Maimonides does not only think that biblical Hebrew is an insufficient vehicle for philosophy. He praises the vividness of biblical metaphor. He has a great deal of positive, wonderful things to say about the artistry of the biblical text. But I think the flip side of that coin is that along with vivid imagery, along with metaphors that can inspire emotion, comes a kind of slippage into imprecision. And so what I want to highlight is that insofar as biblical Hebrew requires this kind of unpacking, of understanding when the language is meant to inspire and when it is meant to convey metaphysical truth, Rambam is here to provide that, and Karaites and people who simply study the grammar and lexicography of scripture without then using that to leverage or yield a philosophical reading of scripture don't do any of that. So if you simply read, Karaite treatises that tell you exactly how many times a particular word appears in the Torah, and that tell you the morphology of this particular verb and the syntax of this sentence, and where the cantillation of one verse differs from the cantillation of a similar verse elsewhere, you don't come away with any of that unpacking of the layers of biblical Hebrew. So I wanted to highlight in this talk the challenges that biblical Hebrew poses, because I think that is almost a cudgel that Maimonides will use here to attack those who are attentive only to the kind of lexical and grammatical dimension of Hebrew. And then as to the very important point that if Mishnaic Hebrew is so wonderful, then why isn't it a tool of philosophical instruction? I think a lot of this has to do with genre, of course. Mishneh Torah and the guide are intended for different audiences, although ideally everyone would read both. But when he praises Mishnaic Hebrew, he's very specific in that he says that this is a register of Hebrew that is uniquely well suited to a kind of mass communication, right? It is clear and it is stripped of the kind of dialectical back and forth, the digressions of the Talmud and Talmudic Aramaic. So what I think he views Mishnaic Hebrew as really perfect for is kind of mass market communication. He's not interested in developing a philosophically pure idiom of Mishnaic Hebrew, because although he wants people to hold kind of broad philosophical knowledge, he doesn't think that that's going to be everyone's game. He doesn't think that everyone is capable of that. And so Mishnaic Hebrew is really the perfect vehicle for conveying halacha and those kind of core philosophical principles that he lays out in Sefer Hamadah.
So I would also re-engage and I don't think, despite Rambam's claims of clarity, that Onkelos wishes to de-anthropomorphize the text. Rather, Onkelos eschews metaphor in general and removes Hebrew idioms and puts them in Aramaic at times. But Rambam wants to see Onkelos as de-anthropomorphizing because it suits his reading. So I think maybe like you're suggesting, well, there's no precedent for this in rabbinic literature. Well, Onkelos doing something totally different. Rambam is seeing this piece in it and he seizes on it, right? Because it helps him. But I don't think it's what Onkelos himself is doing. And there hasn't been a lot of study of Onkelos as de-anthropomorphizer versus de-metaphorizer, right? I want to actually do a little bit of this. This comes from like sitting at shul and reading Onkelos when the Torah is being read, right? You're the Torah, money, or look at Onkelos and like, right? So I think it's more general phenomena that Maimonides is focused on one specific aspect because of what he's trying to do.
Totally. It suits him, right? It suits him to highlight them as champions of this kind of philosophically accurate reading, which is of course totally anachronistic. But again, I totally agree, and I think that's great. I also would say that he is, in his kind of incredibly brilliant and sophisticated way, mining Agadot in the Talmud that he can read as attesting to their philosophical acuity.
Reliance on tradition, like meaning like knowledge is relational. In this particular example that you gave, if you can say more about that.
Yeah, I think that what he's getting at is when it comes to the Torah and the Tanakh, which is so suffused with passages that are difficult for the philosopher, what are we left with to assess the kind of epistemic value or philosophical value of a particular manuscript of the Bible, right? How could we tell that it's better or worse than one or another? And what I think he's saying is that basically we can just rely on what people before us have said. We just have to rely on what the excellent scholars of the biblical text, the Masoretes, have told us. And that's why I think he kind of keeps coming back to this word, samach, alav samachti, so many times in that one little paragraph where he talks about his own archival investigations into the text of the Torah.
Thank Dr. Grossman.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question on Zoom? I don't know if anybody sees me. Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Shatz has a question.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question on Zoom. I just want to press a little bit on this question of the philosophical acumen of Onkelos and Yonasan ben Uziel. I couldn't hear the other questions, literally hear them, but it seemed to me there's a way to read this a little differently. Beginning of part 3, chapter 27, part 1, chapter 3, what he says is Onkelos was perfect in the Syriac and Hebrew languages. So it's a linguistic greatness. Doesn't say he was a great philosopher. Then he said, then he devoted himself to getting rid of the anthropomorphisms. Here's a different story. The story goes like this, that Rambam wanted to make a big deal about Onkelos because Onkelos studied at the feet of Chazal, right? He studied, with the sages. So he would know to oppose anthropomorphism. He had the linguistic facility to find a different word, but what he knew linguistically was very simple. In other words, that the meaning of a predicate has to be adjusted to the subject. Now, also, Rambam in the earlier chapters, lexicographical chapters, often basically says that a word can be interpreted one way with respect to one type of subject and another way with a different type of subject. So really, he was sort of translating, but he kind of knew the rules of the game. Translating, but any kind of anthropomorphism, he knew from Chazal to do this. See, I think that Onkelos is an important figure because of the certification, sort of, that he got from the sages. So it's a little bit of a different story. Just it was the linguistic facility that's really the thing. It's almost like he was, in Messiach Lefi Tumo, he was like just innocently translating the way he thought he should translate once he knew the rules of the game.
Yeah, thank you. So the way that I would read that particular passage is that despite Onkelos's rather simplistic translation technique, he is still deserving of great praise, more than any reader of scripture who has a more sophisticated textual, linguistic, grammatical acumen, but who lacks that kind of philosophical sensitivity and philosophical agenda. So I think that, in a way, I see as kind of supporting the sort of polemical dimension to his praise of the Targumists.
Okay, thank you.
Eliav Grossman is not through yet because he's chairing the next session, and the next session will be a paper by my admired colleague, who is right here, to speak about Thomas and Maimonides. Those of you who know the writings of Thomas Aquinas know that when he can't find a passage that he wants in scripture, and when he can't find it in Dionysius the Areopagite, he will find it in Rambam, Maimonides. So it's Eliav is going to chair this session and introduce our colleague in philosophy, who is the faculty sponsor of the Thomistic Institute here on campus, Andrew Sucre. Please.
Okay. I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Andrew Sucre, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Philosophy here at Vanderbilt. His interests include the history of philosophy and the philosophy of law, and his work draws upon the Aristotelian and Thomistic traditions to address foundational questions in moral and political philosophy. Dr. Sucre received a JD from Harvard Law School and a PhD in philosophy from UC Irvine. Today, he'll be exploring whether or not Thomas Aquinas has been rightly maligned for misappropriating Maimonides' 5 factors that hinder philosophical progress among the masses, and provide good reason for hesitating to attempt public philosophical instruction. For Aquinas, these 5 factors offer excellent proof of the necessity of faith. So does Thomas stand Maimonides on his head, or is his reading of the guide fair? Let's listen and find out.
Good afternoon, everyone. This will be a little bit different than what we've all had the pleasure to see so far today. Very detailed, careful, textual interpretations, though at the same time I have the same goal in mind, which is to honor and appreciate this excellent and outstanding translation, which is long overdue. I've had the small Friedlander text on my shelf for a very long time, and now have the excellent Goodman and Lieberman translation as a go-to. And thank you, Len, for the opportunity to share a little bit of my thoughts on how we can perhaps look at Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides. Right? So in his exposition, I'll dig right in his exposition on the De Trinitate of Boethius, Thomas Aquinas argues that faith is most necessary for mankind, homine maxima necessaria. Now, more precisely, insofar as man's ultimate end depends on his attaining a certain fullness of knowledge of the divinity, faith is necessary. We could work the syllogism out if we needed to. The necessity of faith is not, however, uniform. Here's the point of this. Right. Indeed, the degree of its necessity depends upon the particular content of that faith. Certain divine truths, and here Thomas refers to the mystery of the Trinity itself, lie completely beyond the natural capacity of the human intellect, indeed any created intellect whatsoever, and thus faith with regard to these matters is, to use the terminology of the theologians, strictly necessary. other divine truths, for example, the existence of God and his, we could say, essential attributes can indeed be known through the use of natural reason, say philosophically. Nonetheless, Thomas argues, faith in these things is nonetheless morally necessary. So Maimonides enter. Well, Thomas argues that faith in these things, which in theory natural human reason can come to know, is necessary, Thomas argues, for 5 reasons. Ratione, as posed by Rabbi Moses, Pas Rabbi Moses Ponit. The 5 reasons that Thomas gives faithfully represent, albeit in a greatly reduced and condensed form, the content of the Guide to the Perplexed 134, wherein Maimonides presents these as 5 reasons why the masses should not be instructed in theology. The situation is a bit interesting. Thomas cites these reasons and even attributes them directly to Maimonides. Again, it's not a negative, it's not a disagreement with Maimonides. It's by the way, as Rabbi Moses said, right, these 5 reasons, they're evidence for the necessity of faith concerning these truths accessible to the light of natural reason, whereas Maimonides presents them as reasons not to instruct the majority of believers in divine science and never to begin one's studies with theology. This seems to be a mismatch to a lot of contemporary observers who've looked at this admittedly very fine point. The De Trinitate of Boethius is, as I say, is a deep cut, and Thomas's exposition all the more so. Nonetheless, some people have thought this interesting. Right? They suggest that Thomas has co-opted the position of Maimonides in an unbecoming manner. Maimonides argues that because of these 5 reasons, these 5 factors that make philosophical study difficult, most individuals will never attain knowledge of divine truths, and thus they'll have to be content with taking these truths, and maybe just the most basic of these truths, on faith. Thomas, in contrast, presents these same reasons as evidence for his claim that all individuals need to have faith in these truths. Thus, Bernard McGinn accuses Thomas here of standing Maimonides on his head and of what McGinn terms benign reversal appropriation. Might wish he had more to say, but he finds it all to be a bit suspect. Ernest Fortin, likewise, although less hyperbolically, states that Thomas is engaged in a form of philosophical repurposing, which Fortin finds consistent with the ability of Western scholastics to engage openly with philosophy, a privilege denied to philosophers in both the Jewish and Islamic traditions. Now, both of these interpretations take the position that Aquinas is fundamentally misusing the Maimonidean insight to a different purpose, one seemingly at odds with Maimonides' original intention. Now, I do note in passing that neither McGinn nor Fortin is actually directly concerned with the passage under question. They don't explain exactly what the foul play is, but they point at it. For McGinn, this reading of Thomas provides one more piece of evidence of widespread medieval Christian antagonism towards rabbinic Judaism. And for Fortin, it's a piece of evidence for his Straussian approach to medieval political thought. Even more sympathetic readings, I found one by Francisco Romero Carrasquillo, says, okay, concedes Thomas is not intentionally misquoting, reversing, or doing violence to Maimonides' text. Nonetheless, it does seem that something is off. Something isn't quite right here. Thomas isn't quite getting Maimonides correctly. For me, these interpretations simply strike me as implausible. Thomas has little reason to deploy a position of Maimonides in a misleading manner. One can't say the same, for example, about Thomas's use of St. Augustine. Arguably a lot of violence done to those positions at times. I think there's even less reason to believe that Thomas has somehow misunderstood what is a relatively straightforward part of the guide. Again, I note in a footnote that far too often, for my taste anyway, Thomas is accused of confusion or misunderstanding, that somehow he doesn't understand what he's doing as well as we do. Not sympathetic to that position, certainly not my starting point. And therefore, so what do I hope to accomplish here? Well, in this very short amount of time, I want to look at what Thomas is doing here, how he uses this Maimonidean wisdom in the hopes that a clearer understanding of the relationship between the two thinkers may emerge. I shall proceed by focusing on Thomas's position as understood through a broadly Thomistic lens. So I'm going to make use of later textual interpretations, those that self-consciously seek to develop the insights of Thomas over the centuries that followed. I'm certainly not going to attempt a novel interpretation of Thomas, much less of Maimonides, nor am I going to get deep into the weeds, as lovely as they are, with any of the relevant texts. Such tasks lie far beyond my competence. Instead, drawing inspiration from the 4 points of method for the fruitful study of Thomism articulated by Reginald Garrigou-Lagrange. And the first of these is consideration of his corpus as an organic whole and not in a piecemeal manner. With this in mind, I shall seek first to defend Thomas from the charge of philosophical foul play. Having completed, I hope, this modest task, I shall then perhaps show that Thomas, I think, really does understand Maimonides' position. I think he respects it. I think he endorses it, finds it to be philosophically sound, yet ultimately parts ways on theological grounds, which perhaps have been overlooked by interpreters. I'll spend a little time presenting the texts before turning to look at the key role that Thomas's understanding of faith plays in properly understanding what he's doing with the Maimonidean passage. Okay. The texts themselves, as I said, the exposition of De Trinitate, it's an early work by Thomas. It's a deep cut, as they say, but there it is. Thomas does cite Maimonides as his source for the same 5 reasons for the necessity of faith in his disputed questions De Veritate, and also in his commentary on Peter Lombard's sentences. 3 versions are all, we'll say, compatible. I think the exposition in De Trinitate is probably the most detailed, and we'll just use that as our basis for comparison. Thomas states that the first reason for the necessity of faith is owing to the depth and subtlety of the subject matter. It's hard, which conceals the divine from human minds. This corresponds closely to Maimonides' description of the intrinsic difficulty, subtlety, and depth of the subject. And we can note happily that Thomas even reuses Maimonides' scriptural support for this position. The second reason Thomas states is the initial weakness of the human mind, which is pretty close to Maimonides' reference to the weakness of all human minds at first. In the third reason, Thomas retains his relatively brief recitation, saying that many fail to attain philosophical knowledge of God because of the many preliminary items of knowledge that are needed to reach a knowledge of God by human reasoning, which most humans don't make it through all of the necessary steps. Maimonides states succinctly that the preliminaries are extensive before proceeding to bemoan contemporary intellectual torpor and to stress the importance of the philosophical sequence of education. You have to do a lot of work before you get to theology. The fourth reason Thomas presents is that many persons by their physical dispositions are unsuited to reach perfection of mind by the use of reason. Maimonides makes much the same point, referring to the importance of natural disposition, but devotes much space to the necessity of moral virtue and the imprudence of teaching theology to the young. The fifth and final reason that Thomas presents is the many occupations in which we must be engaged. Here, perhaps, there's a slightly different emphasis in the guide. Maimonides makes clear that by bodily needs, he has in mind indulgence of bodily appetites that, when indulged, sap away one's intellectual yearnings. I think they're relatively close. I think it's a relatively detailed reference to Maimonides in a way that might be surprising. I will note in the more important philosophical works, Summa Contra Gentiles and the Summa Theologiae, the list has been reduced from 5 to 3 stated reasons, and its Maimonidean roots are not disclosed. Thomas makes what appears to be a significant development in his presentation of the necessity for faith, as he argues that although natural reason can arrive at a knowledge of God, he actually claims it's nonetheless failed to do so in actuality. He offers as evidence for this claim the errors and disagreements of the philosophers themselves. It's possible, but look, they didn't actually get there. It's an interesting point, a bit besides the scope of this paper, not only because it represents a departure and perhaps certainly in a roundabout way, a critique of Maimonides' account, but also because of the key role that Thomas's position in the Summa Theologiae plays in the subsequent development and articulation of Catholic doctrine on natural theology, faith, and revelation. But a bit of a side discussion, certainly beyond the scope of what I'm hoping to look at here. So on to faith. And again, it's not a careful textual analysis. I'm certainly not attempting to chart the development from the exposition on De Trinitate through the disputed questions, ending in the Summa Theologiae. I'm going to hop from text to text in a way that the later Thomistic tradition seems to do. I think it gets there. I think it works enough, certainly for this purpose. So plausible enough, I think, that both Thomas and Maimonides share a common sense, not equal, but common sense of what it means to arrive at knowledge of, for example, God's existence. Indeed, their philosophical dialogue would be incoherent otherwise. And I'm using dialogue in, so obviously a figurative sense. In contrast, really no reason to think that their accounts of faith are compatible, much less identical, which is, I think this is the point of departure. Indeed, that Thomas and Maimonides each professes a different religion almost guarantees that their understandings of faith are distinct. Spoiler alert, what I think is that it's those who have looked at these passages and think that Thomas is up to something, is not playing fair with the Maimonidean insights, are perhaps equivocating on what's going on with faith, or they're missing the different senses of which faith could mean. Let's dig in. For Maimonides, faith, we say, is a type of true belief. And you say the usual disclaimer, everything I know about Maimonides on this point is on many points I owe to Len Goodman, and all of my errors are thoroughly my own. So I'll do the best I can. So faith is a type of true belief, and this account of faith has solid Platonic roots, just as true belief is equally useful in getting to Larissa as is genuine knowledge from the Meno, so too does Maimonidean faith suffice to ground the Mishnaic promise that all Israel has a share in the world to come. That is, that even the many who, according to Maimonides, will never attain authentic knowledge of God will nonetheless, we could say, partake of eternal reward. And perhaps a reward is theologically laden. If so, I apologize. The masses who lack the genuine knowledge needed for immortality can nonetheless, so far as they are able, attain sound beliefs, some stated explicitly, some symbolically. It's looking at Guide 327. Faith is thus of supreme practical importance, insofar as it holds forth the possibility of happiness to the many who lack the ability to pursue true knowledge of divine things. And it seems that faith is inferior to knowledge in pretty much every way, both epistemologically and perhaps, at least it appears to me, perhaps soteriologically, yet it is, in a very important sense, good enough, and certainly much better than outright ignorance for those otherwise unable to arrive at true knowledge of God. All right, turning to Thomas on faith. As usual with Thomas, we have to say, well, of course, faith can be said in many ways. It can have a few different, multiple different senses. Could refer to the content of faith, which is, say, the faith, what is believed by faith. Could refer to the virtue of faith or to the related act of faith. Now, like Maimonides, right, and certainly in these discussions, Thomas takes the content of faith under discussion for granted. This is a discussion of correct faith, not just the act of believing any old thing whatsoever, but it's correct faith is that concern, which is, say, the faith which is, of course, true, but more importantly, soteriologically relevant. What do we need to believe or to know to get us where we want to be? Now, that the list of credenda may be shorter for Maimonides than for Thomas, I don't think detracts from the shared understanding. I also note it might not be that long for Thomas either. Certainly there's a real sense that perhaps 3 general beliefs might be sufficient soteriologically, but I include that in a footnote. Right, we put things in footnotes that we don't want to read. All right, so in contrast to this notion of the faith, the content of faith, the virtue of faith, and the corresponding act of faith, have no clear counterparts in the Maimonidean system. Faith as a virtue is one of the three theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, of the Christian tradition. And in the great interest of efficiency, both mine and yours, I'll present here a handbook definition of faith, which is based on the Summa Theologiae. Quite simply, the assent to something is true on the authority of God revealing it. There's a lot packed into that very short definition. Let's see where it goes. More importantly, I think, or what's key is, unlike the acquisition of natural virtues, our good friends, justice, courage, etc., the acquisition of the theological virtues requires an act of divine grace. It's an act which lies beyond the capacity of our created human nature. This is to say that the virtue of faith is, and we finally arrive, supernatural. We're going to make sense of what Thomas means by faith and what Maimonides has in mind, and really then to actually see why I think Thomas gets Maimonides right. It's necessary to address the Thomistic distinction between the natural and the supernatural. Right? Although Thomas didn't formally make this distinction in his writings, he never set it out in a question or an article in a question in the Summa. It grounds his thought, and it's a key element, maybe the key element of that approach to theology that has borne the label Thomistic up to the present day. As the sixth statement, my favorite, of the relationship between the natural and supernatural, confided in the first question of the Summa Theologiae, quote, grace does not destroy nature, but perfects it. Gratia non tollit naturam, sed perficiat. Grace, that's to say the supernatural order, lies beyond human nature, indeed any created nature, yet it does not fundamentally replace or destroy that nature. Rather, the supernatural, again, another 20th century handbook definition, is whatever is above every created nature, inasmuch as it exceeds the powers and exigencies of any created nature whatsoever. Through this lens, we have this in mind, I think we can see the point of connection, and so the point of departure between the position of Thomas and that of Maimonides. Maimonides understands faith, I believe, I think this is fair enough, in a straightforwardly natural manner. It's the formation of belief based on natural authorities that one encounters in our normal human life. I have a reference to Guide 134, just as it should be instilled in small children and published to the masses that God is one and that he alone is to be worshipped, so should they take it on trust that he is not a body and utterly unlike his creatures. Thus, Maimonides argues the Torah famously speaks in human language so that those without the capacity to understand things as they really are, nonetheless are able to hold whatever sound beliefs are best for them to hold. Thomas also acknowledges the existence of this natural faith, and indeed he argues that this sort of faith is itself most necessary for the human species, since it is requisite that one man believe in the promises of another and his testimony and the like. Say we're social animals, and we have to rely on each other in a very natural sense. We have faith in what others tell us at times. This natural faith isn't Thomas's primary concern. It is, we certainly, of much lesser soteriological significance, and it's distinct from the theological virtue of faith. I do want to admit, definitely I've given in this presentation a short shrift to Maimonides' account of faith by kind of just focusing in on its natural nature, that Maimonides understands the faith of Jewish traditions to be not only a substitute for knowledge, but also a means towards knowledge itself, is extremely interesting. Faith is doubly useful pedagogically and soteriologically. I'm also sidestepping the question, or the inevitable question, right? How exactly natural faith and supernatural faith are related, though I think the answer would be found by the usual Thomistic recourse to analogy. Nonetheless, back to the topic in the interest of time. The faith that, according to Thomas, does lead to true happiness must be essentially supernatural, an act of grace which moves man inwardly to assent to the truths contained in Revelation. Whereas natural faith, perhaps we're getting to the point here finally, is clearly inferior to knowledge. Thomas maintains that supernatural faith is, in a sense, more certain, and in another sense, less certain than genuine knowledge. Does this work? Thomas has in mind the earlier arguments of Hugh of St. Victor, who places faith in an intermediate state beyond opinion or conjecture and short of knowledge. does Thomas do with this? And he says, when we consider faith on the part of its cause, faith is more certain than any human wisdom because it's founded on the divine truth. That's to say that the cause of faith is God himself, and thus more certain absolutely than any knowledge we can attain through natural human reason. When viewed with regard to its subject, well, faith is less certain because, right, as we know, the more a man's intellect lays hold of a thing, the more certain it is. As humans, we judge that we are more certain about what we know than what we believe. Thus, faith, and this is, of course, the supernatural faith, is more certain objectively because it's caused by God. Right? Yet, subjectively, knowledge is more certain because that is how we as human beings relate to what we know versus what we simply believe. So when Thomas cites Maimonides' 5 reasons as grounding the necessity of this supernatural faith, he does no violence to Maimonides' position. I believe he shares with Maimonides the position that natural faith is inferior to knowledge. Right? To trust on the basis of human authority that God exists is clearly less certain than knowing through the natural light of reason that God exists. All right. Also for Thomas, this sort of natural faith in God's existence, it's not really faith at all, or it's certainly not the sort of faith that he has in mind in this passage. He departs from Maimonides in his argument that supernatural faith provides a certainty, properly speaking, greater than that of scientific knowledge. Of course, he must. In this way, Thomas argues not only for the strict necessity of revelation or the revelation of purely supernatural truths, but for the moral necessity of those truths accessible to natural reason, yet practically beyond the reach of most humans. What at the end of the day is the import of this discussion? After all, at the outset, I declared I don't have anything novel to present here. No novel interpretation of Thomas, much less of Maimonides. I hope there are 2 points that I might have gropingly unwittingly made, or hopefully made. The first is minor yet obvious, the other more obscure, yet I think for my mind more interesting. First point is the simple correction of what I can only regard as erroneous interpretations of Thomas's use of Maimonides' argument. If the interpretation argued herein has some merit, then Thomas is innocent, both of the charges of misuse and misappropriation. If he's doing anything unseemly with Maimonides' position, but also of imprecision and misunderstanding. I think he actually understands what Maimonides has in mind, and I think he finds it meaningful. And I think he finds it accurate. As we know, metaphysics is hard, philosophy is hard. I find this hard. I do ethics. And he can be seen, right? And he can seem to fairly appreciate the philosophical insight of Maimonides while ultimately departing from it, as indeed Thomas must, on theological grounds. The second point I hope to have made is that by making the effort to understand Thomas's arguments on his own terms, one can better understand the theological grounds, that's to say the organic context in which his philosophy takes shape. I think it would be foolish to attempt an interpretation of Maimonides without reference to the juridical, exegetical traditions of rabbinic Judaism in general, the 12th century in particular, as evidenced by all of the scholarly work that we've seen today. Likewise, interpretations of Thomas that purport to set aside his theological foundations, I think, are going to be unsound. And even more problematic, perhaps, than ignoring Thomas's theology is to replace it, albeit perhaps unwittingly, with a different theology altogether. And I think the question of faith brings this to the fore. The traditional Catholic teaching on faith and revelation, grounded explicitly in the Thomistic tradition, expressed forcefully in the dogmatic Constitution Dei Filius of the First Vatican Council, arguably has morphed. It's become sort of just one contender among many, and although the words remain much the same, the meaning can change. As we note, faith is central to any sort of Christian theological system. And if someone has a different understanding of faith, then everything else is going to be quite different. And fair enough. Thus, what I think here is a relatively straightforward incorporation of Maimonidean philosophical wisdom. It's hard to actually come to philosophical knowledge of the existence of God. Gets turned into some sort of misappropriation, or perhaps more charitably, a benevolent misunderstanding. And And I think it turns on the distinction between the natural and the supernatural. Back to Reginald Garrigou-Lagrange, the sacred monster of Thomism of the early 20th century, he argued that all heterodox notions of faith end up falling into some version of naturalism. Even what he called pseudo-supernaturalistic accounts of faith, early Protestantism, for example, which denied to natural reason the ability to know anything about God's existence or nature, lead towards naturalism. Whether this reversion to naturalism is inevitable or merely predictable is unclear. Footnote here, certainly the testimony of the Eastern Church, expressed well by Ron Allen Tate, provides a counterexample. Perhaps one can get by perfectly well for a couple millennia with a naive supernaturality, but certainly in the West, it has not happened. I also have a reference. I didn't know we were actually going to talk about Rabbi Soloveitchik at dinner yesterday. I have an example of where I think he is getting hung up on Protestant versus Catholic understandings of faith and 20th century references to fideism, where I just think, he says that that the homo religiosus will end up being faced with the trilemma of apologetic philosophy, scholasticism, Tertullian agnosticism, or essentially irrational mysticism. I think Thomas would avoid falling into any of these traps. He avoids falling into this naturalism by maintaining an essentially supernatural account of faith. Maimonides doesn't need to do this. He has no need to grapple with the distinction between supernatural and natural, nor with any sort of tradition of theological virtues. And on his own account, what he means by faith is thoroughly and explicitly natural. I think Thomas understands this. I think he finds it perfect. He understands that exactly Maimonides' position, his use of Maimonides' 5 reasons for the necessity for faith, 5 reasons why it's hard to come to philosophical knowledge of God. It's perfectly consistent as a matter of natural theology, which is to say it's a matter of philosophy as such. I think one can observe in both thinkers a thoroughgoing respect for the methods of philosophy, the power of natural reason. I'm also touched. I think one can observe a shared belief that the means of salvation should be open to all. I think that's significant. Nonetheless, there is a real confessional divide here. And for Thomas, this is a divide between the natural and the supernatural. It's as big a divide as it can get. We're going to have, I think, inevitably the sort of outcomes here, whatever their philosophical points of sympathy, and I think there are many, and the number of times Thomas explicitly disagrees with Maimonides, I don't know how to do the math here, it's not that often. There's a lot of agreement at the philosophical level. Of course, the theological conclusions of Rabbi Moses and the common doctor are going to, as we should probably expect and arguably hope that they do, they're going to diverge. And I don't think that means that Thomas is doing anything unseemly with Maimonides, at least not here. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to hear if any questions. Yes.
I would like a historical question or
Sure.
something theological. I would like to hear more from you.
Yes.
About Thomas as a Dominican. And the Dominicans, as you well know, very involved in the campaign against the Jews, beginning in the 1230s.
Right.
When they are invited with the Bruce City, the inquisitorial machinery,
right,
to fight no less than against Maimonides. So he knows all that. And
good.
I think we're like 1236.
Sure. And
By the way, yeah, there's
okay,
one
good.
more element to the story. And then he writes the Summa Contra Gentiles, 1259 to 1265. In other words, the respect for Maimonides is definitely there. There's no doubt about that. But where is the polemics against Judaism in that very
good
time, in the middle of the 13th century, is smack in blue?
Good. And honestly, this is sort of the work being done in this little piece itself is arguably not that interesting. It's not that profound, but I do think it has some implications that are genuinely important. And so I'm glad that we've kind of moved to sort of, well, what's the bigger picture for thinking about how Maimonides and Thomas in terms, and I'm going to admit my own my ignorance of 13th century. I don't want to, what I would say or what I think, whatever might have been the case in the 13th century. Certainly the Dominicans were highly involved in the Inquisition. Now, strictly speaking, the Inquisition has jurisdiction over Catholics, over Christians, not explicitly over those outside of the faith community, though, of course, that theory, it's a human institution. One thing I have found to be interesting in the discussion of faith, and I relegate this to a footnote, because it gets complicated, obviously. The question of whether the claims of the supernatural nature of faith, right, it's an open question, but I think Thomas is right, because, well, I'm partisan, what can I say? Whether it's the idea that supernatural faith is supernatural insofar, okay, there were miracles and revelations through extraordinary means, and here is, right, revelation, and supernatural faith has to be bound up with revelation because we can't get there naturally. So God revealed these things supernaturally, and well, then what does it mean to actually assent to those? There's some thinkers, and I think this is primarily Franciscan, later Jesuits tried to have their cake and eat it too, to the extent I understand it, saying, no, essentially the supernatural aspect is just in the revelation itself, and then it's through the natural light of reason that one can see that, oh, these are from God, and therefore I should rely upon it because God is perfect or all-knowing, or whatever attribute to say we choose to use. Thomas and the tradition, the Thomistic tradition, I can't speak. Those Dominicans in the early 13th century, well, of course, didn't know what Thomas was going to say later on. But I think to the extent there is a tradition that comes out of Thomas, I think the theologians say that the motive of faith is itself supernatural. That two people will look at the same, as it were, evidence. Right? And there's not that it's an act of grace that moves one person to assent to it and the other not to assent, or in the lack of that grace, that the other won't. And so in a very strictly speaking Thomistic sense, apologetics in the sense of, and I'm thinking of later Dominican, I'm thinking of Raymond of Peñafort, sort of having these sort of open disputations, again, not an expert in medieval history at all, these disputations, I think in a sense it doesn't make that much sense to me. I think Thomas's position, again, I'm looking at this through later Thomistic thought, since really the question of sort of conversion, evangelization, it's in a sense a supernatural. It's primarily supernatural, right, to a large degree. And so there's really, I think the idea is that there's no expectation that you can make all the sort of natural, one can present all the evidence, one can make all the best interpretations and present it to someone who doesn't have the virtue of faith, I say they don't believe at present, and it's ultimately purely a matter of divine grace, whether that person will assent to it or not. And so I think it takes, honestly, again, trying to get into the mind of anyone else, much less a Dominican friar 7 centuries ago, it's a tricky business, but I think certainly there's a notion that it's so supernatural that these sort of polemics can't achieve the purpose that their proponents hope to achieve. That's not a direct response to your question. I'm dodging it because I don't know much about. I'm certainly not an expert on the Inquisition in the 13th century, though of course I've read some certain things about it, but that would be my general answer. I think Thomas would look at someone like Maimonides, and I think a Thomist would look at anyone who is not a believer today, and if a person doesn't believe, it's not, that's for supernatural reasons. That's up to God and God's providence. It's not necessarily a failure to reason or to understand. Oh,
Professor Harvey has a question, I think.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for your excellent presentation. You certainly corrected very well the wrong ideas that some of the other scholars have had. A similar correct interpretation is found in the work of Mercedes or Rubio, the Spanish scholar who now is in Villanueva University in Madrid. And she wrote a book called Aquinas and Maimonides on the possibility of the knowledge of God. And in this book, she shows that Thomas was a very profound and accurate reader of Maimonides. She discusses at length the three different places in Thomas's work where he analyzes Guided Perplexed Part 1, Chapter 34. And she interprets it in a way very similar to the way that you interpreted it now. In addition to the natural supernatural distinction, she uses the in via in patria distinction. And simply what happens once you take the Alfarabian distinction between those who know and those who don't know, and you change it between those who are saved and those who are not saved, you get Thomas's revision of Maimonides. It translates out almost directly. So Thomas certainly knew what he was doing, and I think it's a very fair interpretation of Maimonides' chapter, and it's based on a deep understanding of what Maimonides was doing. And so thank you very much for your interpretation. Oh, I must say, I was also very happy to see Eliav Grossman, who I haven't seen for many years. I had the pleasure of having him in my seminar about 10 or 15 years ago at Columbia University.
Outstanding. Thank you very much for that. I'll definitely
Mercedes Rubio
add it
is
to my
in it.
list.
Well, thank you,
Here's
Professor
the,
Harvey. It's good to see
here's
you,
the
and
book.
please join me in thanking Dr. Sucre for this wonderful presentation.
Okay, we have an hour to make up, and so I don't know if there is really a refreshment in the other room. Is there supposed to be? I think we can take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have our last two papers, which are Tirosh-Samuelson, and she will get her full half hour plus 15 minutes like everybody else did, and JJ Kimche, who has been such a rich contributor as well. So let's take a 5-minute break. If they've got little refreshment in there, it's supposed to be our tea break or coffee break. I can't do it. My X-ray vision isn't working today, but keep it to 5 minutes so we'll get to your
So no, we're just gonna have to.
If I cannot release, do you have a card?
You can just use the trackpad here if you want.
But can you take all the other stuff out the way?
I mean, I can move this. Yeah.
If it's.
Oh yeah, I'm going to. Can I do it after? I will remember. Okay.
You can move it down, so I can just click it.
Well, then they're not going to be able. The thing is, they're not going to really be able to see you. Let me get this open first.
My challenge, I have a PowerPoint as well, but I have a text, and they're not identical. The PowerPoint, unlike the way Eliav uses it, I use it basically as a summary. It's kind of a go along with the lecture, so people get the sense of
how I do it as well.
Yeah, so for me, it's a kind of a
it's actually.
So I'm telling and I'm showing.
You might want to just.
So if it's closer.
I have it. I might just pull it up on my computer since that might be easier.
I'm working with Land here on digital philosophy, broadly organic philosophy. I'm also working on with broadly political philosophy. I'm in my 5th year. I'm also a fellow at
I'm just pulling this up and then I'm gonna go down. You don't. We don't have a minute.
How do you like it there?
I mean, would it be possible or no? I might be not counting one that you might count.
The problem is the truth.
You know, make your own mind. But how do you present? Yes, Eli, do you know how to do this?
presenter mode here.
Any system.
Okay. Genius. Genius. And we will just simply switch from here to here. How are you?
Good, how are you?
What's up? What's up? Okay. So hello. Lecture.
You've been here all day?
All day. All day. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. I don't know what this coach is. It's just gonna go in the corner and wow.
It's really interesting.
Okay, Doctor. Whatever. Okay, we should go. Yeah, okay. Wait, we need to go back. Okay, Dr. Samuelson, it's up here. And you can just click like that if that's
Perfect.
Okay, I gotta go.
Perfect.
Karen tell me first. Yes, she went to, she's no longer there. She went to the Hamilton School of Hospitals Education. The Civic Center in Florida University, Central Florida. Yeah. And there was also, Bennett Emery, I believe, he was a professor of economics. Okay, that I don't know. Awesome. A lot of there's a lot of story there. So but the thing let's say sort of the whole the whole say. So anyways, okay, we had some so that one is probably very cheap but they were offered something to the families not to invest in it, but school kids and also scholarship programs. What's we doing? I don't feel. I don't. Yeah, so. So they got into I say at the university conference, yeah, because I was there a few years ago, where I met then. It's so tasteful. 30 But they're playing from wrong, it's not that conservative. It's more like classroom. It's not centrist. What I'm saying here for we'll say, let's stop. Okay, so Len is not still here. I think we should wait for Len.
I will try to try to be conscious of time and not see if it's.
I'll help the folks to come back in, so we'll have to-
Sounds good. I think this is really a conference for 2 days, not 1 day.
Yeah.
The first half, probably would be good for, or maybe you start what I normally do. I start on 12 and I do the first half and then the second day,
Yeah.
as opposed to 1 day, the whole thing.
It's too much packed.
It's too much back. It's a lot of stuff.
Not much time to ask questions as well.
Yeah, or and absorb what people were saying. There's a lot of,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, we're gonna get going. The chair of this session is our wonderful Dr. Ismail Kurun, who comes to us from Turkey and is working for another doctorate here at Vanderbilt. He's a political philosopher, a philosopher in his own right. He has published a book on the religious roots of Lockean philosophy, and he's going to chair the session.
Thank you, Len, for introducing the introducer, who is me. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Hava Tirosh-Samuelson, who is Regents Professor of History and Irving and Miriam Lowe Professor of Modern Judaism at Arizona State University. She earned her PhD from Hebrew University in 1978. A Jewish intellectual historian, Professor Tirosh-Samuelson writes on Jewish philosophy, mysticism, religion, science and technology, Judaism and ecology, and feminism and gender. In addition to many books, many journal articles and book chapters, she is the author of 4 books. The award-winning Between Worlds, The Life and Thought of Rabbi David Ben Judah Messer Leon, published in 1991, Happiness in Pre-Modern Judaism, Virtue, Knowledge, and Well-Being in Pre-Modern Judaism, published in 2003, and Religion and Environment, The Case of Judaism, published in 2020, and lastly, the forthcoming Jewish Environmentalism in the Post-Secular Age, Earthly Spirituality, published in 2020, will be published in 2026. Professor Tirosh-Samuelson is the editor of 8 volumes, including Judaism and Ecology, Created World and Revealed Word, published in 2002, and The Future of Jewish Philosophy, published in 2018. Professor Tirosh-Samuelson is also the editor-in-chief of the Library of Contemporary Jewish Philosophers, published between 2012 and 2018. This is a series of 21 books that features outstanding Jewish thinkers today, including our own Professor Len Goodman. Today, the title of our talk is An Environmental Maimonides, Nature, Torah, and Virtue Ethics. Professor Tirosh-Samuelson, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
It's all right.
Okay, I heard that lecture already that in other places, so it's not an absolute must.
Okay, so I'll start while he's setting it up here. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you, Len, for the invitation. And thank you, everybody else. It's great to learn from all of you. Charlie, I loved your paper, and I'll say something about it because you really opened up something that I have not thought about. And what I'm going to say will interact with what you're saying, but I did not go as far as you did. I'll put it this way. So we'll get to it. So this paper is not so much what Maimonides said, but rather what is the relevance of Maimonides to us. Tell us when I can start using the text, or not yet. So why is that the case? I will argue that Maimonides' view are relevant to addressing the most important crisis of our day. That crisis is the ecological crisis. The ecological crisis threatens the future of life on Earth, including human life. Across the Jewish denominational spectrum, all Jews today can find in Maimonides a genuine guide for our contemporary perplexity. How should we interact with the natural world without destroying it? Got it? Everybody should see this now. But I will just use this, right? Okay. So how should we interact with the natural world without destroying it? How can we express human intellectual power without falling prey to human hubris? How are we to be scientifically informed about nature while remaining loyal to the values of the Jewish religious tradition? Maimonides, as this conference already showed, I would say, remains our faithful guide. And if I'm going to use the language of the Zohar, he's our faithful shepherd, Araya Mehemna, or Haroeh Ne'eman in Hebrew. So why is Maimonides, it's not moving there. All right, let's see, be sure that, yeah, it moves. Okay, so why is Maimonides still relevant to all of us, whether we are scholars of Maimonides or regular readers, whether we are Jews or non-Jews? So usually the answer to that question begins with the following distinctions, or following set of reasons. The sociocultural answer is that Maimonides captured the core dilemma of Jewish existence. How should Jews interact with their surrounding non-Jewish cultures and civilizations? Teaching us that to be Jewish entails being in conversation with surrounding cultures, as he himself was, both in private and in public. A second, more theoretical or intellectual answer is that Maimonides, better than any other Jewish philosopher, addressed the deepest intellectual challenge posed by the cross-cultural interaction. How to reconcile a divinely revealed religious tradition with the truth claims of human reason as articulated by philosophy. That's basically what we have heard about most of the day today. Maimonides showed us how this could be done in relation to the philosophic scientific paradigm of the day, that's medieval Aristotelianism. And in so doing, he paved the path for all Jewish philosophers, scientists to follow. While philosophical schools changed over time, the need to reconcile seemingly conflicting truth claims of Judaism and of philosophy/science persist, requiring us to confront this challenge anew in every generation. And a third standard answer to the question why Maimonides remains so central to us is a political one. Maimonides showed us how to respond to conditions of persecution, requiring us to figuring out how political circumstances and political power, or lack thereof, dictate what we can and cannot safely say, or how to modulate what we say, especially in public, if we are to protect our lives. And that's basically Strauss. That's where you put Strauss, Leo Strauss's position. It's in number 3. And we have to keep in mind that Strauss himself was a persecuted Jew, right? The person who had to leave Germany under the Nazi regime. So keep that in mind when we think about Strauss. So my argument is, in this presentation, what I would suggest is the fourth approach to the question. Maimonides is still relevant, and that fourth approach is the didactic rhetorical answer. Maimonides is still relevant to us because he set up a brilliant puzzle or a riddle that we perpetually attempt to decipher. This was not a frivolous, mind-bending philosophical paradox that defies solution, nor was it a mere clever attempt to signal skepticism about human knowledge. Rather, Maimonides is so relevant to us because he truly was Moshe Rabbeinu, namely Moses, our teacher, who patiently, methodically, and caringly set up didactic mechanism that invites us, generation after generation, to engage in interpretive activity so that enable us to gain a better understanding of ourselves, of our values, of our priorities, and our commitments. How did he do it? By deliberately choosing rhetorical devices that create a veil of ignorance, inviting his readers to remove that veil through the act of interpretation. This was, again, as I said already, not a gimmick intended to hide his philosophical intentions for political reasons. That's what Strauss told us, but a genuine invitation by a master teacher to grapple with what matters most to Jews, be it in his own day or in future generations. What matters most in this interpretive project is the very act of reading and wrestling with a text that can support numerous interpretations. And that's what we have learned in this conference. People come up with different interpretations of the same text, of the same part of the God, of the same issue. So here's what I propose to you, that we should treat Maimonides as a Rorschach test. How we read and interpret the guide exposes the identity and preferences of the reader more than the original intent of the author. That's my argument. And last night, those who were in dinner last night saw it in action when we have a conversation between Kenneth Seeskin and Len Goodman, and we saw different readings of Maimonides, each very plausible reading, and yet not necessarily an agreement between those two readings. So this is also true for my own reading of the guide. I read Maimonides' guide for its ecological wisdom and its environmental implications. And my interpretation is motivated by the deepest existential challenge of our day, our ecological crisis. Reading the guide for its relevance to our environmental challenges is not unlike the way the Jewish feminists have read Maimonides for gender, to use Susan Shapiro's phrase, to read for. So to read for doesn't mean that we ascribe to the past thinker our own views, or conversely, that we criticize the past thinker for failing to hold the view we cherish and wish to promote. To read for means that we understand the past thinker on his or her own terms and in his or her own sociocultural context, but that we also recognize that the past thinker has important insights that are relevant to our own conundrums. So our problem is this. These are just some of the images you have seen in many forms, one way or another. And that's my claim, that today human activities brought about massive degradation of wetlands, of estuaries, of coral reefs, of rainforests, causing the loss of species diversity. Today, when issues of justice emerge between members of the current human generation, as well as justice between the present generation and future generations about finite resources. Today, when we struggle not only with oceanic pollution, species and habitat loss, and the spread of deserts, but also with increasing concentrations of greenhouse gases that bring about rising sea levels, the flooding of islands and coastal settlements, the shrinking of glaciers and ice caps, and frequent and intense weather events such as hurricanes, droughts, and wildfires, and the migration of millions of affected people and numerous species to less inhospitable habitats. In that situation, the legacy of Maimonides is relevant, I would say, more than ever before. So I present Maimonides to you as an environmental thinker. Does Maimonides' guide offer us a Judaic response to the ecological crisis? My answer is a resounding yes. In a nutshell, my argument is that even though the science of Maimonides' day is now largely obsolete, Maimonides' scientifically, that is to say, biologically grounded virtue ethics is a meaningful approach to the eco-crisis because it teaches us how to cultivate a personality type that will treat the natural world properly. That is to say, with loving kindness, justice, and righteousness. Chesed, mishpat, utzedakah, which is, of course, the end of the guide, as Maimonides teaches at the very end of the guide. These are the three virtues by which God manages the natural world, and the three virtues that we human beings, or at least the Jews among the human beings, are expected to emulate by imitating divine attributes of action in our interaction with nature. So virtue ethics is not limited just to the human sphere, but encompasses human interaction with nature and with God. And how do we attain right knowledge that lead us to the right action? Maimonides answered by observing the natural world, by studying nature scientifically, and by interpreting the Torah with the help of the God of the perplexed. The foundation of Maimonides' environmental virtue ethics is the correspondence or analogy between Torah and nature that Maimonides explicates in the guide, albeit in a convoluted and deliberately ambiguous manner. In Guide 240, as we all know, that's the bottom of this slide, Maimonides asserts a relationship between God, humanity, and nature by stating, although the law is not natural, it does impinge on the natural. This is the point of departure for this paper that seeks to showcase the ecological and environmental implications of the associations of Torah, nature, and virtue ethics in Maimonides' legacy. Structure of my talk, part one, I will have to go through that pretty quickly because of lack of time, but basically in part one, I focus on how Aristotle linked the science of biology to theology and physics on the one hand, and to politics and ethics on the other hand. Maimonides accepted the conceptual framework which he had to reconcile with rabbinic Judaism. In part two, I explore how he did it by setting up a didactic rhetorical puzzle, inviting us to puzzle it out. In part three, I discuss the correspondence of Torah and nature as the basis of Maimonides' environmentalism. And in part four, I tease out Maimonides' environmental virtue ethics and its relevance to our current eco-crisis. I conclude with a few comments on the presence and enduring influence of Maimonides on the approach, especially of modern Orthodox thinkers, and you'll hear some of them. I'll focus primarily on Rabbi Jonathan Sacks. So part one, And this probably will do a little bit faster in the interest of time. So Aristotle, I won't get into it. I think that you know the major point about Aristotle, and I'll just highlight the point that is important, that are important to my argument. The point to keep in mind, as David Walsh already said a while ago, Aristotle's biological works offer what is probably the earliest and the most comprehensive systematic scientific treatment of nature in a variety of biological form prior to our own. Aristotle left for posterity an extended account of the structure, function, development, and taxonomy of biological forms, as well as an explicit methodology for the proper study of living things. His inquiries into the nature of plants and animals, which is what we call biology, was part of a single continuous inquiry, beginning with general principles and proceeding to give an account to stars and elements before ending with animals and plants. So the conception of science roots natural science or physics in theology or first philosophy, namely the study of divine things or gods, which serve as those divine things serve as final causes. Note that in Aristotle's empirical investigation, the study of divine things and the study of animals is continuous. That's the key word. So when we study divine things, we literally study living things. And when we study animals and plants, we literally study divine things. Although Aristotle treats the science of divine things, namely theology, and the natural science of the stars, namely astrophysics, and the natural science of animals, that is biology, as separate sciences with different objects and different principles, these sciences overlap. So here's the main point. Aristotle invoked biological principles to explain certain phenomena in the heavens, and he invoked theological principles to explain biological phenomena, including animals and plant reproduction. So I'm not going to get into people here do know the biological works of Aristotle, so we'll go through quickly. These are some of the books that I've used and I highly recommend, especially the second one from the right. Aristotle's Biology. I actually have this book here with me. It's a wonderful collection of where the study is of Aristotle's biology today. But that kind of research is indebted to two books on the left side of at least my left, the two books, one, The Philosophical Issues in Aristotle's Biology, and the next one, those are kind of a foundational text in the conversation about Aristotle's biology. So I'll have to go through this a little bit quickly, but my main point is that divine life is the starting point for the existence and motion of all living things, as much as it is also their final cause, namely the thing for the sake of which they exist. The biological conception of the gods explains the variability of motion of the fixed stars, the planets, sun, moon, and earth, as well as the mobility of animals and the immobility of plants. In short, the final cause of all plants and animals is both theological and a biological principle. And that's what I want you to keep in mind. Now, with that, again, I will go here a little bit faster. Here, you don't need an explanation because you all know it already about the unmoved mover. So I'm not telling you anything in this slide that you don't already know. But I think the main point I would like to highlight is that the unmoved mover is a living reality. And we kind of forget it. And I think we forget that that God is, the unmoved mover is living, because mainly, I think, because Wolfson told us to think about that language in a different way. Harry Wolfson, of course, I refer to. And if you remember, he talked about God as, how did he call it? I think he used something like an autistic person or something like that. Somebody who's just absorbed in his own mind without thinking about anything outside himself. But that's not really the proper metaphor, I think, to what's going on here in Aristotle. So this is, you're all familiar with the ladder of nature, the Scala Naturae, that you all know that, kind of the hierarchical understanding of Aristotle's biological world and where the humans fit in. And here, of course, is how, and again, we have to go through this fast, but basically how the way you study the natural world and how to think about God are all, of course, related. So Maimonides, my point is that Maimonides adopted Aristotle's natural philosophy, in which biology, philosophy, theology, politics, and ethics were inherently intertwined. And they are intertwined within a teleological framework. Maimonides had a thorough knowledge of Aristotle's natural philosophy, and by that I refer not only to the works on physics, but also to the works on biology. In his medical aphorisms, Maimonides cites Aristotle's treatise on animals, which was the medieval term for a trilogy of Aristotle's work known today as Historia Animalium, parts of animals and generations of animals. Note that the relationship between physics and biology, the transmission of Aristotle's legacy, is more complicated than this brief comment, and that, I have to say, requires some explanation. So now this is a briefly kind of historical how shall I put it? The important point is how the Hellenistic readers of Aristotle transmitted his biological works and what happened to that in that transmission. And the bottom line in that transmission is that, especially from the middle of the 3rd century, from 250 to roughly the beginning of the 6th century, especially the Roman philosophers, and you have the list of the relevant Roman philosophers, Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, Proclus, Philoponus, and Simplicius, how they were committed to Platonism. That's the problem. We have a real problem in the transmission of Aristotle. And the bottom line of it is that physics will become dominant and biology will be excluded. So there's kind of a deprivileging of biology going on in the transmission in what is called the post-Hellenistic period of the reception of Aristotle. And once we get the story of Plato, so the Neoplatonism, of course, we cannot think without Plato. We have to get into our historical awareness, the fact that for many of those people, it was Plato's Timaeus that was the culmination of the study of nature, not Aristotle. So Aristotle's study of nature, basically, the argument was by these philosophers that Aristotle kind of went overboard a little bit as far as his biology is concerned. And what happens is that you have to privilege Plato over Aristotle. Now, in many ways, I think that Plato's position is much more easily reconcilable with biblical creation narratives. So the rabbis too, I would argue, I'm not the first to argue it, of course, the rabbis too privileged Plato's Timaeus, or look at Timaeus as a way to read what's going on as far as the origin of the natural world is concerned. And that, I believe, is the beginning of the problem that we have come to know as the Athens versus Jerusalem trope. So this is it. This is, of course, what all of us here in this room are familiar with, but I think it has to do with the way that the tradition made available to us the body of Aristotelian knowledge. So the bottom line is that when you get to Maimonides' time, you kind of do physics without biology, but that's not Aristotle. Aristotle was very much all about biology. So that's kind of quickly, I haven't done justice to it, but I have to move on. So second part focuses on what I would call this didactic puzzle that Maimonides gave us. So my point here is that Maimonides said a puzzle in order to address this challenge that all Jews, I think, in all periods, including our own, will have to face and have had to face. He sets up a puzzle in the Guide of the Perplexed, and by doing so, he's not doing something that other medievalists didn't do. Riddles, puzzles are very, very common in medieval culture. And it's a cultural practice. It could be artistic, linguistic, but you can do puzzles and riddles just for recreational purposes. But the point is that the riddle or the puzzle, in Hebrew, achidah, is a very popular literary device. And Jewish poets narrators and philosophers all composed those kind of riddles for their own entertainment. I bring to your attention, to those who are familiar with his work, Dan Pagis, who is of course no longer alive, but Dan Pagis, a wonderful poet who also was a wonderful scholar of medieval poetry, Hebrew poetry, wrote this Al Sod Khatum, where he analyzes the subtlety of the use of chida. He does it actually in this book. It's a little bit later periods, later centuries, but it's very relevant to what I'm going to say, that this is very, very important element in the story. So my point is that Maimonides constructed a code, and that code is used to decode the Torah. So the Torah itself is a puzzle. That's the depth I was trying to suggest to Eliav before. What is needed? You need a charge. Okay. So here we go. I'm not the first one to say that there is a puzzle going on. Warren Harvey, who is on this call, on this Zoom conversation, already said it a long time ago. And here is my point in response to the way that Charlie gave us a wonderful paper that really will force me to rethink and maybe rewrite this paper a little bit. But I think, Charlie, that you didn't engage this puzzle. You gave us a solution to the puzzle without telling us that there is a puzzle going on here. So you chose one way of reading that particular puzzle. How do you put together two sets of views on prophecy and on the creation and on the origin of the universe? And that interpretation is highly Neoplatonic, right? And it's highly dominated by Al-Farabi, but that's only one possible reading of the story. So there are other possible readings, and I give you 3 examples of other possible readings. How to figure out what Maimonides is saying. So that goes back to my earlier point that the original intent of Maimonides depends on who is doing the reading. So if you're Sarah Klein Berslavi, she gave us, she's long deceased, so she gave us an interpretation according to which Maimonides simply didn't have a definitive view on the origin of the universe, given the fact that he thought that at present human intellect is unable to settle the matter. Okay, so that's one possible reading. Against her, Marvin Fox is saying exactly the opposite. He's saying, no, Maimonides found a merit in all the positions that he actually dismissed, and then he puts together a syncretistic unification of elements of each of them by affirming the truth of each one up to a point and in a restricted context. So that's a second interpretation of how to interpret Maimonides. The third is Barry Cogan offered yet another reading, according to which all Maimonides had to do, that's a very minimalistic approach, had to do is to show that the view that God created the world after absolute non-existence at a single point in the past and in conformity with God's will and purpose is not impossible. So that's a very low kind of threshold of what he had to prove. This is the view that Maimonides ascribes to the Mosaic faith, when he asserts that the belief in creation is, quote, undoubtedly a fundamental principle of the law of Moses, our teacher, peace be upon him, and is the second of the fundamental principle of being in the unity of God. That's from Guide 213. So without revisiting the details of this conundrum, and we heard more about it, of course, here, especially because Kenneth Seeskin is here and Len is here, and they all have written extensively on this point. So my argument is, and it doesn't really matter whether I actually share, I think that Kogan, I'm with Kogan on that, but it doesn't really matter. The point that matters to me is that Maimonides created a certain way to interpret the puzzle, and the puzzle is itself in the Torah, and he is writing a code to decode the Torah, but the code itself is coded. That's kind of my point. The code itself is written in a language that is open to various interpretation. So why does he do it? He does it because he wants to tell us a story. So here, again, I can refer to, I'll skip that. I'll refer to a book that Ken already wrote a good number of years ago. Basically, his argument in that book was that Maimonides demythologized Rabbinic Judaism, took away the myth took away the myth in all sorts of ways that are already summarized for you. This wonderful little book that I highly recommend for many people, especially when you teach Maimonides in congregations, very useful. So Maimonides identified the will of God with God's wisdom, limiting the freedom of God and that which God knows. He interpreted creation in the image of God to mean that the intellect is the essence of man, and so forth and so on. I think that most of the stuff we already covered this point in this conference already. So, and I give you the summary on the slide. So what's my point? My point that on the one hand, he wanted to demythologize, but he didn't entirely rid Rabbinic Judaism of its mythic structure. Rather, and that's my argument, he recast the biblical and rabbinic myth in a new logocentric myth by constructing a narrative, a myth about Moses, the philosopher, prophet, ruler. That's a story, that's a myth, that's a certain narrative that he's sharing with us, and he wants us to accept and to take it as true. So all of us here are familiar with that story, how Maimonides presented Moses as a person whose prophecy is so unique. We just heard about it in Charlie's paper. And unlike all other prophets, Moses' corporeal body was not involved in this cognitive experience itself, even though Moses did not become an angel and did not lose his corporeal nature entirely. So according to Maimonides, Moses is endowed with perfect imagination as well as perfect cognition. That's basically a story that he asks us to accept. He constructed the myth of Moses, the philosopher, prophet, ruler, and that myth fuses logos and mythos, exactly as that's what he does in the Guide of the Perplexed. And he does it but the Torah does, also he does in the Guide. So in order to make sense of that, you have to decode it. And the decoding itself is complicated because he's giving you a key. He's giving us the interpretive key, but the interpretive key itself is kind of obscure, or is kind of requires interpretation. And why does he do it? I think that he does it primarily because he wants us to study, and he wants us to unpack what he's saying. So how does it all relate to the environmental stuff? Well, it's related to the environmental stuff because of the correspondence between Torah, that's part 3, the correspondence between the Torah of Moses and nature. And I'm saying that correspondence is itself constructed. You can say he made it up, or he's arguing for it. Maimonides' philosophy of nature, I would say, because of that, has ecological and environmental implications. Namely, it requires that humans take care of nature. I won't get you into all the complexities of the word nature, what nature means. I guess we should have talked about it in this conference, but I'm skipping a few pages here. My major point is to say that he tells us a story about Moses as a philosopher who had perfect knowledge, who understood the structure, the intelligible structure of the universe. He grasped it very much, I would say, like a mystic would grasp it in one act of, you just get it. And there's simply no way to prove it philosophically. So I don't think he can prove that Moses is that kind of a philosopher, but he can assert it. And he does assert it, I think, in the principles of Judaism. That's principle number 7. We will get to it in a minute. So according to that, before I get to that assertion, let me say a little bit more. Okay, we got that. The Torah is a coded text that requires decoding. I think we already made that clear. I want to get to so he's presenting to us Moses as a natural philosopher. Those are the pages that I skipped in the interest of time. But basically, he's telling us a certain story about Moses, the prophet. He doesn't prove it. However, he puts it as principle number 7, and that's again something I think that I thought about when I listened to Charlie's paper. Where is the dogmatic element of your story? He is basically making a story, but he's asserting a dogma. You have to believe X, but you didn't tell us anything about the dogmas of Judaism, right? So I think that he's doing it because he's a very good philosopher. But we need Menachem Kellner to tell us more, because he has a whole book on the dogmas according to Maimonides. But I think that he knows that you cannot prove it, so you can only teach it. You can only assert it through a story. So how does the Torah correspond to nature? Here I recommend the book by Eliezer Haddad from the Hebrew University, The Torah and Nature in Maimonides Writing. That's a book from 2011. And basically what he's showing in that book, that both Torah and nature, both nature and Torah reflect the purposefulness of divine wisdom. Both Torah and nature manifest the divine ruse because they attend to developmental processes, whether of natural things and of human cognition. Both Torah and nature manifest the generality and universality of laws, disregard few exceptions, and both Torah and nature are awe-inspiring in their profundity. So the point is that I think a lot of the work of the relationship, the correspondence between Torah and nature, I think that the textual work was done already by Eliezer Haddad. And I think if you're not familiar with that book, I highly recommend it to you. I want to move a little bit faster, but basically, I think that our job is to figure out how to protect the natural world, and that would give me a kind of, I will be able to move to the next part of the paper. So next part of the paper, the next and last part, is how environmental issues can only be done to people by people. We can take care of our environmental problems if we take care of our character. And what's missing, that's really the message here. So Maimonides set up the connection between nature, Torah, and virtue ethics. He presented the prophet Moses as the ideal ruler who set up ideal polity in which human beings attain the well-being of the body as well as the well-being of the soul. They live the well-ordered life, balanced life, which is necessary for the attainment of the ultimate end of human life. So again, here, all of you are good Aristotelians. I don't need to explain what does it mean what does virtue ethics mean for Aristotle, but basically he takes the Aristotelian approach and he adapts it to his own system. And I would argue, and that's kind of my contribution to the story, that the way he does it has environmental implications. So what are the environmental implications? The environmental implication is that nature has intrinsic worth. So you cannot do whatever you want to do to the natural worlds. There's a requirement of respect for nature. Len Goodman has written on it a very long time ago already. The world was not created for the sake of humans alone. Every created being demands respect because it is divinely created. So the point of the major message, I think, is quite clear. We have to take care of the created world because it was created by God. And that's why that's one argument why creation makes more sense to him, philosophical, but also theological, than the opposite position of eternity. So I would move toward the end. What does it mean to care? In order to care, we need to develop the character traits, the right virtues, the right character traits that enable us to be kind of good gardeners or good shepherds, as I called it earlier. And for that, I kind of give you a list of what does this creation care really mean. What are some of the elements of this creation care? And I mentioned this particular phrase, creation care, because that is usually something that people think only Christians are concerned with creation care. It's considered a phrase that is associated only with Christian environmentalism, but I think that's not the case. That's very much the message that Maimonides wanted to share with us. So here are some of the books on the on environmental virtues. And if you're not familiar with them, I highly recommend the two books at the bottom, the Dirty Virtues. That's the first major book by Christian scholar, a Dutch Christian scholar, who actually gave a very long list of how many virtues are involved in environmentalism. Much shorter analysis, but the books next to it is also a very important element, a very important contribution to the discourse on virtue ethics. I use the book above by Brian Trainer, and plotting virtue is important because that's really what I'm saying about Maimonides. There's a plot, there's a story. You tell the story about virtue ethics and how it relates to the natural worlds. So in virtue ethics, the right action is the action that the virtuous person itself would adopt. Environmental virtue ethics means that the right action toward the physical environment flows from the stable states of character of the virtuous person. By reinterpreting rabbinic ethics through the prism of Aristotle's virtue ethics, Maimonides taught us to see that virtue lies in the mean between extreme excesses and deficiencies. So the wise person who possesses moral and intellectual virtue is disposed to act in the middle path, in the middle way, by cultivating humility. That's one example. So the main, okay, I'll go back here. The main virtues, of course, are humility, modesty, compassion, all of those, which of course, good old rabbinic virtues, are very important in environmental behavior. And others, you can also add to the list simplicity, generosity, faithfulness, the list can go on and on. It's really not only those six, but my point is that if we adopt that kind of approach to virtuous life, and we see the relevance of all of them to environmental issues, we will be in much better position as far as our problem of today is concerned. So this is just when you want to think about what ecology means. Humanity today, as we know, is massive. This ecological crisis, scientists who specialize in the science of ecology tell us, but unfortunately today, where we are today in America, some people are claiming that the science of ecology is not to be believed or is not to be taken seriously. And that really feels awful to me, especially because the head of the EPA today happens to be Jewish. That's really problematic as far as I'm concerned. So ecology is a science that seeks to understand the biological processes that determine patterns of natural world, but ecology is also worldview. And we use both worldview and science, I would say, almost in a complementary way, the same way that Aldo Leo told us how to think about ecology. And he, of course, is a major contributor to this discourse. So if I go to okay, so what does it mean to us Jews? I would argue that leading thinkers within modern Orthodoxy today were all people who were very conscientious of the not the ecological crisis yet. Obviously, the time of Samson Raphael Hirsch, there was no ecological crisis. But if you look at his work, you'll see a lot of ecological wisdom in there. But Soloveitchik was aware of it. Würzburger, the same thing. Norman Lamb talked already about moral ecology and summarized biblical legislation about nature as the way for all of us to be attentive or be aware of. So Maimonides, I would say, in many ways, all of these people are Maimonidean thinkers. They follow the footsteps of Maimonides. Maimonides showed how to take both Aristotelian science and Torah seriously, but not naively or uncritically. To do so successfully requires hermeneutical effort, commitment to the practice of virtue ethics, and above all, care for the world that God had created. Humility, modesty, compassion, that we already mentioned, are three examples of rabbinic virtues that have environmental implications. But the list, of course, is much longer than that. These environmental virtues enable us to be good caretakers of the created world by observing nature, by feeling reverence to our nature, and by acting responsibly toward nature. So if I need another Tanna the Messiah, here's my Tanna the Messiah. That's Rabbi Sachs, of course, a person who had a lot to say about environmental issues, both in his exegetical works and in his non-exegetical works. And I think that definitely is a person from whom we can all learn. And what I find so interesting that in those two examples that I give you, his essay, The Ecological Imperative, you'll find that he refers, of course, to Maimonides' interpretation on the laws of the sabbatical year. And in that paragraph that I think it's on page 461 in Len's translation, said Maimonides pointed out, that's in the middle, that the land which is overexploited eventually erodes and loses its fertility. The Israelites were therefore commanded to conserve the soil by giving it periodic fallow years, not pursue short-term gain at the cost of long-term desolation. Now, the words in bold are Rabbi Sachs's words, but surprisingly, he doesn't mention it in the same paragraph. Maimonides speaks about compassion, about generosity, about kindness, in other words, about virtues. So I was surprised that those virtues are not mentioned, but the economic dimension is, or the more scientific dimension is mentioned. Another essay on environmental responsibility is also a place where he refers to Maimonides. So clearly Rabbi Sachs understood that Maimonides can be read as a person who cared about the natural world, and he taught us that the Torah is concerned with is what we nowadays call sustainability. So you get my point, and let me just conclude by saying that Maimonides remains our guide to this day, because he grasped the mystery of human existence, the conundrum of Jewish existence, the ambiguity of language, and the importance of education. On this day of the guide, we can celebrate the enduring relevance of Maimonides, who taught us how to search for purposefulness in life, how to serve and conserve the world. That's L'Ovda U'Leshomra in Rabbi Sachs' translation. So how to serve and conserve the world that belongs to God, how to cultivate the appropriate character traits that enable us to act as guardians of nature. That's also a phrase from Rabbi Sachs. And how to value the art of interpretation. So the new translation of The God of the Perplexed by Professors Lieberman and Goodman will enable all readers to encounter Maimonides anew, allowing this 12th century sage to guide our way as we cope with the challenges of the 21st century. So, thank you very much.
I think we can take a few questions. Charlie?
First of all, thank you so much for the paper. I wanted to then talk about the latter part of the paper. I want to go back to the question about the myth of Moses. I think the philosopher talked about it. Because the question in my mind is whether Maimonides thought his depiction of Moses was a man, or whether he really believed. Right. So I take what you're saying about kind of the assertion, right, of Moses having statue, that it's something that can be proven philosophically. I think that's right. Although I would say that he, again, based on like Al-Farabi, probably would believe this really was something, one thing, and the opinion of the person. So the question again is, when Maimonides is writing about Moses, is he self-consciously constructing a myth, or is he really dead believe that Moses is made this kind of statue? I think from our perspective, reading it today, it's hard for us to believe that he really believed that Moses was great and fine philosophers. But it's difficult to easily thought so.
So this is how shall I put it? So that's why your paper was kind of shattering to me a little bit, because what you're saying is let's focus beyond the Torah. Let's focus on the Messianic age. That's where the action is. And everything less than that is basically kind of a dress rehearsal, something like that. And I didn't think about that before. So you're right. For me, the Torah is the end of the story. We have the Torah, and now what do we do with it? How do we interpret it? And so that's the way I tell his story. It's a puzzle, and he requires us to get into the puzzle and figure it out. We're never going to agree on a particular reading of Maimonides. This is what this conference shows. But that's the benefit of the greatness of Maimonides. And that's why, to go back to Eliav's paper, that's why I suggested that in Eliav's paper, in a sense, simplicity is the best, but maybe not. Maybe what you need is exactly the opposite. You need not obscurity. Obscurity is the wrong word, but the opaqueness. Poetry is opaque. Poetry allows for many interpretations of a particular line, particular word, particular phrase, whatever. So what he knew or didn't know, I'm speculating too. I cannot prove what I'm saying. But it seems to me that the puzzle, the very fact that we are puzzled, that this is the mystery, this is it, it's all about, בעברית היינו אומרים, זה על סוד, או הרז, כן? הרז, the fact that you have something that you cannot really understand, and you cannot really figure it out. That's exactly what the Kabbalists are telling him, or telling him after he's dead, in a sense, saying, yeah, there is a mystery here that you cannot figure out. And he's saying, let me give you a way to interpret it. So I like to keep the veil of, there's a veil here that we need to get in there, and we need to swim in that environment to figure out what he's saying. I don't know if it answers your question, but that's, if it's too simple, that's why I don't like analytic philosophy. But if it's too simple, it's probably too simple, because the reality is not simple. Definitely not the reality of God, but.
Eliav has a question. Yeah, thank you so much for this. I want to ask you about the methodology of reading for. And I'll do that by way of adopting a position, and I'd like to ask you how you would respond. So let's say I read the guide, and I see, Maimonides talks about nature as a means for getting as close as we can to understanding not God, but God's actions in the world. And I read Mishnah Torah, and I see that when Maimonides talks about Shemitah, the sabbatical year, he says something like, this is actually good for agriculture because it doesn't erode the land. So there's actually a kind of instrumental reason that humans should embrace the practice of Shemitah. It's good for us too. And then I go back to the guide and I read more of it, and I see that Rambam talks a lot about the Nabatean agriculture. And he has a lot to say about this agricultural society that seems to demonize elements of nature. And what he sets out to do in the guide, as I'm reading it, is to sunder God from nature. Do not identify God with nature. You can only perceive God's actions.
So transcendence. The issue is transcendence.
And let's say that I walk away from this reading of Mishnah Torah and the guide with the notion that actually Maimonides' project is to establish a kind of firm divide between God and nature, and to suggest that nature is instrumentalized for human use. That even Shemitah, which on perhaps a simple reading of the Torah seems to suggest a kind of veneration for nature on its own, actually that has even an instrumental benefit for human use. And the same with Maimonides' insistence that nature itself is not the function. How do you, in a kind of, and then let's say I use that reading for to justify all sorts of extractive practices. I want to do more offshore drilling. I want to do more, logging, all sorts of extraction of resources from the earth. Because after all, Maimonides shows that nature is an instrument for human use. It's an instrument fundamentally for humans to understand God. So how does your approach counter that alternative reading form?
Yeah, so it's basically what you're asking me is, if we take a poem, is there one preferred reading of a poem? Does the poem justify a particular reading, A rather than B, rather than C? Okay, I think that's in a sense. So reading
specifically, if I may, I'm specifically asking
on the reading for.
Yeah, and specifically, if you choose to read a poem in order to have a normative program based on it instead of a kind of historical contextual reading of it, then what makes it possible to make one?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I agree. It's a very good question that you can say reading 4 could be suspicious of a certain kind of conventionalism. People have argued against feminists. Then the feminists say they find what they want to find. So in a sense, yes, I look at the text and I am kind of I pick up a certain overtone that either I'm seeking to find or it resonates with me in a certain way. And I'm inviting you to read for something else. And all of us are going to, my point is that all of those readings have legitimacy. So you can put more focus on logos, you can put more focus on mythos, you can put more focus on you can put more, all of us together have to listen to all of it, very much like in musical piece, we have to listen to various voices at the same time and figure out, okay, so what's going on here? And what's going on, as far as I understand, Maimonides is going on is a didactic project. It's an educational project. And he's saying, listen to this music rather than to this music, because this music will get your life ultimately toward happiness, ultimately toward the love of God, right? And so forth and so on. So I don't think that I can resolve the problem. You can argue against me that I'm overemphasizing the environmental dimension. But then I'm saying, okay, don't listen to me, listen to Rabbi Sachs. Rabbi Sachs, or listen to some from Raphael Jospe. Okay, you see what I'm getting out of it a little bit, but you get the point.
But Eliav presents a dichotomy between sort of divinization of nature versus instrumentality of nature. And I think there's a very broad realm in between those two extremes, which the Rambam actually occupies. He finds the European agriculture superstitious. He thinks that they're inventing all kinds of entities and intentions. He thinks he makes fun of them or ridicules them for saying that the deserts were made arid and barren because there was an offense against the gods and the land was punished for the people were punished by way from that. The alternative extreme would be kind of sacralizing those natural elements, and that's anathema to him as well. But think about what lies in between: respecting the land, recognizing that these animals are useful, not abusing them, not overtaxing the soil. That has both practical and spiritual meaning and value. He thinks one of the boldest things he said, not to mention in our all-day conference, one of the boldest things he says is that these promises of rewards for keeping the commandments were given as an alternative to what the pagan priests drummed into the heads of the people. That's his expression. By saying that they had to do these things or else the crops would fail and the fruit would fall and all those terrible things would happen. He thinks that some of those promises in the Joseph are that kind of rhetoric designed to threaten the people with fanciful worries that they have on the level that they're operating. I think those things need to be taken literally, but there are both intrinsic and instrumental reasons for respecting the produce of the land, for respecting the land itself, for respecting the animals, and he gives the example in terms of Shita of not causing undue harm. Oh yeah, you gotta eat meat, okay, so you gotta eat meat, but make it an easy death if you can, but economical enough so that the householder or the housewife can accomplish it without having to buy some elaborate equipment like a guillotine. He's got this huge middle ground in there. between demonizing and exploitative, get everything out of it. And that's where he lives, and that's where he thinks the Torah is. We learned earlier today, quite rightly, that he thinks that part of the perfection of the Torah is when it says settle down, not to risk, but not to but not to lax. In between, it goes through. It's a very large area, and we find by the opposition of those because they are free.
So you're suggesting that there's a broad range that we can read Maimonides in. Len, you are limiting that range somewhat, but you've delimited it the same way.
He thinks the Torah is delimited because he doesn't think that you can go to the point of imagining that there are spirits inhabiting, why do we not consume blood? We don't want to be commensal to those demons that ancient pagans regarded as inhabiting the blood or consuming the blood. On the other hand, we don't refrain from eating meat. He thinks that people eat that. And somewhere in between, that's where he believes the Torah lies.
But I need to answer Philip's question. Yeah, so look, well, one answer is, of course, the Torah gives you some of the boundaries. The other, the intellectual history gives you the boundary. So we are talking about Aristotle. That's part of an historical process. That
can also be responsible. Eliav, that there are.
The issue is not boundaries or not boundaries. Everybody who wants to read Maimonides, I'd say, let's read Maimonides. Let's see what works. That's what interpretation is all about. When you read a poem, any kind of poetic text or any kind of novel, you can have very large. Think about Kafka. Think about Shakespeare. There are many conflicting readings of Shakespeare. Let's take care. Let's take that as an example. What am I saying? Oh, this reading is excluded, from the beginning. No, I would allow varieties. Today, for example, there's a lot of race-based theory related to that is applied to reading Shakespeare. Should I say no? I shouldn't talk about Shakespeare in those terms. I shouldn't talk about Shakespeare in terms of gender. I shouldn't talk about Shakespeare. You see the point? So we'll get into it and we'll debate it. That's what we're doing in this. Please join me.
Everybody has been very patient with everybody else, and it's been a tremendous day. It's not quite over yet. JJ has been the most patient. When you come to a conference and you're batting cleanup, that is a wonderful opportunity. And John Baer is going to chair that session. John is a graduate student here at Vanderbilt and a very dedicated and talented one. And he will be chairing our final session of the day, after which Phil and I will have a couple of brief remarks, and that will end the program.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can all agree that this has been a very, very intellectually stimulating presentation. The whole conference day has been fascinating. Thanks to Professor Goodman. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to everyone who helped out setting this stuff up. And like God creating man to crown creation, right? Or like the little crowns on the Torah letters, we now have someone to finish it all. We have JJ Kimche, whose name sounds a lot like my least favorite food in South Korea. I asked him if he wanted me to start presenting him like a boring normal person, or if he wanted me to do this like full trickster mode. And he told me to go full trickster mode. If you actually want, so I'm deeply tempted to turn this into a very short roast, but I'm not going to do that for the sake of time. Suffice to say that Professor Kimche is coming to us from the University of Austin. I also just figured this out. I didn't recognize this until I looked and read your little bio here. He also hosts one of the podcasts that I listen to, the podcast of Jewish Ideas, which is pretty interesting. I have like 10 of them downloaded on my phone. Quite fascinating. You're a great host. And And today he's going to be talking to us about Mordecai Gumpel Schneeber. Very, very distinctly Jewish name, fascinating character. I'm sure I've definitely never heard about him before. I'm looking forward to hearing him and also to sharing the questions. Please come up and let's welcome Professor Kimche.
Thank you for that very generous introduction indeed, in which there were one or two true facts, so that's always nice. We are grateful for your small mercies. I see I have 10 minutes. Might extend it a minute or two, but I'm going to do our best to finish on time because it's always a dicey position to stand in between a group of people and dinner. So hopefully we'll keep it relatively brief. So yes, thank you. I just want to join the chorus of thanks to the conference and those who organized it and those who've hosted me and the splendid translation we've all come here to enjoy and to celebrate. I feel slightly out of place in a place like this. I mean, in a lineup full of sort of medievalists and legends of the study of Maimonides. I am out of place not only because I'm sort of most junior, but also because I chronologically don't belong so well in the medieval period, even though I've spent a lot of time studying it. But my work is mainly in the 18th and 19th century, and therefore it makes sense to place me here at the end so I can give a sort of little dessert, a nice little quinoa, to point out some of the ways, or in one particular circumstance, in which Maimonides was read or reread or dealt with in a time in which Maimonides was being roundly dismissed, and I'll explain what I mean in a moment. There is a problem that faces Jewish educators today, and that has actually bedeviled Jewish philosophy for about the last 300 years. The problem is as follows. If you're a Jewish educator of some sort and you are confronted by an intelligent, motivated student who has religious questions of some kind, and they say, I want to, all the classic questions in the philosophy of religion, the typical religious educator, well-meaning, even smart, will send them to the great classics of Jewish philosophy. They'll send them to the Guide Perplexed. They'll send them to Saadia Gaon, to Chasdai Kreskas, to all of the great figures of the medieval period, and will typically not warn them or not sufficiently explain that what is to be found in those books in the medieval period has a scaffolding. And this scaffolding is a large series of assumptions, scientific assumptions, philosophical assumptions, political assumptions, literary assumptions that held true in the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th century, but do not necessarily hold true nowadays at all, right? In fact, the scientific revolution of roughly the 17th and 18th century swept away a huge portion of this particular scaffolding, and swept away, and I'll enumerate to a large degree. But basically, many of these texts now stand, I hate to say orphaned, but they certainly stand bereft of those structures of support they once typically had that made what they were saying almost, or let's say readily understandable by those who are reading it in their time. And I have to say, this problem has bedeviled Jewish philosophy for the last few hundred years, where, from what I've seen, modern Jewish philosophers typically fall into one of two camps. Either they ignore or dismiss the medievals entirely, think the existentialists and many of the 20th century philosophers who basically allied a huge portion of what went on in the medieval period. Or there are those who try and read Maimonides, try and read Kreskas and these others without realizing that all of their, or without paying attention to the fact that all of their scaffolding, conceptual scaffolding, has in fact been dismantled and been put away. Okay, because either nothing's happened or we can ignore them entirely, right? And this is a sort of, both of these approaches are deeply, let's say, disturbing or unsatisfactory in many ways. And so today I want to speak about one particular example of a Jewish thinker who lived in the latter half of the 18th century, who made a brilliant attempt at salvaging Maimonides after Newton and after Galileo and after Copernicus and after Locke and after Hume, all of these figures, and tried to write quite a brilliant and I think unforgivably sort of ignored work of Jewish philosophy, trying to do exactly that, trying to build a Maimonidean philosophy and theology in a century, in a time period where he knew that so much of what Maimonidean philosophy was leaning on has been gone, cannot be used anymore. So the question is, what is left of Maimonides? And this, ladies and gentlemen, was the life's work of a very unusual man. He was possibly the most interesting Jew of the 18th century. I'm just going to spend a minute or two on his biography because he was so unusual that he, it's worth knowing who he was and devoting a bit of time to his intellectual efforts. So by day, this man was a respected scientist and physician. He went by the name Gumperz Levison, and he had a medical practice He had a medical practice in Hamburg and in London, and for a while in Stockholm in Sweden. And he was a brilliant and widely known physician and scientist, etc. A brilliant and well-respected physician and also writer. He wrote medical treatises. He wrote treatises on the circulation of the blood, on the muscles, and on various parts of 18th century science. That was him by day. By night, he shed his cloak, put on his cap, and he was a Hebraic maskil by the name of Mordechai Gumpel Schnaber, right? And he published a whole host of works. He published a work called Ma'amar Torah v'Chochma in 1771, which is this brilliant Hebrew presentation of all the latest updated science. He had a very interesting Pirush on Kohelet, which was sort of meant to be a sort of counterpoint, a counterweight to Mendelssohn's effort in the same area. And he wrote in 1792 his magnum opus called Yesod HaTorah, which is, interestingly, a commentary on Maimonides' 13 principles. That's how it is structured. But as we all know, commentaries aren't always just commentaries, and he diverges wildly from the text upon which he is commenting on, and basically attempts to encapsulate all of Maimonidean philosophy, deals at length with the guide, etc., etc. He lived a wild life, and I'm not going to go into all of it. I'll just mention one or two fascinating things. At the age of 15, he in 1756, he had an ill-fated attempt to broker peace between Rav Yaakov Emden and Rav Yonatan Eibeshitz. He was a student of both of them. At the age of 15, he wrote letters to the two of them trying to get them to reconcile. Hardly need to say it did not succeed. He was an attending physician at the Great Medical Asylum in London, founded by the Duke of Portland. He was the very first Jew in European history, the very first unbaptized Jew to be given the title professor. So far as we can tell, in 1780, Gustav III of Sweden gave him the title of professor and appointed him as one of the major teachers and physicians in a newly constructed sort of a medical facility in Stockholm. He had many other curiosities. He had a duel with a German count, which he won apparently, and was therefore exiled from Sweden. He was under arrest on suspicion of murdering his landlord and was later exonerated. He was thrown out of his synagogue in London for unspecified charges, and various other interesting aspects of his biography. He's really he's a man whose life begs for a good biography. We haven't had one yet, so we'll see what happens in the future. But essentially, the most interesting, really, I think, part of Schnaber as an intellectual is that he was very British. And I mean that in the best possible sense, naturally the highest compliment, in the sense that he's there 1770s, 1780s, 1790s in London, and he had drunk deeply from British science and especially British empiricism. You know, this book is really, the Yesod HaTorah is really the only work of Jewish philosophy that I know that is completely based on the British empiricist tradition, more or less. And it's sort of one of the great what ifs, in my opinion, of the European Haskalah. Like, what would have happened if modern Jewish thought had not been based on Germanic philosophy with Kant and Hegel and Schiller, etc., in the background, but rather had been based on the British empiricist tradition with Locke and Newton and Schnaber as kind of its forefront. It's sort of a road not traveled within modern Jewish thought, but it is a fascinating one, and I really think everyone should. You're more than welcome to take a look at the printout here I have of Yesod HaTorah. It is a brilliant Hebraic work of philosophy, an early Maskilic work of philosophy that tries to, again, see what can be salvaged from the Rambam now that we know what we know in the 1790s. So, again, very briefly, Schnaber notes that essentially there are a few major changes that have been wrought by the science of the century preceding his own. The first is obviously that the heavens have been depopulated, right? In other words, there are no separate intellects that animate spheres. There is no vertical metaphysical hierarchy. The whole cosmological scaffolding has been, as I mentioned, swept away and put away. Another very important point that Schnaber emphasizes is that for the first time, the whole of the cosmos was seen as being created by, was seen as being comprised of one thing and under one set of rules. He keeps calling this inyan echad. And what I'm pretty sure he means by this is that there's no sort of superlunary realm made of different matter, different material, and those aren't subject to different rules. Everything is just the same base physical material made of the same tiny sort of particles and all subject to the same law. This is extremely important actually in his metaphysics, and we'll get to that in a moment. And of course, finally, that nature is mechanistic. The motion is governed by stable laws, which he calls kochot, tiviot, and not by any kind of teleological striving. This is sort of teleology swept by nature. And of course, like everyone in the 18th century, what metaphor does he offer for nature? He offers the metaphor of the clock. right? More or less every person who picked up a pen in the 18th century describes, Post-Newton describes nature as a well-oiled timepiece in which each spring and each cog moves exactly, such that things can be predicted and things can be follow inexorably one from the other. So based on all this, he turns his attention to various aspects. Again, a shortened version is as follows: that in the guide, as we read, that creation is framed against, or the model that is being fought against, of course, the model of sort of an Aristotelian eternity. And of course, within the Aristotelian worldview, eternity of the universe is plausible because motion is perfectly eternal. It is perfectly circular. The heavens are made of this sort of incorruptible material. There are no contraries that exist in any kind of celestial substance. And Schnabel, one of the first moves he makes when he discusses creation is to inform his readers excitedly that he has solved Maimonides' problem. Maimonides could not come up with any knockdown arguments against the eternity of the universe, given everything that he had. And Schnabel is coming along and in 1792 writing in Hebrew saying, everyone, guess what? We can have that now. Right now, with what we know about science, I've come to give Maimonides the hand that he needed in the guide, right? And that's because, as I said, under this notion of inyan echad, he has an entirely different view of what creation entailed. What did God do at the beginning of creation? I'm going to read out a couple of lines here in Hebrew, and you'll notice it's a splendid adaptation of Newtonian, basically the laws of motion, into Hebrew, a very early Maskilic Hebrew. It says as follows: Shehu yitbarach bara kol me'ayin, והמציאות בכללו המה חלקים קטנים ממש, ולכל חלק וחלק ממנו הטביע הבורא כוחות ידועות, כמו הכוח המנוחי, שבו ינוח הגוף במקומו, ולא ייתן זולתו לנוח בגבולו, וכוח תנועי, שבו יתנועע אם יפגשהו גוף זולתו, וכוח תנועה סיבובית שלכל צבא השמיים וגם לכדור הארץ לפי דעת חכמי זמננו הנמשכים אחרי דעת החכם קופרניקוס, הטביע הבורא יתברך בכל חלק וחלק מהם כוחות אחרות כמו כוח המנגדי שבו ינגד גוף אחד לחברו הפועל בו. Laws of action, reaction, constant motion, etc., etc. He's explaining this again to his readership, and we'll get to that in a moment. But again, the point being made here is that the heavens are made of the same divisible matter as everything else. They're not incorruptible, ungenerated, closer to some. The upper world is not sort of metaphysically thicker or more stable or more necessary. Everything is physical, composite, law governed. And therefore, in a certain way, prima facie contingent. This is an important point we'll get to. That the Newtonian system, precisely because it is structured and law governed, does not appear metaphysically necessary. It appears at a certain point conditioned because the laws that ground it are merely, and this is a point he gets to a certain degree from Hume, descriptive regularities. They tell us how things behave. The material world requires, and this is the main point, the material world, as we know, requires some other kind of justification. In other words, given that the entire universe is made of a kind of very gross and decaying, disintegrating kind of material, and there is no other kind of matter in the universe, therefore, he argues, and again, this is sort of very common in the 18th century, sort of physico-theology, that therefore it is in obvious need of explanation, in much more obvious need of explanation than any kind of superlunary realm ever imagined by the medievals. And therefore, there must have been something non-physical at the beginning to bring it all into being. Now, and of course, he develops this into a very basic cosmological argument, but here's the rub. For most other thinkers, a cosmological argument is there to justify the existence of God. For Schnabel, the cosmological argument is useful to justify Maimonides. God can defend himself. According to Schnabel, Maimonides requires a reason to think that there has to be a beginning, and therefore there has to be some sort of non-physical entity that created everything. And that, for him, is the brilliant advantage of of this kind of new science over there. Interestingly, he has a line here, which I'm going to read out, which he has a wonderful aside against Spinoza. He doesn't mention him by name, but he mentions the mistake, שיהיה המציאות או הטבע חס ושלום, הבורא יתברך כמו שטעה אחד. Well, there's one person who was mistaken and thought that the Teva and Borea are the same thing, and he gives a similar reason for not believing it to be the case, because again, if all of matter and all minds are fallible, are decayable, are corrupt in some way, then for Islam as well, it makes no sense to say that the sum total of corrupt and degenerating things is one perfect being. Those two things cannot possibly go together. Again, I'm not saying these are knockdown philosophical arguments. What I am saying is that here is a Jewish theologian for the first time saying, here's what I have learned from the textbooks in my universities and in my medical office, and therefore, let me offer some new arguments. These arguments against Neoplatonism, which I'm not going to go so much. However, there are two specters. In fact, this is where I'm very grateful to many of the speakers before me, especially Professor Seeskin here. There are two specters specifically that Schnabel is worried about in his day, which he wants to avoid and wants to claim that Maimonides' work can avoid too, which is on the one hand, the specter of deism, very common in the 18th century, the belief that God just sort of set the universe in motion and was able to withdraw. Again, if you recall the picture of creation that I mentioned earlier, that is exactly what it seems that God is doing, right? He's setting into motion certain laws. He creates the chalakim ktanim mamash, as he calls them, sets the laws, and everything just follows from there, mechanistically. Necessarily, right? And that is the deistic view. And of course, the other sort of extreme view is divine occasionalism, which he's aware of, less worried about, and we'll put to one side in a moment. Now, the major text that Maimonides visits in order to try and argue his case is the Guide 169, where Rambam argues forcefully against a kind of medieval deism in which he argues there's the mashal of the artisan who sort of creates something and then just leaves it there, right? What Schnabel notes here is that for Maimonides, there is something about divine causation that persists even as the world continues. And that is the principle that he draws out from this. In other words, that it's not, Maimonides argues, he adopts a solution concerning forms and knowledge there, which we won't go into in a moment. But the point is that he takes out that principle that the divine causation cannot just be something temporal at the beginning, but rather must persist throughout the entirety of time, and uses it in order to draw an analogy, or rather draw an important distinction. This is building on what Professor Seeskin says, drawing the distinction between God's will and God's wisdom. Because for Schnabel, in his case, he does believe, in fact, in a kind of deistic way, that when it comes to God's wisdom, one only needs that initial spark, that initial moment, right at the beginning of creation, because everything follows from that. There isn't anything extra that you can add to it. However, according to Schnabel, there's an important thing that is missing, which is will, right? And will for him is, and again, speaking as a medical man, he describes the will and basically shows that any action that a human being must take must have enough willpower to see that action through, right? So if I want to lift a chair up above my head, I must have enough motivation in my head to cause my muscles to do that. You must have enough desire, 20 points of desire if you need 20 points of effort to lift the chair above your head, right? And he goes on this line, and therefore God's will functions as kind of ontological engine, even if his wisdom is confined only to this initial moment. And he uses the analogy quite common for his time. He calls the role of God to the universe hakesher hanifla asher sham ben hanefesh uven haguf. Right? It's similar to the soul and the body. One of the reasons I like this phrase "hakesher hanifla" is that the 18th century is full of thinkers who essentially accept a kind of Cartesian dualism, but argue over exactly how it works. Like, what is the connection between the mind and the body? And I like that Schnabel doesn't address this anyway. He just says "hakesher hanifla." It's wondrous. Doesn't particularly want to go into it. Yeah, kesher hanifla. It's literally nifla. It's he leaves it and then goes on. So, in other words, it's funny because there's only a small amount of secondary literature on Schnabel. David Ruderman wrote on him a little bit, and Shmuel Feiner a little bit, and one or two others. And they seem to see him as a deist. They sort of accuse him or put him in this blanket category of sort of weird late 18th century Anglo-deists. But the truth is that a closer reading of him, just on his point of creation, is that you can see that he is a deist in his knowledge, in terms of God's knowledge, but a theist in terms of God's will. In other words, that when it comes to lighting the touch paper, that only requires a certain minimal effort at the beginning, whereas the ratzon, the will that has to accompany everything, that has to be sufficient to go along with the universe as it plays out. I'm not doing it a huge amount of justice here, but But there's that. There's another point that he makes, which is that he notes that in the guide, Maimonides develops a doctrine that could be somewhat described as knowledge as causation. In other words, divine knowledge is not receptive, but rather, to quote literally, to quote from Guide 321, things reflect his knowledge. It comes first and makes things what they are.
Okay.
Yes, projective rather than reflective. By the way, this quote was from a recent new translation of the guide. It's pretty good. You should get yourselves a copy if you can. Yes, and knowledge as identical with divine essence and grounding existence itself. Now, Schnabel takes this. He agrees with this to be the case. However, he adds an interesting point here, which is that in his eyes, this knowledge is identical with hashgacha, with providence. Okay. In other words, again, a question that Maimonides develops at length. What exactly is providence? And Maimonides seems to see providence. Again, there's a lot of literature on this, but seems to be providence as something that can be earned by someone. That's someone who is more learned and knows more and is sort of has ascended this metaphysical ladder to a certain degree. He or she receives a greater degree of it. Whereas for Schnabel, he wants to preserve the principle that there is some kind of hashgacha, but he wants to be able to have it within an entirely mechanistic universe, and therefore the knowledge that God's knowledge that set up the universe and set it in motion, and therefore in a certain way accompanies all events as they play out. That is what he calls providence. The only point is that there is in no way for a person to earn more or earn less of it. Let's say it is it is something that applies to everything, but it is very intimate. It is something much more. God would know much more about you, as it were, because if every single physical law and every single particle of reality responds to those initial conditions, then he literally knows when a leaf is going to drop on your shoulder, or when, I don't know, a coin is going to jingle in your pocket, or anything like that. There's something very, very. If those laws cover all of reality, then God's knowledge of those laws make that. Sort of accompany that as well. I would say also that this, of course, opens up a huge question of free will. And unfortunately for my friend Mr. Schnabel here, it seems that free will is something he asserts rather than argues for. In other words, he just simply, I mean, again, arguably somewhat similar to Maimonides, he paints this picture and then just drops in free will without trying to place it exactly where it's supposed to be placed. All I have to say to that is that sounds like a typical medical doctor. He just says what is, doesn't bother to explain it, and then just sort of expects you to accept it. I'm running very low on time, and there's a whole section on prophecy as well, which is very important, but I think I don't need to go into it. Very briefly, as a conclusion, just as a sort of a summary, Schnabel in this book particularly seeks to update a picture of the world, a picture of creation, a picture of the laws of nature, a picture of providence, and a portrait of divine knowledge as well. So some things he does preserve from the metaphysical core of the guides. He retains Maimonides' identification of divine knowledge with divine causation. He retains the creation as a doctrine of ontological dependence rather than mere temporal beginning. Prophecy, in his regard, is rationally structured and morally purposive. He rejects deism, of course, mutatis mutandis, as Maimonides does there in 169. And also he has a certain epistemic humility, which he states from time to time, which I always enjoy after reading chapters and chapters of someone, stating their theology in very complex terms. He says, and anyway, human minds are too frail and we can't really understand all of this. And sort of, he periodically drops that in, when convenient. Drops in a sort of epistemic humility, where when the theology seems to come to a dead end or sort of a closed mavoy satum, he decides we can't understand everything, and reminds his readers to maintain a sense of proportion. There are some things that he modifies, so providence becomes universal rather than intellect or proportional. The prophecy shifts from a metaphysical overflow to a moral necessity. The cosmological argument is reformulated and repurposed. And there are some things that Schnabel rejects or replaces entirely, namely Aristotelian cosmology, of course, rejects any kind of emanationist metaphysics, which is also a part that I didn't mention. But of course, the whole doctrine of emanation seeks to try and answer the question of multiplicity different types of things in the universe. But if you say that all of matter is one thing, there's no need for any kind of emanation. You can just have one act of creation, simple, right at the beginning. Everything follows from that. And various other parts of it as well. And therefore, I sort of wish I had further time to develop this, but this is one interesting and important example of someone living in a time when much of the scaffolding, much of the framework in which Maimonides relies upon is removed, but nonetheless feels that there is a lot of value to be gained in retaining whatever can be retained of Maimonides' theology and worldview, and therefore, a fascinating example and one that I wish would be more studied in the future. Yes.
One suggestion, you mentioned a key phrase, which I would translate as the miraculous connection between the mind and the body.
Yeah.
And that might provide you with the link that is looking for how the mind, man, body, how free will can operate. He's obviously funded there, and he has completely spelled it out, but he's left that for you to exploit. That miraculous link between the mind and the body, which I guess there's an allusion to Descartes there.
Yes.
To make it a miraculous link, because you can't really physically or mentally, as Spinoza had shown, you can't really physically or mentally connect the mind to the body. But he's sort of positing a miracle to make that possible. And I think that may provide you your answer. What he's going to do about free will.
I think you're right. So firstly, you're 100% right. And Descartes, if I'm not mistaken, does suggest, I think, the pineal gland or like some location in the brain, but very few after him accepted that as the satisfactory explanation.
We take a mind like that and Descartes,
yes.
Think of something so ingenious,
yes.
And at the same time completely absurd.
Right.
But the word plan, who translate it as miraculous? It's not very possible translation.
How about marvelous?
Marvelous, magnificent, remarkable.
Magnificent is wrong. It implies something beyond nature. Not magnificent, Godot could be magnificent, but the thought, if not miraculous, marvelous, but he's hinting there that existence doesn't have an answer for explaining how that happened.
I agree. What I would say is that free will, the main problem for him isn't so much, yeah, you're right, you could say it's sort of a miracle, but I think more that it disturbs the mechanism, the mechanistic worldview. It's very hard to have a Newtonian kind of worldview, which is, and Leibniz knew this and various others, it seems that those who adopt it in its full form are forced to, at best, be compatibilists when it comes to free will, and at worst, just jettison the whole idea together.
I think that figure is huge, certainly to me and maybe to most of all of us in the world.
Thank you. It's well worth it. Yes.
What do you think he would say? Say this policy of adapting, expanding, and when it's correcting my minds. What would he say? Is it, let's say, artificial intelligence? What would he say in terms of all the? He seems to say the same kind of problem.
Well, I don't know what he would say about artificial intelligence. What I can say is that Levison's book here reminds me actually quite a bit of Professor Goodman's Guide to the Guide, especially the last section in which you try and basically argue that there are elements of Maimonides that are still very relevant to the scholar of religion or to people wrestling with religious questions today, even if, yes, all the framework, all the scaffolding has been removed, there are nonetheless and in your paper as well, sort of dealing with important contemporary relevant questions. Maimonides still has a lot to say to us. And I think Schnabel does this as well, except he being a sort of certainly a man of science, and I would say a more enthusiastic than competent philosopher, let's say. He was definitely, a muscular, let's say, a deep muscular thinker. So, he felt compelled to try and save Maimonides as an authority as much as possible, which is, a choice on his part, especially because Maimonides was a hero to all those late 18th century Maskilim, himself included. But yeah. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I was wondering about the framing of Chandler as someone who needs to kind of revive or remind you in share foundations of this knowledge. And then I was thinking in the abstract that you're framing a little differently, which is you show him as a kind of participant in this Maimonidean moments in the 18th century when there are other thinkers like Solomon Maimon who see Maimonides as kind of the Jewish Kant, or Mendelssohn for Maimonides as we saw all sorts of other ways. Like, is it that he's attracted to Maimonides because Rambam needs to be renovated in this moment, or is he attracted to Rambam for the same reasons that others in his era were, and this is the work that he does that with parts from
I'll tell you, more the latter. One of the wonderful things I think about Schnabel is that he's not trying to rebuild Rambam in his own image. In other words, some of those you mentioned, such as Mendelssohn, certainly Maimon, what they try to do is, and many Maskilim, they try and refashion the Rambam as much as possible to be in their own image, but Salmam, but Mutam, ironically. But what Schnabel is doing, this is what I like, is that sometimes he will just jettison part of Maimonides. He'll reject any kind of emanationist talk. He will reject, certain parts of it and point out, we can't, I think that is much more honest and also much more true to his philosophical setting. If he really does accept, and he does accept Newton, he accepts Locke, he accepts Hume to a large degree as well, that he's an empiricist, then, well, there's some things we can't live with anymore. So we're going to save what we can and just what we can't. So, yeah, that's how I frame it.
I think we have to thank our speakers. That was a beautiful paper. Thank you so much. And thank you, John, for chairing the session. The first thing I have to say, we have already heard from Phil that he, just before coming here, and you see he has had to go, he had a plane to catch. So I'll speak for him as well as for myself. But the first thing I have to say is we learned, and Phil went to Al Ibri's funeral. I want to have a moment of silence in memory of Alfred Ibri, who was my friend starting in 1965, whose kids were friends with my kids, and he was a pioneer in our field, doing both the Judaic and the Arabic things. He's written a book about Maimonides. His first book, based on his Oxford doctoral thesis, was about the pioneering Arab philosopher. The only one who was really an Arab is Al-Kindi from the 9th century. So let's have a moment of silence in memory of Alfred. Thanks for bearing with me on that. We have a lot of appreciation. We saw the philosophy department chair and my friend and colleague Julian Wirth here this morning, and the Ari Askowitz, the chairman, and also our colleague at Jewish Studies. The funding for this conference was provided by philosophy, but the administrative support was provided by Jewish Studies. And we have to thank Tara. I think she may have had to go home. I also want to appreciate Jade Harvey, who has stayed up late in Israel to bear with us through this entire very rich and very extensive session. From Jewish Studies, Tara Ugarte and her staff have been there for us. They have provided us with the organizing. Well, Roberta provided the organizing of the food, and there were slips which she corrected. We are very appreciative of that. We have not gone hungry. Obviously, thanks to all the speakers, and I want to say here in the room we are reduced to the active participants in the conference, and we will be repairing to Vanderbilt's kosher Fleshik dining hall. It's not only Fleshik, there are salads and things there, but we are being treated to dinner at Vanderbilt's kosher dining hall, which is in Zepos. Zepos, named after our previous chancellor, Nick Zepos, who was a friend and a buddy of mine. It's the building with the very tall tower. It's a sort of postmodern building. It's supposed to look medieval or post-Gothic or something, but little patches on it with the ironic touch that you expect in a postmodern building. We can all walk there together for our dinner. And let's see what I've got here. Obviously, very deep thanks are due to Eli and to Micah, who have been in other aspects of this, every technical aspect, and very, very supportive and very enthusiastic, Eli, Raphael, and Micah Liz. Phil Lieberman had to leave, as I said, but he was an extremely effective partner to me in this project, which has lasted for decades. And I also have special thanks for Shafiq, who's obviously not online anymore, but Shafiq Greger, who is in Morocco, has gone on from his Fulbright and his doctorate to a teaching position in Meknes in Morocco. And as he told us, he is planning an Arabic edition of the guide, along with his own Arabic translation of the commentary and the discussion. I think that will be a part of a project that's been very important to me for a long time in creating bonds of friendship and mutual understanding between Jews and Muslims. I want to mention Menachem Kellner in particular. Menachem has been my friend since the 70s, and I want you to know that as I went through the translation, I would send him little batches of a few pages repeatedly, and he would send me detailed comments and suggestions. You don't get feedback like that he gave to me on the work on this translation. He is a friend and ally and supporter and a wonderful human being. I also want to mention Kenneth Bose, who is mentioned in the acknowledgement of the book. He is the world authority on the Rambam's medicine. He published, and recently, a few years ago, he finished editions, critical editions, accurate translations, medically accurate translations of Rambam's entire medical oeuvre. That's a remarkable achievement. He sent me those volumes one by one as they came out. It used to be done by dedicated amateurs and in very, very partial kind of work. Kenneth Bose is the real deal. I was fortunate enough to be able to contribute to a festschrift in his honor about Galen in Rambam. But I can tell you that every time some medical issue came up in the guide, I would send Kenneth Bose an email in the evening, and I would have an answer with chapter and verse, page and reference in the next morning, every time. And he was off in Europe with tasks of his own to perform. I want to thank Chris Benda from the Vanderbilt Library. He's a divinity librarian, but whenever I have an issue, he's there and immediately responsive. I have to mention Charlie Lesch, who put on a beautiful conference in December, which Roberta and I were able to attend together, celebrating this translation. Zaid Harvey was there. Charlie Lesch was the organizer of it. Beautiful conference about the new translation and commentary of the guide. As you've seen today, and you will be reading and hearing more from Charlie as his work unfolds. He is a really creative, very original human being, scholar, and it was wonderful to be in Jerusalem with Charlie at Hanukkah time. We originally were going to do that in the summer. There was this small matter of a war prevented that trip from taking place, but the participants, including Zaid Harvey, were there, and we had a wonderful conference in that regard. I also want to mention Elisha Russ Fishbane, who had a very fine Rambam conference in November. It was not just Rambam, but it was about translations, mainly about Rambam at NYU. And he asked me to inform everyone that there is, that he and his colleagues have revived Maimonidean studies. Most of us who work on Rambam know that series of volumes, which frequently included work by Shlomo Pinas and Arthur Hyman and others. That's a very important and valuable series. And I guess we're saying a new series now under Russ Fishbane's editorship. He wants you to know about that. I want you to know also that we've had some conversations, and I've been in touch with everyone about that, about what to do with our papers. There's a possibility that we can get Phil to edit a volume based on the papers at this conference. I think Phil's plans right now are very much like he is, up in the air, and we don't know. Send me your papers. There are many things that you didn't even get the chance to say, verbally, and send me your papers, and we'll try and see what Phil needs to do about that. But I also want you to know that Russ Fishbane this week expressed an interest to me in the papers from this conference, and we'll see where any of that goes. I have a new book coming out on March 10th from Cambridge University Press. It is titled God and Truth. It's very Maimonidean, it's very Spinozistic. It's an example of what many of us wonder about: where do we go with Maimonides from here? That book will reflect the decades of time that I spent working on the Rambam and the things that I have learned. And I'm planning, just in the early stages of planning, but I have given a lot of podcasts and a lot of papers and conference presentations and so forth. So I'm probably going to try and pull that all together and eliminate the repetition and put together a book of readings in the Rambam. So Rambam's not done with me. I want to thank Rabbi Saul Strasberg, who was there early this morning, and those who wanted to daven for today, which is Rosh Chodesh Adar. They were able to do that in the Minyan at Sheretz Israel. Rabbi Saul was here in the morning. He didn't disappear because he got bored or something like that. He is a very active, outgoing community leader, and he interacts with everyone in the community, Jewish, non-Jewish, whatever, at all stages of their own development. So I do want to mention him for being the mainstay of the spiritual home that Roberta and I and Eli and Micah, for that matter, have found here in Nashville. And Roberta again, because she has been with me. It was Roberta who told me, some years ago, if I really want to do the Rambam, I'm going to have to get started on it. And I'm very glad for her sense of timing that I did that when you said it had to be done, because I don't think I could start a project of that magnitude today. So Roberta has been there. My portion of the translation commentary is dedicated to her, and Phil's portion is dedicated to his dear wife, who, they were here, they were colleagues of ours, and very highly valued. So thank you all very much, and we will mosey along to the Zippos, as we call it, the kosher dining hall. One of the reasons for doing that, not only because we have a kosher dining hall, but because I want everyone here to know that we have a kosher dining hall. Tell your friends about it. Tell the young people. We're not Columbia, we're not Cornell, we're not Harvard. We've had our share of problems, but we haven't had the kind of problems about being Jewish at the universities, at this university, that many other universities have had. And the kosher dining hall is one emblem, a very practical emblem of the attitude that Vanderbilt has towards welcoming Jewish students. And I hope that Eli and Micah are harbingers of many more who are committed as they are and intellectually engaged as they are. Thank you all very, very much.
Okay.
I don't know the way to